Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Welcome to the Aaron O Show. Special edition, because this is not my time. But it was requested. So now Granville said he's gonna send me $300 from the collection plate, and I ain't received $1 yet. So if y'all find Granville, tell him I need him to send me that money, since I'm gonna have to, do this show for his satisfaction. He's gonna have to send that cash app. But I will start the show in good faith, whether he pays me or not. Because I'm not the smartest person in the world. But what's going on, y'all? What's going on? Ray, what up? Lou the legend, what up? What up? Yeah. I know Fatty's going live in soon. So once he starts his show, I'm gonna wrap up this and we're gonna head over there. But in the meantime, in between time, I was introduced to this channel, Themis and Thoth, or Thoth. I don't know how to say their name. I just know Themis. I don't know the Thoth name or whatever the case is. I was introduced to it by Cheeky. Cheeky said, "Oh yeah, I watched him. I never watched the content, but he told me about it." I said, if I find some time, I might see what's going on. And it just so happened yesterday, while everybody was chilling, there wasn't too much going on, there was a show. And on that show, there was somewhat of a debate, right? Depending on what perspective you give. But I thought, why not? Why not dive into the content and see, firsthand what the show is like? So I said, I'm going to do a review on it and see where it goes. Now, I'm not here to cause no trouble. But you know me, I love doing reviews. I'm going to call it like it is. Good, bad, indifferent. The truth is the truth. And it shall set you free, right? CC said, I didn't realize those were real people. That's a real channel, CC, a real channel. Trust me, I seen it. Well, I seen some of it the other day. So it's a real channel. And it is an interesting style of channel because every channel is ran differently, but I kind of like it because I get to sit back and do nothing and listen. And anybody that knows me, that is a win. That is a win. And so that's what we're going to get into today. I'm going to pull up on that channel. Well, I'm going to review that content because I know there was a debate. Well, it was stated there was a debate prior to this one. But I'm not about to go through every single video and all this stuff. I'm just going to watch the debate starting from yesterday, right? And you guys will go along on this journey with me and tell me what you guys see. And I'll tell you what I see, right? Because there's always statements like these people are really good at debating. These are the best people in the space. I'm not much of a debater, actually, contrary to what people might believe. I pick my spots, but I'm more of a listen and a responsive type of person. I'm not necessarily a debater or things like that. That's more for like patriarchy, maybe fatty, people like that. I'm not that. And apparently E Black. E Black is him, he said. He said he's him. So we'll see if we can get that set up, patriarchy versus E Black, and see how that goes. We'll see if we can set that up, right? We'll see if we can set that up. Shout out to my guy, Ray Midnight, setting it off. He says, for the collection plate, exclusive early show, salute to the chat gang. We in here. We in here. Yeah. I wasn't going to go live today, but it is what it is. Why not? I mean, Granville said it must be done. Otherwise, he's going to troll y'all on the other channel, and I don't want y'all to go through this. I don't want y'all to go through this. So I'm going to be the one to bite the bullet and jump straight into it, and I'm going to go live for y'all so y'all don't have to hear the now, mind you, I am part incel. I'm about 65% incel. So the other percentage of me is the part that's more well-balanced, right? So I'm not going to have y'all dealing with 100% incel in Granville. I'm not going to do that to y'all. It's dangerous, okay? I don't know if y'all been around 100% like incels, but it's extremely dangerous. I give y'all the best parts of the incels, right? That 65%, that's the safe zone. Anytime you inch over 65% incel, you get into a danger zone. So I'm here to protect y'all. Now, what I will do is tell you guys, brace yourself. I love reviews. I love listening to debate. I love the back and forth. I love to identify who's really good at it. And that's what we're going to do today. I'm not going to hold you up too much because I might have to do a part 2 just because we'll be leading into somebody else's time slot. And I wasn't even planning on going live. So I'm chilling. But I will definitely set up this review now. Gentlemen, I am open to hearing you guys' thoughts on the review, but don't mess up my review. Don't mess it up. Don't be trolling me in the chat. Don't you dare mess up the review. We're going to get right into it. I'm going to start from the earliest part of it, and then we're going to hear the opening and hear people's positions, right? So that's what we're here for. Locked, loaded. Y'all know what time it is. So let's get right to it. I ain't going to hold y'all up. Make sure I got the audio's good. And here we have on camera. I'm just going to make sure you guys know who is who. This is a debate between, well, let me make sure everyone can see. There is Themis, there's Prince Petty, there's Annalicia, and there's Cynthia G. Now, in this debate, it seems to me that Cynthia G and Annalicia are the two parties that are aligned, and hey Keisha, and Themis and Petty or Prince Petty are the counters to the debate. So the debate is about is parenting the hardest job? That is the debate. That is the conversation. Why'd you leave out Kay? Because Kay's just a moderator. She's not there to be seen. She's there to be invisible. But shout out to Kay. I don't know if she wants to be highlighted in a debate that does not necessarily have anything to do with her. But if she does, shout out to Kay. I ain't got no issues with Kay. But that's who the debate is with. So Themis, Petty, Annalicia, Cynthia G. That is the debate. And the argument is, this is the argument. Parenting is the hardest job. So let's get locked and loaded. We're going to get right into it. Let's see what they got for us.
Professions that would be harder than parenting, because parenting is a multifaceted job. It requires a lot of the person who chooses to become a parent. And even though some people can feel like a person can opt out of parenting, opting out of parenting has consequences to the degree that most people clearly opt into parenting. Parenting cannot be escaped. Someone has to do it. It doesn't matter whether it's the biological mother, biological father, family members, aunt, uncles. Someone has to parent. Children have to be parented. They have to be cared for. And this is an enormous job that requires a lot. I actually looked into it and I couldn't find anything that specifically talked about the benefits of parenting, only the issues with parenting, the enormous amount of stress that it caused, how it requires not just your physical strength, but it requires your mental, your psychological, your emotional, your financial. And to be honest, there is no position on the planet that requires you to give all of that in order to fulfill it. So I first want to say, number one, if you're a mother, you risk your life just to become a parent. Because to even birth a child into the world, you're risking your life. People can speculate that there are jobs that you have to risk your life for, but there are no positions where you get very close, as close to death as you can possibly come. Birthing a child into the world is one, and it's a thankless job. But in addition to risking your life just to become a parent, if you're a mother, being a parent makes you responsible for someone else's life as well as how they affect the lives of others. Parenting is the only job that requires you to be responsible for another person's life almost for the entirety of their life. Parenting is the only job that does not end and that you cannot clock out of, whether you're sick, Whether you're poor, you can be on your deathbed, someone still you.
So that is Cynthia's position. That is the hardest job. And parent, like birthing, is even harder. You're close to death. That's her position. Apparently, that you can't opt out of it, which I clearly disagree. Clearly disagree that you can definitely opt out of parenting, at least for a long window. You have a long window in which you can get out of parenting, and I could make the argument that it's infinite. So that's her initial position, that there's no job in which you put yourself in a position with life or death when it comes to the mother, the birthing of the child, which I'd argue and disagree with. And then there's nothing measurable about the benefits of parenting, but she's saying there's measurables about the impact of it and things like that. So that's her opening statements to her position of the debate. We will hear from, most likely, I don't know if Annalicia speaks or not. I haven't actually watched the whole thing. I've only seen small things of it. So we'll see if her friend, I'm assuming they're friends, has a similar position or not. So we'll look right into that. We will take a look into that. So here we go. Jump it right back up.
You still got to parent. If you have children and they're in the home with you, you are going to parent, whether you're sick, whether you're tired, whether your leg is about to fall off, whether you are an amputee, you still have to parent. Many people will claim, like I said, that you can exempt yourself from parenting, but this is actually not true. Even with mothers, you only have a small window to choose whether you want to be a parent. Yes, you can. Once you birth the child, give it up for adoption. But again, you're transferring parenting. Whether you drop it off at the fire station, you're transferring parenting. Someone still has to do it. So it wouldn't negate that parenting is still a difficult job, regardless to who's doing it. Depending on your parenting style, it is going to affect your child's outcome in life. There is no other job where you have the sole responsibility of not only that person's life, but other people who that person affects as well. But as a parent, you do. Whether a parent raised the child or failed to, their life outcome will be seen as the results of who raised them. And we know this because you can look at any serial killer documentary, and one of the first things they're going to go is to that person's childhood, i.e., who raised them. So you're still going to be responsible, even when the person is an adult, even when you raise them, and you should be able to leave and go on about your day. Absolutely not. You still have to parent, and you're still responsible for the person that you parented. There is no other job that requires this, not that I've heard of. But we know that when
Well, that is her position. I will say this. She's entitled to it. She's entitled to her position. Give her that. Let me say this. I don't know if she's a parent or not. So I don't know if this is speaking from her own experience, which is, I call it anecdotal, right? Or if she's studied this intensely. I don't know what her background is. I don't know if she's a teacher. I don't know if she's a psychology major or, somebody that's into the socials. She probably helped kids. I don't know. So, but she got strong positions to why she thinks parenting is the hardest job, bar none. There's nothing above it. So that's cool. That's cool. Shout out to Jazz. He says, Themis and Petty are definitely zesty. It doesn't make sense why both of them are talking about parenting unless they are BI. Actually, the thing about it is, as long as you're intellectually sound, you can argue a position regardless of your experience. Now, do people have to accept your position as being the more accurate one? It depends on how you orate, but also you don't necessarily have to be a parent to give views, positions, especially if you study it. A lot of doctors haven't had necessarily gone through that personal experience, but they can treat it and things like that. So it's reasonable. I don't really look at it that way. I'm going to look at the positions, the points. I'm not going to personalize it too much unless you want to make fun of like what people are wearing, wraps on their head, things like that. That's up to you. I'm going to focus on the argument and the position, and that's what I'm going to do there. Shout out to Team Fat. He said, I'm going to send that hundo. Granville, you getting bailed out, Granville. You getting bailed out. He said, take your time. I'll go live later on. Oh, yeah, no doubt. If you won't, let me know. I will send definitely Fatty the link if he wants to come up, because Fatty, he is extremely analytical as well, and he's able to decipher these things in a way that a lot of people are not. And he actually is somebody that I actually would lean on, because that man watches more content than anybody I know in this space. He knows everywhere, all these spaces. I'm like, how you do this? So I will definitely concede that if he knows something about these people, because I don't know nothing about these channels, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't know nothing. But if he wants to give me some insight on some of their backgrounds or things like that, I am 100% open to that, because he knows way more about these crazy people than I do. I'm just gonna say that now. And I will definitely, if he wants to pull up to the stream, he definitely can. But other than that, we're gonna get back into it. Cheeky can pull up, that's my bro. So, and he's the one that introduced me to these people, or at least to Themis and Thoth. Is there a Thoth? I don't actually know the truth to that, but Themis clearly has his name on the thing. So, you know what? Cheeky, shout out to Nidish. You're absolutely right. Nidish know everything. And Nidish, that's my guy. Even if he mad at me, that's my guy. What's going on, Angela? But yeah, so I don't know if she has children or things like that. I don't know if anybody on the panel has children. It's not necessarily relevant, but it does give insight. So we'll see how that goes. Fatty said he at the gym. Fatty, come on, bro, stop it. Why are you trying to? You know what? I believe you. I believe you. I believe you 100%. All right. Jaswin says, did I get blocked? No. What do you mean, did you get blocked? No, I ain't block you. And nobody better not block you unless I tell them to. You good. Yeah, I don't know what I'm getting myself into, but it is what it is. Let's get back into it. Shout out to the team. Fatty says, trust the process. We gonna trust it.
When profilers dissect the psyche of criminals, one of the most important things they want to know is who raised this person. What was your childhood like? I can't think of any profession where they're saying, well, what was your profession? What job did your mother have? What job did your father have? No, they want to know who raised you, because who raised you is the foundation of your life. And unfortunately, that child, that person has to then go out and interact with other people.
Psychology of jobs, they definitely review what type of job you do. They definitely use the type of profession that you have in breaking down your behavior behind it. If y'all will ever watch like anything BAU or whatever, behavior science, they absolutely look into the profession. They can guess what profession you're in based upon a lot of different factors. So it definitely plays a point. But I guess she's speaking to documentaries in which they talk about the parents less than they talk about the parents' job. If you say so. I'm not sure just yet, right or wrong. I think some of the information she's given is pretty spot on as far as documentaries and things like that. I'm going to guess she is well prepared for this conversation. I never met her, never seen none of her content. Don't know if this is actually part of, like, this is her crew, or if they don't even get along like that. But interesting enough either way. But I actually have, Annalise has came on Fight Club a long time ago and screamed at everybody, and people said that she was doing something. So, okay.
So the parent is not off the hook. We hear that all the time, all over the internet. Pookie and Ray Ray were raised by single mothers. So therefore, parenting is brought into the discussion. And you will never see a scenario where parenting won't be brought into the discussion, because it is extremely important. And it's also the hardest thing to do as well, to have someone's life rest in your hands, for you to be responsible for their mental, emotional, and psychological well-being is an enormous responsibility. There is no profession that requires an employee to be responsible for the emotional, psychological, and physical well-being of a person or persons throughout the entirety of their life, but parents do require this, and it requires it all day.
I don't know about y'all, but that's a lie. That's a lie. She's wrong. Uh, you can't measure that. How do you know somebody is responsible to somebody's physical, emotional well-being for their entirety of their life? That's a lie. She's 100. Now, that's my S. She's 100% wrong. You cannot measure responsibility. How are you responsible? Give me an example. Give me an example, because when you speak to responsibility for the entirety of someone's life, I don't know how you can substantiate that, and I don't know how you can measure that. I disagree, but that's her position. I'm going to disagree vehemently with that. Definitely not for the entirety of their life. And I could argue we don't even know how to decipher if you're actually responsible for certain things, because you don't even know the impacts of your parenting and the psychological effects it have till later in life. People could have psychological effects 10 years, 15 years down the line. And are you responsible for that? So if you are responsible for that, you have to, and first of all, Robbie, Child Protective Services does not say you're responsible for the entirety of all that for their entire life. If it does say that, if you want to support her in saying for the entirety of someone's life, I dropped a link. I want to hear you get up here and lie to me. I want to hear you get up here and lie to me. Now, you can argue for children, but she's speaking to the entirety. I'm listening to the language. I might miss something here or there, but she said the entirety. Don't make me go back. And I don't believe that's BS. That's not the entirety of someone's life. No, because responsible means what? That there's consequence that can be given. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Don't think that I am. Don't think that I am. But I could be wrong. Oh, you know what? So Robbie want to play. I don't mind play a little bit. I don't mind. Give me 1 second, Robbie. Yeah, you want to come up here and cause some trouble? Sure. I don't mind anybody come up here and substantiating a position. Not at all. I don't mind at all. I will have to adjust that in just one moment. Let me send a link to Miss Robbie because she like causing trouble, and I'm not gonna stop her from doing it. I'm not gonna stop Miss Robbie from doing it. No. Yeah, there you go. You can have it, Miss Robbie. Yeah, I'm gonna give you that option to come up here and lie to everybody face like that. What else am I missing? I'm missing something, but I don't know what it is. I'll pull it up later. I will pull it up later. Uh, mm, Let me adjust one more thing real quick. And I'm going to allow Robbie to come up here and lie like this. I'm going to allow her to. Yeah, because she feels very strongly about the entirety of someone's life. Hmm. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah. I'm gonna allow you to lie. I'm absolutely gonna allow you to lie up here and speak to these lies. Go ahead and lie to me. I'm gonna allow it. Now, first of all, Miss Robbie, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you? Can you hear me?
Your audio is really low.
How about now? Is it better?
No, it's substantially low. I can only faintly hear your. I can only faintly hear you. So, guys, we'll be waiting for Robbie to get her audio adjusted because I can only faintly hear her. I'm pretty sure if I can't hear her, you guys can't hear her, right? So she's gonna come back uh, in the meantime. Victim Olympus, you said you're still in your mama's basement. What's your point? Victim Olympus, what's your point just because I live in my mama's basement? I'm a grown man. I can live in anybody's basement that I want. Hmm. Uh, Somebody said significantly low, Aaron, not substantially low. No, I said substantially low. Yeah, that's what I said. And I'm pretty sure I'm accurate in what I said, but feel free to try to correct me if you want. But I'm going to stick with what I said. Is that better, Robbie?
I think so. I'm
Yep.
fixing something on my
Yep.
computer
Yep.
for
You
right
good.
now.
You good. You coming through. You coming through clear as daylight.
Good, good, good. Um,
No,
so
whoa. Before you go, are you saying you agree with the words and the language in which she used as to be accurate?
so it depends on how you want to put responsibility, since you added the caveat of there being like a legal consequence. No, legally you're not responsible. Morally you are.
So morally, you're responsible.
Yes.
How do we measure that?
Well, that's the great thing about it. You can't, it is difficult to measure responsibility morally to one's children. However, when we're having these conversations and we're talking about relationships and the fallacies of relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
The responsibility ultimately falls to the parenting. With women, it's your women, your mothers didn't teach you how to cook. Your mothers taught you how to be sexually promiscuous, or your father wasn't in the picture, so he didn't teach you how to function in an appropriate relationship. For men, it's your father was absent, so this is why you have the behaviors of adolescent parenting. It sets the predilections for behavior that you will continue in the future. That's why I said it's based on the foundation.
Okay,
So
but
go
I,
ahead.
I understand what you're saying, but I could be morally responsible for somebody as well, even if I'm not their parent, right?
So if you have raised someone, because we're not going to conflate the issue by bringing it into play, the responsibility for like your wife or your parents and things of that nature, just to the aspect of parenting, even with what's happening with the elderly community. If you have not set forth a proper protocol and foundation
Mm-hmm.
for how you interacted with your children, you're not going to get taken care of as an elderly person. So it with the parenting cycle, it becomes a circle of life thing. Your parents take care of you when you're unable to speak, when you're unable to toilet yourself, when you're unable to be self-ambulatory. As you grow up, depending on how you're raised, you're supposed to in turn take care of your parents when they're unable to speak, when they're unable to toilet themselves, when they're not self-ambulatory. And
So,
go ahead.
but morality is arbitrary, right?
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
So that's why I say she could be right because it's just her opinion and no one can invalidate it or validate it because it's just arbitrary to based on what the what principles or things she wants to teach, whether they are considered good or bad or whatever is up to her.
Mm, I think it's up to the mores that society places on raising children. And I think for a vast period in time, parenting was not at at the top of the list for what people were supposed to do, which is why society is in the state that it is right now. Look at when we talk about marriages. Well, back in the day, grandma and grandpa, that speaks to parenting. How were you raised? How did the traditions of your family get passed down to you? And if you're not, interested in really teaching tradition, values, and morality and imparting that into your children, and your children go against society, then ultimately it falls on you. When we're looking at serial deleters, when we're looking at, you know what I'm saying, people that commit crime, it's oftentimes based on how they were parented. Even profilers look at the parenting and the socioeconomic dynamics in which one is raised to determine why they went so far off the grid.
Yeah, but when we speak to responsibility, fair enough. Fair enough. I want to hear more from her because you seem sold on the fact that you think. Now, I'll ask you this and then we'll move on. Do you think that you're responsible for the life span of said child, you're the parent for the rest of their life?
Absolutely. Because as a person that has children and as a person that has a parent, my mom still pours into me daily. There are things that you have to navigate until you die. My mother is significantly older than me. So things that may be challenging or I don't have the full understanding of, she gives insight. And somebody was trying to call my phone. Can you hear me?
It's a little distorted.
Let me refresh it.
Oh wait, there you go. You good now. You good now.
But
So I think the issue that I have is the responsibility aspect. I mean, because it's so immeasurable, it's like, all right, I'm responsible for how you treat women, and your child treat women bad. Okay, how do you prove that you're responsible? Or can you just say I'm responsible? That's the issue that I'm having. You like now, if you go to jail for it, there's some accountability tied to it as far as the responsibility of something. But just to say I'm responsible for the duration of someone's life, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I understand the legal aspect. There's a legal limit, of course, but it's it's a lot of subjectiveness in that conversation. We'll continue on, and if you guys believe these lies, y'all listen up.
Every day. It's also the only job that causes you to lose money rather than gain it. Boom.
Okay. I see somebody in the chat saying they were on the other side and they're already convinced because of your opening statement.
Ooh.
I don't now it's the only job that causes you to lose money rather than gain it. That's a very thoughtful thing. So I'm not going to overly challenge that. Because I think in general that's a probably pretty accurate statement. But I will argue there are children that make a lot of money. You call them child stars, call them whatever you want. There are children that make a lot of money to the point where their parents are their managers. And especially with the increasing reach of social media, it's starting to become more and more prevalent. So I'd argue that that might used to be the case, but we're slowly heading out of that. And if having children costs you money, one could argue it's because you're lazy. One could argue that. But fair enough, that's her opening position. Being a parent is the hardest job in the world. Okay.
Ooh, I feel good. I don't have a lot to add. I will say that although I guess my angle may be a bit different, everything Cynthia said, of course, is 100,000% true. My approach, or when I think about parenting, and I know people associate things that are hard with things that are bad. I also think that being a parent, in addition to being the hardest job, it's the only job that actually can cultivate and build character in people. I think that it is the only job that's going to challenge you to truly learn who you are and understand who you are, know what your capacity as a human being is, know what your deficits as a human being is. And that's the only job that's going to teach you absolutely everything about who you are as a human being to your core. There's no other job that has the capacity to do that. So my thing is, though it is the hardest job in the world, the payoff, in my estimation, is the greatest, because it builds character, it builds resilience, and it builds who you actually are. And it's a good way for people to tell on themselves. And that's why people will say, hey, if you want to know the outcome or who produced what kid, just refer to their parents, look at their parents, whatever. That's the way that I look at it. So yes, it is the hardest job in the world for many reasons that were mentioned obviously by Cynthia, but it is the most rewarding, thankless, albeit, but it is the most rewarding, and that's what I have to add.
All right. Thank you, Annalicia. Themis, your opening statements. Then Petty, you'll go after him.
So, that it allows you to understand yourself does not make it difficult. That you lose money does not make it difficult. That criminal minds are sort of dissected through the lens of the appearance does not also make it the most difficult job in the world. And so, as I bleed into my intro, one of the most condescending things I have said on this channel is that quote unquote words mean things. This was in reference to a young man by the name of Orange Pill who could not understand that the majority is still a part of the whole. Therefore, if a man pays the majority of the bills, he is paying a more significant portion of said bill and thus is still paying a part of the bill and not the entire bill. As strange as this is, that was an actual conversation. Therefore, we're here again to further define words. The words in vogue today are parenting, hardest, and job. I hope
Oh,
we
I
can.
thought you were using difficult. I wanted us to go with difficult because hard is just a synonym of difficult. So I think we should just go with it.
All right. Well, after the intro, then I'll come back to that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was his way of saying, don't cut me off. Because he looked like got that pimp hand. Don't let me speak. I didn't interrupt you. That was his way of saying that politely. That was a way of saying that politely. Don't you interrupt me. I didn't say nothing when you were speaking. Let me finish. And he is right. He did not interrupt. So let the man finish. And don't try to break through his argument or point to benefit you. Don't you try. Don't you try.
So at the end of it, we can clarify if we're talking about difficult versus hard. Okay.
I hope we can concede to the definitions I will list and not lean on some esoteric understanding that cannot be explained or measured. First, a job, a post or employment where work is paid. The word job does not capture the work done by a parent. Thus, we will be using it contextually to discuss the work done by a parent, knowing that the word job in actuality diminishes the importance of the post of a parent. I said diminishes the importance, not the hardship or the difficulty. Second, hardship or difficulty is defined as being done with a great deal of force or strength, done with a great deal of effort. This implies physical labor. However, the space for mental labor will be debated if the other team can provide parameters for how we define mental labor and also measure it.
Parameters. He said, where's he from? Where's he from? He said parameters instead of parameter. Oh, man. But so far, he's right. I haven't heard, I don't sense nothing off of what he said so far.
No, and I mean, I have to give him that caveat. He did say putting it as a job is diminishing it, and that's true. It's a whole lifestyle, like it's a journey.
Oh, and we're not adding to it. We don't know if it's all that in a bag of potato chips or not. But the argument, shout out to Cece. She says, what's the argument? The argument is parenting is the hardest job in the galaxy. I'm going to add the galaxy because the world is, let's not limit it. That's the argument. And the affirmatives are Cynthia G's position and Annalicia's position. And the counters or the would be Themis and Prince Petty, or what I think is Petty. And that's what the argument is. So far, I haven't been convinced one way or the other, but I'm noticing that some people are already cutting people off. I ain't going to say no names, but I'm just noticing that.
Hardest or most difficult, therefore refer to the superlative form and thus requires that there is absolutely no job that one can engage in that would take a greater deal of effort to do. My job today, pun intended, is simple. All I have to do is provide a single job that requires more force or strength and therefore more effort than parenting. If I can do this, parenting is not the hardest job in the world, and the debate ends. If I cannot convince you, it still does not mean I fail, as if you can imagine a more difficult job than parenting, well, then the absolute statement would fail. I don't mean parenting is, quote, not the hardest job in the world in the way we use the phrase, not the hardest job in the world, to describe something that is easy. Parenting is not easy, it is extremely hard. Not the hardest job in the world quite literally mean there is a job that is harder. This brings us to the last thing that needs to be defined upfront: parenting. The activity of bringing up a child as a parent, a person who brings up and cares for children. If you are currently raising a child, you are a parent. What it means to be a good parent, if this is introduced, will have to be defined by the team or person who introduces it. Currently, parenting is merely raising and choosing to raise a child. There are parents who give their entire lives to their children, completely devoting their entire existence to the service of raising their children. Then there are parents on the other extreme whose children are mere inconveniences for which nannies and cooks will provide the child with all its physical needs, paid for by the parent, like the upkeep of South Sea pearls. Most parents fall somewhere between the two extremes. What we know is that not all parenting style results in parents having the hardest job in the world. The prompt, therefore, already has an answer. Is parenting the hardest job in the world? The answer, quite obviously, no, it is not. With some parent putting in little to no effort into parenting, the broad statement that parenting is the hardest job in the world is hyperbolic at best and an intentional lie at worst. Because parenting is the hardest job for you and that you've ever done, which it has to be for you to hold this position, it does not make it the hardest job everyone has ever done and can ever do. That the average person or parent can raise a child and have multiple other jobs highlight that this person and people like them do have the capacity for more work. Some jobs do not leave you with the capacity for additional work. Unless you believe parents who work aren't good parents or aren't parenting, then we have single mothers who come into vogue. Tell a sulfur miner at the foot of a volcano who more likely will develop respiratory illness at best or even die at worst, which is part of the extreme and also a reasonable expectation of the job. Think about a contract aid for living dementia patients. Most of these contracts are for 10 to 20 years. The stress and labor included dwarfs that of an average parent. Similarly, a bomb diffuser, special education teacher, neurosurgeon, president, active duty military officer, mining roof bolters who go into a mine cave before it is safe to bolt the roof so that others can go into it. Think about an astronaut who is exposed to increased levels of radiation and tremendous training as they endeavor to go out into outer space. Maybe a chemist who is exposed to chemicals over and over again. If we are honest, parenting is not as hard as the job listed, though it is extremely difficult and maybe one of the hardest jobs in the world. Think of physically lifting a child versus a boulder, and no, most of these mining areas require you to lift it manually. It should be clear that I believe being a parent is hard. I would even argue that it is one of the hardest jobs in the world if we are attempting to do it right. I believe this is a win linguistically. I cannot concede without further evidence that it is not just one of, but the hardest job ever. Such a statement seems to lack any sense of nuance or room for the speaker to be wrong. Such an absolute statement opens us up for attacks that we have to always defend. I would never make the claim about any job that it is the hardest in the world. Rather, that it is among the hardest, not that it is the hardest. Why does it need to be the hardest? Who do we need to convince that parenting is the hardest job? Is it not enough that it is hard? It is among the hardest and probably the hardest thing any of us will ever do. This question is not one you need to answer. However, I will ask it as we head into the debate. Why must being a parent be the hardest job in the world? Please know, to define the correct way to parent in a way that makes it the hardest job in the world would mean more than 98% of parents, maybe even 100%, would not be able to do it. Additionally, that there is no training or required curriculum for deciding to do it does not do what my opponents might think. It does not prove difficulty, maybe ignorance, but not that it is the hardest. I do not currently have children. Does it take a village, or does that only apply when we need help? I look forward to the debate and learning as much as I can. To say it is the hardest job leads me to one final question. How strong do you consider yourself to be taking on, quote, the hardest job?
Yeah, he's a nerd. No doubt. Nerd, 100%. No doubt, nerd. Thought of every counterpoint in his opening statement. Try to push her into a corner. Linguistically, we don't even know how well he can speak, but but I actually think he countered it really well, because the burden of proof is not on him.
Well, so this is the thing, and I see a lot of people in the chat are like having a little issue with this style of conversation. This is exactly what debate is supposed to be. Any of you guys that took debate in college or in high school, you're given a topic. You are supposed to come prepared with your opening, depending on how many rounds you're going to go back and forth. You're supposed to be able to think ahead. It's like it's a verbal chess game. You have to be able to think ahead, put your plot points out so that your opening statement is substantiated and you can win the debate. Now, Cynthia G going against Themis, I have to give Themis his flowers. His opening was really, it was kind of spot on. And it does speak to people wanting to get like accolades and flowers for doing a job that they chose to do. Yeah, parenting is a really hard job. If you're a good parent, yes, you are going to care about the physical, emotional, and psychological well-being of your children, especially when your children start having children. But damn.
I think he got her in the corner, pinned down. He's taken every angle that she has to basically substantiate to debunk his position. And I think that's going to be extremely difficult, especially because he sounds like a nerd. And it's hard to beat nerds, okay? It's hard to beat them.
Well, especially because he's taking accountability in his opening as well. Yep. I'm not a parent, and I'm not going to say that parenting isn't hard. I just want to learn. So, yeah. Damn.
And then there's she left nothing open for debate. It is the hardest job in the world. So that it's literally an absolute. So he's right. Like, wow, you got to prove an absolute. That is extremely difficult to do. And then even on the aspect of, speaking of it, good parenting versus bad parenting. Is bad parenting hard?
Nope. And that's where she really did herself a disservice, because she's speaking to extremely good parents, which we know are in the prevailing minority.
So I'm in agreement with that, but it's just the opening salvo. So she may be able to, she might have threw it out there like, yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, just to rally him in. So she might be coming with the haymakers. We don't know. We both understand that the opening is one of the most powerful, but obviously the closing is also a way in which you can hit the haymaker. So we don't know. The middle point will be the buildup. So
do you want to make a bet? You want to make a bet?
They don't know. No. No. First of all, I'm not betting against the nerd. And so if you want to bet on the side of the women, I'll take the men's side.
No. That's not the bet I was gonna make. See, Aaron be trying to get me, y'all. He be trying to get me. He making them L moves, No. The bet that I was gonna make is in her closing, she's going to pull on the emotions of the audience. She may even drop a tear.
Damn. You know what? You know women too well. So I can't even go against you because I gotta concede because women are masterful. I just felt and you like now you don't want to be held accountable. You're gonna drop some tears. And most women know men don't deal with tears well. All right, we just don't. Unless we in that mood, like when Cheeky is up, me and Cheeky was on the panel, we was like, we don't care about these tears right now. So that was a little, so sometimes it'd be like that. But I think the openings are good. I don't know if Prince Petty is going to give an opening or not because I think they're too tied together. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, that was amazing. Petty, do you have anything to add? Hold on, Cynthia. We're gonna get Petty's opening statement if he has anything to add, and then we'll start the discussion part.
Well,
go ahead.
I'm sure we're all eager to start, and my partner left no crumbs on the table for me to eat. And I fully agree with my partner, so I'll be short and concise. Parenting is an extremely broad term. As my partner said, what parenting means is to raise a child. And therefore, it is a spectrum. There are parents who are extremely involved, and then there are parents who are much less involved, which we obviously know of in our community especially. I want to reiterate what my partner said. Parenting is hard, and I agree it can be one of the hardest jobs someone can do. However, the fact that this broad spectrum exists in which a parent can be good or bad only serves to prove our argument that parenting is not in absolute the hardest job everyone has ever done and will ever do.
Oh, he's my favorite. He's my favorite already, straight to the point, concise. Now, I just want to know, right? Because they say hair is such an emotional thing for people. Is his parents responsible for how his hair looked? I'm just wondering because it's for life. Is it the entirety of the being?
Yes.
So the parents responsible for how that hair looking, how it make people feel, how it impacts the world. Parents responsible for that?
Yeah. Well, listen. If it make him feel good, great. Is it presentable in a professional setting? Possibly not. Do your parents teach you what's acceptable? Absolutely.
So is Sin G looking all professional for you in a professional setting?
No, she's not. No, she's not.
You don't like the grandma dress?
I mean, no, the dress is all right. It's the turban for me.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's a turban.
Oh, okay. So she about to. Okay, I get it. So she about to blow up on this show. I get it. Okay, no problem. We're gonna see how well she does. Are you familiar with her content? Because I'm not.
I've had sound bites from her. I've not been able to make it through a full video. It's a little harsh for me when she said delete black male babies. I wasn't with the shits. It was a turn off for me.
I'm not gonna get emotional to what people say. If she presents an argument to why she thinks it's a good idea, whether or not it's a possibility you could do that, I mean, she should be allowed to bring such positions strongly through. I gotta get out our emotions, right? You say it all the time. Get out your emotions.
Oh, I know. I'm not in my emotions. I just know that mentality, I don't want to potentially be infected or influenced, regardless to the, however well she's able to present that point fundamentally.
Do you think Annalisa is cheating because she's not on cam? Like I've never
absolutely.
She is, right? Yeah, right. Because I think that's a little unfair. It's hard to read people. She's probably reading from a computer screen, looking up everything during the debate. Like, I don't know. I think it's a little unfair, but
it's lazy. It's lazy because everybody else on the show is on camera. So also it throws off the aesthetic.
I would 100% agree, but I guess she's very powerful in this space from what people say to me. So I guess she's somebody. I don't know.
I don't know her.
So yeah, listen, I'm not one to not validate whether somebody's somebody because I don't know many people, but people in the chat said she be going crazy out in these streets. So let's see where we go from here.
Good. Cynthia, I know you have, okay, so you're ready.
Respond. Because the main point of Themis's argument is that parenting doesn't qualify as a job, and if he can get parenting thrown out as a job because it lacks monetary pay, then somehow he can win the argument. But that's not the case, because payment doesn't necessarily have to mean money.
No.
One can be paid in many different ways.
Okay, that's not my argument.
Themis, can you clarify, because I didn't get that from what you said either.
So clearly Kay is an effective listener, because Themis said, I didn't say that. And Cynthia G sounds like she's making up words and saying he said something which he didn't say, so she can counter her own position.
Listen, it sounds to me like she's already realized that he got the best of her. Don't be fooled for a moment. I think she listened and listened well. I think what she's trying to do now is switch the narrative and derail the conversation a bit, because she doesn't have a great counter for that. And sometimes people have to realize, if somebody has it, just give them their flowers. You know what? All right, then I'm gonna have to get you the next one, because you got it.
So you either just you either slide past those comments and counter it really, really well, or don't do it, because this can backfire. So let's see what the argument is.
No. I did say the part about the first part about a job and getting it out of the category of a job, because I think you said it doesn't qualify as a job because it doesn't.
By strict definition, I would not claim it to be a job. However, for this debate, I will continue to be, in my mind, linguistically incorrect by calling it a job. That was.
And why wouldn't it be a job? Why wouldn't it qualify?
A job is defined as a work that is paid. And because parents do not get paid for the work,
they don't get paid in money. They don't get paid with money, right?
Yeah.
You're measuring, because we measure payment by getting a paycheck and money. That's what I'm saying. You can get paid in many different ways. Yeah. So to say parenting doesn't qualify as a job because it lacks monetary pay would be the same as saying an internship doesn't qualify as a job because it doesn't always get paid with money.
Agreed, but I'm saying that calling it a job diminishes its importance. Not that,
but it is a job though. Whether you get paid by money or not is still a job that requires effort.
I can concede, if you want to call it a job, I can concede to that.
I just want to know.
So I will give her a point here, because she's getting him to concede off the position that it's not linguistically a job. She's putting a stump on his neck, like, you gonna call it a job. And I'm going to argue this point until you can see this a job. So I have to give her that counterpoint there. I have to give her the lead, because he stepped back for the sake of the conversation. I think that's why he's doing it. Like, I don't want to get stuck here. But she stepped on his neck and forced him to admit that it is a job for the sake of it. So I'll give her a point right now. So
not the lead though. Not the lead though. A point. Not.
No, she definitely ain't got the lead right now. But like I said, she probably realized she started off in the hole, so now she's being a little more aggressive, because she's kind of cutting them off. And just based upon what I've noticed so far, she has no problem cutting people off. And Themis tends to be more of a listener, so he's not as aggressive. I haven't hear his voice project much, so he's probably not going to fight her back while she's cutting them off. But who knows? Because if it gets a little aggressive, he might. I don't know. He might get a little aggressive. I don't know.
But this is the thing. So I find his debate style more effective. You know what I'm saying? You cannot win a debate if you cannot listen. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people like about you. That's why they feel you're a great debater, while Aaron is always underselling himself. Shout out to the humility. If you can't listen to what's being said, how can you counter?
Yeah, by overpowering. And her technique is pretty much so far as being forceful. She hasn't intellectually undercut his positions, not yet. So forcefully, she's backed him in the corner, and maybe, because mind you, it's kind of like poker to a degree as well. So this level of aggression, I like it for her, because she probably needs it, because you have to know, because when you play poker, you play the person, not necessarily the hand, right? That's the argument, right? And so I think she's familiar with him, so she's playing him less of the actual position, which may go not so well because this is more of an intellectual matter. So we'll see. We'll see. But so far, she's beat down. To me, it's like 50-1 right now. I don't know how you feel about it, but she's deep in the hole right now. So
yeah, he got her backed up. She's clawing her way back out.
Let's see what she got.
What would make it not a job?
Because
Why
a
is it not
job, when we think about a job sort of as a linguistic framework, I think of a job as something where you clock in and clock out of and you get compensated for it.
With money.
Parenting,
You get compensated with money, right?
yeah, with money. And
Right, but do you
parenting,
agree that the compensation can come in a number of different ways that does not involve money?
that is correct. But for a job
then it can still be a job.
specifically, I don't think this is a matter of like the debate. I don't mind it being considered a job. I think calling what parents do a job diminishes the role and the importance of the post. But if you want to call it a job, I'm completely fine with that. From my perspective, I think parenting is much more than a job, and I'm reducing it to a job in the context of this debate so that we can move forward. But I think half the people might think it is not a job, and another half might think it is a job. And I think the word job is useless, but for me, it diminishes the importance. But I don't really mind.
So just for
I guess my question, well, maybe Kay will get into the definition. Let's see if Kay pulls up definition because she's good at stuff like that.
clarity in terms of the discussion, we are going to be calling it a job.
Yeah.
But you all may have differing opinions. We are calling it a job, and there's no.
I will give this the sin that like job.
Parenting is a job.
I mean, to be fair, I will give this the sin that like job can be defined as work done, right?
Duty.
Yeah, or duty. And so the job does have a theoretical framework, does have a limited time. And so for that, I would take parenting out of being a job. But for the purpose of this, I can concede to it being a job.
So let me ask a question. Why does saying that parenting is a job negate the importance of what it is when multiple things can be true? It can be a job, but it also can be a very monumental, very important job, and everything else is considered as well.
To be fair, if I say it's a job, I can accept that it's a job, and that would put it less importance in my mind.
What?
So,
So,
like,
You say it's a job because it relates to your taxes like a job too. You get tax credits for being a parent.
yeah,
Also-
but it does not work the same way as a job when you're filing your taxes, though.
Yeah, but it still relates to your taxes. You still got to turn in certain forms.
I mean, so it's a donation, but a donation is not a job.
Yeah, but these are different categories, though. So
And so is claiming a child and their W form.
so I just want to make sure we understand.
Workers doing some form of
Okay, so
Whoa.
What?
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Annalicia might sound like patriarchy Mike.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what? She got a mega 9,000 microphone?
Absolutely. Everybody needs one. Everybody needs one. If you're going to go on a panel, you need to have a really great mic.
I'm going to just be quiet. I'm not about to fight with y'all, lose my voice. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it again.
That's the thing about a really great mic, because a lot of times people think I'm yelling. I'm really not. My microphone is really just that loud. So I can literally be talking in a whisper and I'm still going to project over people. When I get the yelling, that's when it gets all the way up. But in this conversation, their thrust and parries were quite cute. It was cute, but it's not going to the topic at hand about parenting being the hardest job.
Yeah, she's veering off a little bit to try to make some ground up. I don't know if you noticed that. Like I said,
I did.
Presenting points that not necessarily relevant to the conversation to try to pull back some of that lead. And she's somewhat doing it somewhat effectively. I don't know if she's trying to throw him off his game, but I can see those glasses and he ain't about to get through off his game. So that ain't happening. But maybe Alicia will be able to do it because that mic is loud, man.
But like Sway said earlier, he's reading off of a script. He's actually thought about his position on the topic. He's thoroughly researched it, and he's, typed out appropriate responses based on whatever.
I think that's just his opening, though. I just listening to when she speaks, he's countering what she's saying. Then she's countering what he's saying. You can't write that. So he might have like bullet points of things that he wants to express and what he expects to counter. But I don't think he's like the whole. They're not reading from a script this process. I think the opening was scripted, and well, I don't even know if the word should be scripted, but the opening clearly he was prepared for.
They have an outline for their
something of that nature, and so obviously that makes sense to me. I think so far he went for the longest, so I think his is probably written down the most because he's probably the most intense about things. But we'll see, because she's smart enough to go, I got to make up some ground. So I'm definitely going to throw this in there, throw some salt, some sugar on this side, and see if he bites on anything. So that's what I've noticed so far. But to his pleasure, he jabs back and then he tries to get back on track. So he's not going to let you, for the sake of lack of words, he's not going to let you Jay Prince the conversation. He's not going to let you jump in and drag the whole thing to a new thing. He's jabbing like, back up off me. I see what you're trying to do. And she's been really smart. She's using her jab as well. So we're going to see where it leads to.
Are child care workers doing some form of parenting? And that's a job as well?
No. Okay, look, I will concede to it.
Just so that we're not going to get lost on the job discussion, just the definition of job that we're talking about is a task or a piece of work. It says especially paid, but it doesn't necessarily have to be paid. So we're going to go with that definition, and we don't need to like argue if it's a job or not. We understand that it is a job the debate is about, is it the hardest job? So let's stick to those points about whether or not it's the hardest job, because
because you can't have the argument about it being a job if you're saying that it's not a job because it doesn't qualify because it lacks monetary pay. That's why I brought that up, because from what I heard,
Themis, you agree? You've conceded that you will refer to. Okay, so it's a job.
What I was going to say. Okay, exact profession that you mentioned. But you mentioned that it was more difficult because of the physical labor that it required. And difficulty does not, it only refers to the amount of effort. Effort can be mentally, physically, financially, or otherwise. But as I recall, the job you mentioned, you said you based it on the physical strength, which is just one aspect of effort.
He said a bomb diffuser, Sin.
Okay, so because
most people are
bomb. Before we get into that, let's just have Themis say which jobs he mentioned so that you all can ask.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
All right, Themis, can you restate the jobs that you mentioned earlier?
Yes. So I listed a bomb diffuser, active military neurosurgeon, minor bolter for the roof of a mining hole, and a sulfur miner.
And none of those positions require your physical, mental, financial, emotional, and psychological effort. None of them do. They only do one or the other, or maybe two of them, but not all of them. Parenting requires all of them. If we're going to go into difficulty, because difficulty refers to the amount of effort. Effort refers to how much you're putting into something.
Yeah, but again, even to concede that, it wouldn't mean the effort is greater. So even if one profession requires multiple kinds of skill, if you're not maximizing all those skills in the job, then we can still say that the effort put forward to complete the task on a job isn't the same for one that only requires one kind of skill.
But if the effort isn't being used, then because if you can use or not use the effort, which in parenting, you have to use all of those effort in all of those areas. But if there's a certain position and you can use it or not use it, then obviously then the parenting would be more difficult. Because
that's fine, but you can measure stress and mental capacity. So I didn't know we were at I wanted us to do a sort of clarification first before we get into the debate. But we can create a bell curve for sort of mental input and stress. And this came out of Stanford Medical Center, and they can track how well people perform during stress, after stress, and also before that is what creates the bell curve. And we can track the input of people as it relates to their physical labor, and their mental labor tracked with it. So I
think that just jumped him way further in the lead. The fact that he's actually citing studies using a really reputable university, and he's the only one to give that position. And man, he is really good with words. I ain't gonna debate him. I'm gonna tell you that now. That's out. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, Themis is up there. You gotta be. I don't even think that he's not somebody that I would debate, but I would be better prepared than Cynthia G. And no. Let me clarify. I don't need no Cynthia G haters all up.
You know they love her over here. I'm pretty sure I got a lot of her supporters in the chat because they be talking about her. So
yes, but she is making an emotional debate, which is great. Some topics do call for emotional theorism, but Themis is basing his debate on, like how you said, studies, intellect, plot points that cannot be confused or disparaged. Her saying that these jobs don't require those other aspects is flamingly incorrect, because anybody that knows anybody that works in mining or has been in a mining town, you're literally in a very confined place. You can't kind of move. We saw when the miners got trapped. It's emotionally taxing. You have to put forth a lot of effort for a lot of these jobs. If you're an independent contractor, you have to put forth your own money in order to work. So maybe not to the same exact magnitude as parenting, but those things do have a place in the workforce. So it's a bad faith argument.
Well, when he said bomb diffuser, I was like, whoa, I wouldn't even have thought of that. So he's done his research clearly extensively. I know I've watched TV shows where I get nervous for the person on the TV with a scripted show, right? Because I try to immerse myself in things because it makes me enjoy things more. But I'm like, man, when it comes down to 5, 4, and you've seen actual shows when they can't diffuse it, yeah, but I don't know. That's a really, really good one. So far, she just, man, listen, where's her partner at? Tag her in. She needs a Snickers bar or something. All right, she needs a Snickers bar.
We hopefully will get into that, but I do think we have to set the groundwork in terms of clarification first.
So in terms of difficult, I'll read the definition for difficult and we'll kind of start from there. Annalisa, I'm going to come to you with this first and then I'll go to Petty. So the definition of difficult: needing much effort or skill to accomplish, deal with, or understand. So in terms of parenting, and then Petty, you'll go, to have your rebuttal against whatever Annalisa says. In terms of parenting, can you give some quantifiable ways that parenting is always going to be more difficult based on the definition that I just gave than any other job or career, Annalisa?
Based on the definition of difficulty?
Yeah, needing much effort or skill to accomplish, deal with, or understand.
With respect to parenting, the fact that you're always mentally and emotionally engaged and on the hook, that is not something that you can opt out of. That's not something that changes even as time goes by. That's not something that you can retire out of. And it's not something in emoting. The fact that you're always mentally and emotionally engaged and on the hook, that is not something that you can opt out of. That's not something that changes even as time goes by. That's not something.
That's a lie. She's lying. She's 100% lying. I'm focusing on the word always. right? Now, if anybody in my chat wants to put up the definition of always, right? Always engage? No, you're not. For your child to be kidnapped, you must disengage. Clearly, you must disengage when you leave your child in the car, right? Now, you can speak to the emotional part. I know my child is there. The problem is, we know for a fact that people have said on record numerous times over our lifetime, I just forgot. I just forgot. I don't recall. That's clearly a level of disengagement, and clearly on the emotional side and the physical side, you're not always engaged. And then she said, pretty much engaged forever. And it doesn't change even as time goes on, which is a lie, because the level of engagement definitely changes as time goes on. Definitely. Emotionally and physically. So when you ask the fear of your child, right, the emotional fear of them being hurt for running across the street when they're 3 years old changes when they're 18 years old, 17 years old. It actually changes. And then, so you telling me the levels, because we're talking about levels of caution, emotion that you would take. You have the same level of that emotion and fear and thought of your 3-year-old crossing the street and your 18-year-old crossing the street. The same levels.
So you're using a very specific plot point.
This is specific words, specific language, and I can add more.
Listen. The elements of caution and fear change as your child gets older. When you have babies and toddlers, you are worried that they will get outside of the house, outside of your supervision, and wind up hurting themselves. When your children are older, they are already outside of the house and outside of your supervision. But the things that can impact them and hurt them are much more severe. For instance, car accidents, gang violence. If they're at a party, if something pops off at the party, they can be hurt that way, which is why a lot of parents don't turn off.
It does
change.
Right.
It does
even
change.
If you're right, and I'm looking at it as decreasing, you're saying it's elevating. Either way, I'm right. Like, she's saying that it doesn't, even as time goes on, which I'm definitely disagreeing with. But fair enough. I will stick with that because I'm going to take your insight on that, because I happen to agree that's not a hill for me to die on. I believe it's very possible that for some people it increases, and for some it may decrease. You're a woman. I'm a man. I've noticed how men deal with men and women deal with women. The levels of worrying is different for men and women, and especially in the degree in which they worry. So I think that plays an element to it. But luckily, this is not a conversation about a mother and father. It's about a parent. So it's not.
The added caveat to this, and a lot of people are not going to like it. Sorry, not sorry. It's perspective. If you're a single parent, then parenting is the hardest job. If you're co-parenting or if you're married,
but that's moot, because the argument is parent. So it's parenting regardless. It's not a requirement for both to be there to be a parent. So that's
a lie. Society.
No.
You know what? I'm not even going to die on that.
No. What you personally want and how it's defined is the arguments. And if the arguments is what they're saying, a lot of what parenting is doesn't actually exist.
No, but this is the thing. Parenting is supposed to be shared. It's supposed to be a shared responsibility. Why some people find parenting to be the hardest job is because they're taking on dual aspects of parenting as one individual. I don't
disagree with what you're saying, but is it defined that way? And that's why I'm saying
Let me look up the word. You know, I love to look up words.
Listen, I'm not a nerd. I just hang with them. I'm just saying they're arguing based upon how they're defining it. And so that's why when someone says, I'm a parent, if there's just a woman that says that I believe that's correct in the statement, that they are actually a parent. And so would a single dad or a single mom, they would actually be a parent indifferent of each other. So I'm saying, right. So that's their argument. That's what I'm guessing is their argument, because clearly.
But this is the thing, right? It depends on which type of parenting that you're speaking to, because there's 4 parenting styles. There's permissive, authoritative, neglectful, and authoritarian. So depending on which parenting style you choose, then that job may be the hardest. If you're an authoritarian, yeah, it's going to be pretty hard because you are on top of your child. You're being a helicopter parent. But if you're a neglectful parent, Bob's your uncle because you're not doing nothing. You plopping your kids in front of somebody's TV, letting SpongeBob raise them. You ain't doing nothing. You chilling. And that's where that's the fallacy in her argument, and it's what's going to sink her. Because if Themis has done his research to this capacity, I'm sure he's going to bring up the 4 parenting styles.
We'll see. We'll see. Eugene still says parenting can be really difficult if not planned. This is probably why they arguing it's difficult, because most of these children are not planned. That wasn't
shout out to the oops babies. Oops.
There you go. That wasn't a problem for a lot of us, but some of it was. When my boys were babies, shout out to Thanos Theory. When his boys were babies, he said boys, so I don't know if he has a girl or not. The fact that they went to daycare without being able to communicate was the highest it will ever be for me. So I think he's speaking to what Annalisa said as far as it doesn't change, right? And so we spoke to levels. And I think we undercut her position argument, but I think if she was here, she yell and scream at us and say we're dumb. So I don't want to fight with her, especially if she's not going to be on cam. But shout out to Thanos. I agree with that. I think that the levels will, as time evolves, it will change. Whether it's some, like you said, it's argumentative because some it's less and some is more. So like, because we could argue 70s babies in the whole, it's love generation. They was more freer than ever. Oh, go. Because remember, before the 80s, 90s, before the Amber Alert and all that stuff going crazy, children just went wherever the hell they wanted. They used to just roam around. So, like, one could argue what level of, existed then if that was the case. So I could argue.
People were smoking in front of their kids. They was in cars with no car seats. And...
I was on the Bay Bridge in the back of a pickup truck, no seatbelts. Hey, so I know the life. I look a little, I'm an old man, so I know. That's why I'm like, Annalisa, I don't know how old she is. I don't know if she has children. I'm not saying it matters, because if you can articulate your point and perfect it is what it is. But I just think she's very much off so far, and she's bringing her team down some points. And Petty ain't said nothing. He just like, you got it. You got it. Go ahead and win. So
exactly. I have to log in really quickly. Give me a few minutes and I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah. Take your time. Take it on.
Something that you can retire out of, and get a and start to get your pension for. Parenting is a never-ending. It's a never-ending endeavor. It doesn't end, and that alone, in and of itself, that makes it more difficult than your conventional jobs that typically you age out of, because after a certain point, regardless of the difficulty level, after a certain point, 65, it's 65 over here, but we recognize that mental.
I'm sorry, guys. I just want to make sure I understand. And anybody can join the panel as long as you are not crazy and not going to try to do nothing crazy to stop the show. But she says, I don't know if that's true. You can't you can't opt out of parenting, right? Let me ask you, have you ever heard someone say, I'm not allowed to parent my own children? She took my kids away from me. Now, he don't have no contact with, he ain't spoke to his dad in 10 years. He ain't seen his mom in 10, 11 years. Now, they ain't had no conversation. They were there, right? And then they were not. I don't know if that's optional or forceful, but to my understanding, and you know what, I wish Thanos was here because he keeps everything balanced, but I'm confused. Y'all riding with her? This the person? That's her. I think she's all the way off with this. I don't understand this. I think you can definitely opt out of parenting. I think that it's optional in a lot of ways, and the reason why it's so honored and respected by children over time as they get older is because they understand that it was an option. Like, I make the argument all the time. Parenting is extremely selfless in a lot of ways because you don't have to do it. You birth the child, and don't have to put the bottle in their mouth. You don't have to change. You don't have to do it, especially when you don't have any enforceable. There's no enforceable responsibility, morality extensively, right? Because there's a lot of options for you to get out of these situations. In most cases, at least psychological, physical, etc. You might have a financial burden, but some could argue you can even get out of that in few ways. So I don't know. I just disagree with her position. So I think she so far, she's the worst debater so far. I don't know about y'all. I don't know if y'all keeping score. So far, she is the worst out of everybody on the panel. Now, Petty is super smart. He like, we got it. We up what, 35 points on the score of the touchdown. We up. So I'm going to chill. Just run the ball. Just run. We run it. So I just think she's doing a really poor job at expressing her position and executing what she's saying. I don't agree with her so far with nothing. And I think she's doing a lot of babble in there so that way she can kind of convince us that she's saying something of relevance and importance when she's not, and she's not substantiating anything. I think this is a lot of speaking to emotions, right? Especially because I believe somebody said her audience is women. I don't know if that's true, but if that's the case, this emotional ploy, like this is all trying to speak to the emotional aspect. And I'm going to guess being a mother is probably harder than being a dad. We'll see if we'll get to that point. But so far, she's taking big L's. Big L's. Shout out to Themis. He said, the caution taken between my firstborn and my youngest was almost night and day. So I'm guessing what Thanos mean by that is that the levels of fear, caution, etc., it altered over time because he's saying it's night and day. So I'm guessing it was. I think the first child is the hardest, is what they say, because you're learning with them, and I have a high level of respect for the oldest child in any family because I know that's the most difficult position in any family. So I think that's what Thanos is kind of saying. Like, man, that first child, my training wheels was on. I didn't know what to expect. And now I know how to prevent danger in this area. And I know this and this and that. And so the levels just totally slowed down for him. So shout out to Thanos. That makes sense. And I think that debunks her point. I think she's too emotional with her language. I think the men are so far being very particular in language, and the women are being a little too emotional with it. So, but we have to hear more of the case because they may be holding back and waiting for us to make bad positions, and then they'll counter them because that's some technique that people use as well.
Decline, emotional decline, psychological decline, you're not going to be able to perform your job at the same level. Whereas parenting, unfortunately, it doesn't really matter. 65 and onwards, you are still required to be emotionally engaged, invested, psychologically invested and engaged, and that's a difficulty that can be quantified. But it's also something that is unparalleled in terms of other professions. What professions? I don't know any professions that are still on the hook when they're 90 years old or on their deathbed.
Patty, what is your response to that?
I know a profession. Of course, I'm going to mention the profession of soldier. We're defining, it seems like, hardship as something that you can't clock out of. I'm not sure which soldiers are able to clock out of a war. I'm not sure which soldiers have an 8-to-5 job. You also seem to be defining hardship as even after you don't necessarily have the hard responsibility, let's call it that, anymore. I'm assuming the child turns 18, moves out the house, and goes off into the world. You're saying there's a kind of anxiety and still mental stress associated that for a lifetime. That is also something that I would assume a soldier has. Actually, I don't have to assume, because I believe there is research to show that soldiers can have lifetime PTSD, anxiety, stress, and depression related to their job. So if that's how you're defining hardship, I absolutely can compare that job to it.
So can we clarify some things first? Because, and this is just for us up here, can we all agree that parenting is one of the hardest jobs? Like, we all agree, so we don't even have to get into that, right? Like, there's no one up here that does not agree with that.
I'm saying it's the hardest.
I'm also saying that it's the hardest.
No, yeah,
not because it's the hardest to me.
No. That is
personally,
the debate itself.
but objectively,
Most
that it is.
soldiers have never seen combat. So at the end of the day, wars are not consistently always going on. Parenting is. So at the end of the day, yes, soldiers do get to tap out of wars because wars are not consistent and ongoing.
All right. Do we have to be a parent to have this discussion?
Apparently.
No. I don't think you do.
To win.
Is that a fair position? Some soldiers don't actually go to war as opposed to the ones that do. Is that a fair argument when the argument is parents don't have that option? I'm kind of torn between good parenting and bad parenting, because I look at it as in this argument as whether you had to go to war or whether you had to prepare for it, right? Because just even the thought of knowing that you have to go into this has an impact on it as well. Right. I think we're kind of at a standstill right now, but I'm a little torn. I'm a little torn because I think that I don't know if she's arguing it well or not, because I ain't gonna lie. Would I rather be a parent or go to war? Just think about it. If we had to take the argument, would you rather be a parent or go to war? If we took a vote for this, I think most people would say I'll take parenting. I know it sounds crazy, but I think most people would say parenting. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. So,
I mean, if you look at it, surface level, yeah, because not all wars, especially how we do it in modern times, you're not staying the whole time. So you may deploy with your unit, brigade, you know what I'm saying, and only be there for max 15 months. And then come home. When you're a parent, that's the rest of your life, or at least until adulthood, if that's how you do it.
But this is the thing. Optional, right? Hey, we're going to war with such and such right now, right? And I think he used the word soldier, right? And obviously that spans. For the sake of the conversation, we're going to say infantry, right? We're going to say foot soldier, whatever you want to argue it.
Okay, got you.
Let's pick them, because obviously there are different. We could argue there are different types of parenting styles. So in that same context, we're going to say there's different type of soldiers we're utilizing, right? So different parent styles will allow us to use different type of soldiers that we're utilizing, right? It's not all one type.
Right.
It's like there's different type of parenting, and she's arguing that parenting is the hardest job, or being a parent, which will require you to parent, is the hardest job. It's the action and not what you have the ability to do. So I'm going to argue that the foot soldiers, knowing that, hey, we going to war and there's going to be gunfire. This is the option. This is the battle. I don't think people taking that choice then birthing out a child. What do you think?
No, you're absolutely correct. So in that case, yes, you're absolutely correct, because first, there's no option out, without, legal ramifications when it comes to the military, you know what I'm saying? And then as a parent, I've seen parents who are very, not very good parents, but they have a great child that listens, that clean up their room without you asking. And then I've seen parents who was planned and prepared for everything, and they just had a kid who just didn't want to do right. They had to get outside help and or even get to the point where they had to actually kick the child out because of violence or any kind of issues like that. So yeah, I can see your point on that.
What do you think, Sharon?
I think definitely parenting is not the hardest job in the world. That is insane to say compared to any job. I mean, even compared to a goddamn construction worker. But you do not have to be a parent for the rest of your life. That's a lie, because I got a kid that have a kid, and guess what? I ain't over there concerned with what she's doing every goddamn second of the day.
But mind you, this is the intellectual argument of it, right? So we have to focus on the language. She's saying emotionally. So you might not be in the physical capacity, but do you think about them? Are they always concurrently running on your mind with other things? Is it concurrent? Like, I'm thinking about playing bowling, but in my mind, damn, what my 21-year-old at? I hope she okay. Like, is it always in the back of your mind? Is it concurrent? That's the argument, right? Because we can't argue the physical side, because that's cap. and she's expecting us to argue that side. So we have to be smart of that and not argue that side. But the other aspect is your children on your mind forever until they're bed. That's the argument, and I don't think we can debunk that. That's very hard to do.
Hell fucking no. Listen, my kid don't ever call me again. Oh well, I just won't speak to their ass. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna be, especially when I retire, on somebody's goddamn beach naked, hopefully fonder than somebody my child's age.
Oh,
God damn it. Ain't nobody worried about no goddamn grown ass kid. No. Maybe when we see something that give us a reference of them, they did something when they was younger, and like, oh, I remember my son used to do that. Or you see another human being that does things that's similar to your kid, then that your kid will pop back in. But speaking and thinking about your children 24/7 every single day when they grown, that's that.
Another fallacy to her argument, though, is she's speaking from a mother's perspective, which is why I spoke earlier to dual parenting. Fathers are not going to think about their children in the same capacity that mothers do. And that's not a slight, and I'm not saying that men are bad fathers.
That's a slight. We're gonna take
no,
it.
No, it's
no, we taking it as a slight.
Well, then y'all are being emotional. I'm gonna need y'all to get out your fifis, okay? Just
put a name on it. Put a name on it, Robbie.
Right. If I say your name, then I'm talking to you. But no,
hey, so Robbie, the reason why I would say that is cap as well, because my daughter's mother, she ran away. She ran away from motherhood and left me with my goddamn child by myself. And I know plenty of other people that it happened to as well.
Well,
so just because you're a female doesn't make that you more emotionally attached to the goddamn kid. Some women, they go through postpartum depression and they be detached from their kid for 5-7 years.
Yes, I'm not debating that. I'm talking about
macro.
the perspective of her argument is coming from a place of single motherhood. And for her debate, it would have served her better in her talking points if she said that single motherhood is the hardest job ever. Because when you paint that broad stroke of parenting, then we have to talk about parents that abandon their children, adoptive parents, parents that are, you know what I'm saying, they're choosing to be surrogates for other people's children, the grandparents that choose to parent somebody else's children, family members, or whatever. So if I already have 6 kids in my house, something happened to you and I take on your kid, raising your kid is not the hardest job because they become a part of the crew, part of the ship. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's another good point, because once you have more than one kid, they tend to make their own community and they start to kind of parent themselves. They start to supervise themselves as well.
Right. Like even in my hierarchy in my home, I have a son and a daughter. My daughter is bossy to my son, like if she's a mini version of me. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I'm not in the room, she fusses at him, don't do that. Or that's not what we're doing. I'm finna get us, chill out. So you're right. It does become titrated down. But it's that first one. Instilling the right mindset in that first one is tantamount to if your job is going to be super hard or not if you have multiples.
Yeah, I would say, real quick, thank you, Kingdom Minded, for the cash app. I appreciate you supporting the stream. I would say that the argument is for parenting. So she cannot be wrong as long as the argument is for parenting, in which you want to add an element as single parent or whatever. That's fine. You could say that's probably harder, but it falls under the line of parenting. So her position is not debunked based upon that. Now, whether you think parenting is not the hardest job is a different argument, but it falls under the umbrella of parenting, whether it's single parent or dual parent, quadruple parents, village parents, whatever you want to call it, it follows under the line. So I think she was prepared for that. She hasn't been prepared for much else besides that, but that's my humble opinion. But it's an interesting debate, and I think these are some of really good people to have it. It's obviously not ideal. We're not going to get Stanford experts and things like that to argue this stuff, but I think that for the sake of YouTube and what we do here, these are pretty good conversations. So
And you notice I feel it feels like that the two women, they might be parents, and the two guys probably are not parents. Am I correct with that?
I think the two guys are part of the community. Happy Pride Month to the community. They may have, a surrogate somewhere, but for all intents and purposes, it's not their proclivity to engage in coitus that
they steal children all the time.
reproduces.
I'm not getting into this debate. They can be parents for sure. I know Themis definitely said he's not. I don't know Cynthia G's background. I don't know Annalise's background.
She does allegedly have children. She told somebody the other day to prove it. So
I don't know, and I'm not gonna put no children on her. She might be. I heard she getting it though. I heard she getting to that bag. So she a high value woman on this market, and she don't have children unless we could prove it. So outside of that, it is what it is. I'm not gonna argue whether or not she has children or not. I can't prove it.
Prince Petty is non-binary.
Thank you for
I
that
don't know what that
clarification.
means.
Non-binary.
That's what Petty go
non-cisgender.
as. That's what he go as.
That's what Fatty go as. We're not throwing no Fatty shame in here.
Fatty,
What?
Fatty,
What?
not
Wait,
Fatty.
what?
Sponsor of the show.
I
Fatty-
said that's what he go as.
Nope, no fatties. No, we're not. Fatty's sponsoring the show. We're not gonna throw no fatties late today. Make sure you get in line.
Wait. No, I said that's what he goes as.
And he didn't even say
I'm
Fatty.
talking about
He
Prince
said
Petty.
Prince
Oh, I thought
Petty.
he said Fatty. Okay.
I said
We're
Petty.
not gonna do that to Fatty. Fatty
Hey,
is
'cause yeah,
cisgendered,
heteronormative
Yo, I would
man.
never do
Don't
that.
to him.
Yo, disclaimer. That was not Fatty. I did not say Fatty. Yo, that's what Aaron.
That's what
Aaron.
it sounded like. I'm sorry. I don't know if
Jesus Christ.
Yo, we got Savage Sunday airing on the Thursday.
hey, you can't be messing with the sponsor of the show. All right, we ain't doing that. All right, but no.
Anyway, good afternoon to my brothers and sisters on the panel. How you guys doing? When I heard the topic and talk about the parenting part, as a father and a grandfather, I kind of find it a little out of place because this was the question my mom threw at me before I became a parent. She was just like, "You think parenting is easy? What will happen when you become a father yourself?" Okay, I'm a father. I got 2 kids of my own and a stepchild, which I call my own daughter, and she made me a granddad. Right? I love my 3 grandkids to the point where when they come to me, when they come to visit me here, they know what the deal is. My granddaughter have her own special hug that she get from me. My grandson had his own special hug. Everything's different, but I treat them equally. What I don't comprehend when people trying to say parenting hard is what you make parenting to be. It could be hard if you're not really into it 100%, or it become easy if you know what to expect from it. Because for one, no case is the same. No child is the same. Every child is different how you address each and every one individually speaking. The way I address my son, my daughter, my stepdaughter, I call it my own daughter, and my grandkids, they know how I operate. I stay consistent with it. It get to a point whereby they try not to offend their mom because they know I'm on point as a father. I'm very logical as a father. I'm very consistent because I bring back information when they think I forget. I didn't forget these things, but I find that parenting is not hard. Parenting is cool. You can make it hard when you're not really invested in it.
It depends on the kid.
It depends on the kid, you're correct, but it also depends on how much empathy do you invest in it. Like, are you full into it as a parent, or you halfway in, halfway out?
Because I tell you this, my last kid is making it very difficult as a parent not to beat my child, even though I said I'm not going to beat my kids. My last one, man.
Oh, I find a trick behind that because here's the thing: my hand is not registered, so beating my kid doesn't work no more. What I do, I tell my kid, there's 2 things that happen. Either I give you a bear hug, what they don't like, or I squeeze them by the arm. Now, here's the thing.
That's abuse. No, I'm just playing.
No.
I'm playing.
No, trust me. My kids like to instigate. They're like, "Oh, you didn't squeeze me hard like you did my brother." I thought, okay, I squeezed it hard enough. It became a game along the way whereby if anyone get out of hand, I give it a harder bear hug. If I find you misbehaving. Now, here's the thing. It's like a punishment, but they enjoy it. It's kind of ironic.
And Aaron, this is a little bit off topic, but my last daughter, I think that it don't have nothing to do with whatever happened in the past in order political things that happen, that little girl is a natural feminist. 100%.
That little girl is the female version of you.
Sharon,
And God said,
Sharon,
you
then what
terrorize the
happened?
world.
Sharon, let me tell you what happened. What happened is this. When you're not paying attention, she went behind your back, pick up yourself for call Wall B and say, what can I do with my dad? Because you get on my lap, bro. See, you want me? She just came out to like, what?
Right.
See?
That's right.
You see?
And I'll be like, baby, do this, do this, do this.
See?
She be with it.
I know how to get a. Hey, Mr. Kenna, how you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good, my brother. Hey, you got to you need to send me your phone number, okay? Because we have a lot to talk about. Remember I told you, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Like right now, my kid are out of school, so
I'll send you my email address on private, okay?
No problem. I'll email you.
That was my phone number. I'm sorry, my phone number on private. Hey, what's up, Aaron?
You came to interrupt my stream to get out personal information right now.
No respect,
Beware
man.
them
No
deep voice
respect.
Africans, though. They be playing too
Sorry
much.
about that.
I got a show just lined up for the Africans. Don't worry, I got a show lined up just for them.
You know one thing that really fascinates me is that Africans are always saying something about Africans. And then when you ask them, like, I'm an American. Your grandfather's an African. Shut up.
Listen, Ekene, don't start, all right?
Oh boy.
I'm just saying. I'm not starting. I'm just saying.
Ekene, you like to fight with me? Why? Why you want to fight? Huh?
Oh, no. I would never fight with
No fighting.
with a beautiful lady.
We get back to the show.
Trust me. Ekene don't fight. He had
I would never do that.
We ain't doing no fighting. We getting back to the show. Ain't gonna be no fighting right now.
No, I would never do that. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
We're not doing no fight.
No, I would never do that.
Forget about
the only thing I would do is to tell a woman to sit down and listen to me. That's all I would do. I would tell her. I would go to war with her. I just tell her to sit down and listen.
All right, crazy people. We're gonna get back to the stream. Hold your horses, okay? I want to see how well these people articulate their points, okay?
Win it, I think.
Let's make it happen.
So
to win the debate, you probably would. It would be advantageous, I think.
Why, Annalicia?
I already said it's like trying to have a debate with someone like it's like trying to describe the color red to people who are colorblind, and then when you become a parent, you are you're able to recognize red and colors, and the world looks different. The way you operate in the world is different fundamentally and forever.
So just for some context, she's indicating that in order to win this debate, you would most likely need to be a parent. That's her argument. That's what she said. I'm going to say this. She better have kids. She better have kids because she sound wild, type, crazy, talking about this is her position, this is what she believed, and this is the truth. She's standing on it, and you have to have children to win this debate, and she don't have children. Yo.
To be honest, the way how both of them, the guys and the girls talk, it sounds like the girls are parents and it sounds like the dudes are not parents. It don't sound like they speaking from experience, because when you speak from experience, usually you speak with emotion, like I did it. And that's how she speaks. That's how come every time she referenced the emotional, something that you can't actually quantify.
But the problem is we can't take that position because it's a possibility that the men know that and that they're arguing from an emotionless position because they know that women might have a harder time doing that. I mean, we obviously factually know that they don't have no dang children, right? We obviously know that. Well, I should say Themis. I do not know about Prince Petty. But I see MRM is in the gym making us all look bad. I don't appreciate you coming on my stream with your camera on. Turn the goddamn camera off. Don't you come up here.
Leave it on Modern Renaissance.
But yeah, what's wrong with you?
Y'all talk the point is that women are
He needs the camera more.
That's a married man.
I can't stand y'all.
What's going on, y'all? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. We just discussing whether parenting is the hardest job in the galaxy. That's just what the argument is today.
Oh, I've been listening while I was working out.
Okay, I figure you was, and you just wanted to come up here and let us know you was working out. Yeah, I appreciate that. I definitely do.
No, this my jam, man. I love this topic, man. I love this.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay
I
away
will
from
say to this
these
real
main
quick,
topics. Yeah, go ahead.
and I'll say to this real quick, man. No, I would say personally, and just from the work that we do, parenting. I'll say it this way: if you go through school, like even when going through medical school, they say going through medical school is hard. It's going to take hard work. Well, when I went through the schooling and I got to the conclusion of it, it's not that it was hard work, it was just time consuming. And then I also found that a lot of things that you may consider to be like hard work or anything like that, it is because a lot of times it's because you have a disinterest in it. So like doing certain math, I don't like math. Why? Because math is hard. And when it all comes down to it, it's really because you don't have an interest in it. So a lot of people that say like, man, parenting is hard, it's like, I get that you may say that, but what are the reasons? So let's break it down to why you feel that parenting is hard. And you will find that when you get to the nucleus of it, they didn't want to be parents. They don't want to take on the responsibility. So therefore, if they're not interested in it, they're doing something that they don't want to do, and then it becomes hard. Versus like me, I look forward to being, I know y'all call me an anomaly, whatever, but I look forward to being a husband. I look forward to having a family. I look forward to being a very involved father. And my grown men right now, it wasn't hard. It was not hard at all because I was very vested. I was very interested in becoming a father, and therefore every aspect of my son's life, I was involved in it. Whether it was sports, whether it was the PTA meetings, the whole nine. So it's not that it wasn't hard. In a sense of.
No, the problem with what you're saying is you're speaking towards the attitude towards something, right? Like I could argue that even though you have a positive attitude and you enjoy it, it doesn't take away from the complexities and the hardship of doing said activities, right? So parenting still within the understanding of what their position is as the hardest job, even if you enjoy it, even if you embrace it, you're speaking towards the attitude, right? Doesn't diminish how difficult it actually is.
Well, I get what you're saying there, but again, it seemed to me, I still feel that it's not difficult at all. It's like, okay, for example, okay, like I mentioned the whole math thing. Oh, math is hard. It's because you don't have an interest in it. But then if you get with a tutor who shows you how to do it and they give you the tools that you need to be successful, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, this wasn't bad at all because I didn't have the proper tools. So that's why I look at it like a lot of times that a lot of people that may feel that parenting is hard, not that anybody is perfect, but it's like what makes it hard for you. If I gave you the proper tools to be a more successful parent, you might look at it like, oh, you know what? This wasn't bad at all, man. I had a bad outlook on this. It actually is not that bad once I've actually vested myself in having the proper tools and using it to become a better parent, or to use that to actually get my kid certain attitudes, whatever like that in check. Not that every kid is going to have attitude, but so to me, for example, I looked at it also as I'm one of those weird people that I like challenges. So if it was a challenge in such a way, I didn't look at it as being hard. I actually embraced it. And okay, so how is this going to make me better? How is this going to sharpen me? That's why I said I made sure that that's just me, though. I want to be included in every aspect of my son's life, no matter what came up, because I looked at it as a challenge and also looked at it as a way of me actually learning as a parent, what can I do to adjust to make this thing better for them as well.
So MRM, I got a question for you. Do you believe that were you into being a doctor into your medical field? Was you really into becoming one of those, becoming a doctor?
Yes. Yes,
so
sir.
Do you think being a doctor is a difficult job?
No.
And if there's
honestly, there are people out. Honestly, growing up, there's different jobs that I've had. Doing manual labor, being a construction worker, people that work out there, breaking up concrete and doing that stuff right there, right? To me, I look at that, although I love the physicality of it, but that stuff right there is way harder to do that than it is being a doctor. And to be quite honest with you, I mean, this might change. I'm not trying to change the subject on this, but to be quite honest, I feel that a lot of occupations out there that are not in the medical field should be getting paid a whole lot more than what we do.
Well, I definitely wouldn't mind a raise.
And I agree with on that one, because hear what I was saying earlier, because it's all based on your, like he said, based on your mindset, but it's also based on your view at things. Because my mom was trying to scare me for the longest that parenting is hard. Parenting is hard. It's that hard. It's that hard. With my first son, I was invested in that thing 300%. I treat my parenting as if it was a science project. I want to pay attention to every small detail, understand their mindset, understand their pattern, their mannerism, everything down to the T. It got to the point whereby it was so easy for me to predict my son, my daughter, and my grandkids how they really are before they even their own parent and my wife knew who they are. And when she get confused, I'm like, it's not that confused. Do what they like to do. I showed them the blueprint. And they're like, oh, I didn't know. Because you weren't paying attention. The problem with parenting is not hard. Like he said, there's a lot of people who don't want to be parents. They don't want the responsibility. It's because of how would I say it? They were attracted to an individual who want to be connected with. And they thought, if I have a child with this person, I'll lock this person down. But when they're not able to lock that particular person down.
The problem is with these debating positions is that the argument is if you like it and you enjoy it and you want to do something, that it's not going to be hard. And that's not easy to prove, right? Like that's we have to listen to more of the debate to truly understand. But I think that they'll probably get into that aspect. But obviously, a lot of these children
forever. It's for me, it's not really it's not tenable for me, the discussion.
Right. So being a parent, being a parent to a child is the hardest job in the world, you're saying, Anna?
Yes.
So you have the hardest job in the world when you have one child. Why have a second? And how do you have the capacity to do both?
So the first question is if it's the hardest job, because again, you are associating something that is unparalleled or something that is extremely difficult with something that is innately bad or with something that doesn't also have benefits. I think that becoming a parent is extremely advantageous to one's personal growth and to one's personal development.
Okay, well, that does not.
Can you?
No, because I don't agree with the association of something's difficult and therefore it's bad. So why?
No one said it's bad.
You're asking if you're saying if it's hard, why would you have more? And
no. I didn't say why would you have more. I'm asking about you having the capacity. If you're taking on the hardest job in the world, once you have a child, having a second child means you are taking on the hardest job in the world twice. How can you do that? Because there are other jobs for which, if you're doing it, you literally cannot do anything else. So I'm just trying to get clarification.
That's a heck of a point.
She got cooked.
Yeah.
She got cooked.
Oops.
Can we say checkmate on that one right there?
Well, we don't know. We don't know her counter yet. But I think that's a really great question. And I think that's difficult for her to probably counter. But
counter? Hold on. They say being a policeman is the hardest job. Why would I go back out in the street and risk my life? I can get shot any moment and you will go back and do the same thing over and over. Like, come on. That argument, they killed it right there.
Well, he's not even his job, right? This is why you guys got to be really, really good. His job is not even to prove that that she's wrong. His job is really to prove that there is not another job that is harder, right? Because that's really what he ultimately trying to do. Like, okay, you might be, it's one of the hardest jobs, but it's the hardest. If I can find any job that is it, so. I think he makes a good question, and this is a really one to get out of, right?
Aaron O, I hate to stop you, but you're a very intelligent guy. But when you hear these type of arguments, you notice one thing: it's an ideology issue. Whatever you put in your mind and say this is hard, and you ready to go 10 toes down, you say it's hard, they go stay on that one, even though they're wrong with it. The problem is their view of things. Mm-hmm. Where he mentioned it, if it's hard, why get knocked up again? It's like I'm sorry, I'm a nerdy ass dude. Don't tell me something is hard and you go right back at it again and do this. I'm gonna look at you like
because
are you a glutton to punishment or something?
No, because
you complain about this, but you won't go right back again and do the same thing that you have a lot of stuff. And it's like, make it make sense to me. Like,
So,
hold up.
so the argument would be that just because it's the most difficult thing in the world, it's probably the most fulfilling thing in the world.
She didn't make it sound like it was the most fulfilling. Because if it's the most fulfilling thing, it won't be hard.
Well, I'll listen to her position because I don't know how she's going to counter that. You have.
I'm being logical here. I'm not being emotional.
This is what I gotta say. This is what I gotta say. This current generation women of every race are the most laziest of all. Everything is difficult for them. Going to work is difficult. Eating food is the only thing that is not difficult or going on vacation. Every other thing is difficult. I'm telling you for it. They call everything, even to keep a man is difficult. To be a wife is difficult. To be a girlfriend is difficult. To go into a courtship is difficult. Nothing that I've seen them not say that is difficult. Everything is difficult. The laziest of the laziest. I've never seen any generation. I've lived through the 80s, the 90s.
Kenneth, don't forget to serve your husband is difficult.
That's right. That's right. Everything is difficult. Man. I gotta tell you, this is the laziest of all. Laziest of all.
Well, if you lazy, that makes the job even more difficult. So
Correct.
And if you argue,
Aaron, hold on. To love your wife or love your husband is difficult. Let's put that one there too also as well.
if the argument is most people are lazy and then most people are having children, then the argument would actually be more aligned to them being correct. Because if you're lazy and you're having children and it's difficult, then it's even more difficult. So, I mean, let's hear her response because I don't know how she's going to counter it, but I'm guessing she's going to probably have a decent counter. Oh, Sinji is raising her hand. Such great etiquette, Miss Sinji. Thank you for raising your hand. We really appreciate it. We want to hear what you got to say on the topic.
No, Anna. Well, anyone can do it, I guess.
No, can I answer for Anna?
Yes, we're a team. Yes,
because people like kids and they want more kids, and just because it's difficult, they find it to be rewarding. They find it to be beneficial and advantageous. Therefore, they have more children. Also, a lot of people have unplanned children. You have sex, you get pregnant. Period. So that's why everybody believe in terminating pregnancies. Everybody doesn't believe in birth control. My mom didn't.
I think the question has to be clarified a little bit more. I think the question has to be clarified because I don't think Themis is asking like how, like literally how.
Well, he asked if it's so difficult, why would you do? How do you have the capacity to do it again? Just because it's difficult doesn't mean it depletes your ability. That's why the level of difficulty doesn't mean it taps you out. Is it strenuous? Is it hard? Is it the most difficult job? To me, yes, it is, but that doesn't mean it's going to completely deplete you where you can only have that one kid. Obviously, most parents outlive their children, so they're not being killed by the process of parenting. And if you have a partner to help you parent, killed by a kid, it is, but that doesn't mean it's going to completely deplete you where you can only have that one kid. Obviously, most parents outlive their children.
Is that true?
Yeah, she said it. No.
Most parents outlive their children?
No. Hold on. Let me think about it. Most parents outlive their kids. But they're saying,
is that what I just heard?
No,
yeah, no, she right though. Where she from? Yeah.
She's right.
Where she's from? Yeah. She's specifically talking about a specific place. Like if you go to Baltimore, yeah, them kids ain't making it. If you go to Philly, yeah, them kids ain't making it. That's the fact. She right about that in a specific category of people, i.e., broke people. Broke people, broke bitches having babies, right? Because that's what they do in the hood. They have babies for any goddamn reason. And that's what she's talking about. Because she had a baby for no reason. She had a baby with a dude she didn't even know.
I don't know.
She did the same damn thing.
I don't know.
She do got a kid. She got a kid by a dude that she brought on her panel.
I don't watch her, so I don't know. This is the first time I've heard of her.
Yeah,
this is where she messed up.
I want to say something real quick.
Hold on, CB. Hold on real quick. This is where she messed up. You don't just have sex and get pregnant, right? pregnancy, I'm sorry. I know a lot of people are
No,
here.
Robbie, stop. She's not wrong. What she says is not planned, because you don't get to determine if you have children or not, right?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. A woman does. A man don't.
Wait.
Yes, he does too.
No, he don't. Stop.
Wait, guys, listen. I don't get to walk up to Robbie and say, "Hey, we're gonna do this one time," and then children are come. That like it don't go to plan. So that's what. So
but Aaron, Raw is right.
Hold on.
Within the context, she's right. But we understand is you still made a decision to sleep with somebody. It doesn't mean you're going to have a child if you sleep with them. It's not guaranteed.
But
so
this is the thing.
Plan that.
The law of probabilities predicate that if you have unprotected sex,
what she said, though.
No, it does. It does, because it takes away accountability. Stop having sex.
I see you, Lee.
It doesn't disprove. I understand your point, but it doesn't disprove what she said. If I'm literally taking what she said,
Big boy bag.
It doesn't disprove.
But Aaron, this is why you wrong and Raw is right? Okay. I'm not gonna say a young man. I'm about to roll up. You said I got the big bag, boy. So listen, a young man who I used to know, right? He said, "Man, I was just having sex with this girl. We had an understanding, right? And then she got pregnant after we was fucking Raw, and then I didn't want the baby, but she wanted the baby, so she kept it."
Exactly.
Who fault was it?
Daryl. The woman's fault. That's the woman's kid. He should immediately leave.
Lee, shut your ass up. It's both people's fault, because
Thank you,
why
Roy.
is you putting your penis in some random?
This isn't a claim of fault.
The creation of babies is all 100% women's fault.
Let me shut up, unlikely. Let me show. I'm gonna prove your point for you. Let me tell you how she's wrong. Right? When I planned my children, as one of the few that have planned children, every time I planned them, I knew when was the best months for me to engage in sexual congress, because everything was flowing how it was supposed to. When I had my son, no, because when I had my son, I had sex with the intention of creating my son, and that was a one and done. The day we planned them is the day we conceived them.
Most women
don't plan though.
Are ignorant into their conception window. Most women are ignorant to it. They don't actually
But that's
know.
a choice.
We talk about
the argument is her argument is not about knowledge. It's most children are unplanned. It's an actual thing.
No, most people having sex because they're impulsive and they don't even know their bodies, especially when
it's not about being
Aaron, let me explain to you how she discredits her own point with that, right? If parenting is the hardest job ever, and you're responsible for the emotional, physical, financial for another human being for the rest of life, how can you be that responsible for said person when you're not responsible enough for yourself to know when you are in a position to create another life?
Yep, she's right. That's for men and women, Aaron. How is that wrong?
Okay.
Yo, we could keep having this conversation, and women could keep trying to defend these damn broke bitches who ain't got fucking who
Unlikely, you a broke dude. You a broke dude. You got 5 kids. We know.
I got 1 kid. One woman was able to hit me with the we having sex, and then once she had a baby, my religion won't allow it. That happened one time when I was 16. It never
raw sex?
It never happened again. Once I learned the lesson, I got 1 kid, and you will never get another kid out of me. You will never get another kid out of me. You understand me? I don't have to. Now I know. Look, I don't even have. You don't even have to wrap it up. Most of the shorties I rock with, I would. But if you talking about my girl now, obviously no. But sometimes in and out, whatever. But I would never ever have an orgasm in a shorty ever again.
First of all,
you're not doing that.
Pre-cum causes.
You say that bullshit all you want. You say that bullshit all you want. Do you have a cock, lady? Are you walking around with a shiv between your legs? Okay, then you don't know what you're talking about. Pre-cum ain't getting nobody pregnant on God. Pre-cum don't get on. Oh my fucking God! Did she just say she got pregnant from pre-cum?
Hold on.
Pre-cum don't even have. Even cum. If you understand a man, hold up. Even cum don't even have that much semen in it. It's like 10% of it.
Modern Renaissance man.
Oh, lady.
Oh my God.
No.
But Lee, you still ignoring the
You know,
fact that like her point
so
was right.
my
A
girl would
lot
be
of
pregnant then. On God, my girl would be pregnant then. That's what you. My
Maybe
girl
your
should be
swimmers,
pregnant.
maybe your
She's never.
swimmers,
You're
maybe your
crazy.
swimmers
You're
aren't good.
You're
Maybe
you're
your swimmers
crazy.
are
Look,
slow.
yo,
Guys,
the boy used to walk around with the Plan B pill because you're crazy.
You're
You
infertile.
baby, you're
Your
crazy.
lifestyle is shitty. You
Ba-
smoke a lot
Aaron,
and you drink a
let
lot.
me
You
ask you,
killed your
Dan.
swimmers.
Let me ask you, Dan, Aaron, because a lot of the men in that situation that I explained earlier would blame the woman, right? Because I even talked about that with my brother. Oh, I got to.
Can I say something real quick? Hold on. Let me
Damn,
say
called
something.
him DL because his name Daryl Long. That's crazy.
Hold on one second. It says, hold on one second. It says,
shut up.
Tell Daryl Long, don't forget to stuff himself in that blunt. Man, he's not gonna be able to fit. Y'all wild crazy.
Let me say something real quick. When they say
this real quick,
parent outgrow their kids, you know how that really sound like? So you telling me the parent treat their kid like they use underwear when they don't want to wear it anymore? Is that what it sound like to me? Okay, I'm putting logic into it right now. You outgrowing your kid in what way? When you change your underwear, when you throw your underwear out the street after 2 weeks of use? Is that what you're saying right now?
Hold on now.
When I hear that logic,
King
it
David.
don't rationalize anything. It just shows
King
a level of
David. The problem
irresponsibility.
is a lot of these men are not real men. A lot of these men think that transgender women look better than regular women. They're not really thinking today. So that's why I wanted to ask Aaron. Aaron, if you just had a sexual relationship with a woman and you told her from the beginning you didn't want the baby, transgender or not, some of these niggas like that, right?
A shame.
And she had your baby anyway. Is that your fault for getting her pregnant, even though you told her you didn't want the baby? Who fault is that, Aaron? Is it hers or is it
No,
yours?
wait. Let me answer that for him real quick.
Aaron.
Go ahead, Aaron.
So to answer the question is, it's my fault. I take full responsibility of all actions over my life. But that doesn't go against my argument about planned. Like I'm planned and responsibility is two different things.
But that's what Robert said. The man has that responsibility and the woman. Both sides have
But
responsibility.
Aaron, he playing a tricky game with you. He said her getting pregnant. Yeah, her getting pregnant is your fault. But her actually going through 9 months to create a baby becomes her. That's all on her because.
Unlikely on the list.
All right, go ahead. All right, I'm gonna go right after you. Go ahead.
So a failure to plan is a plan to fail every day, all day, 25/8. If you plan to have sex, but you didn't plan for every eventuality, then you planning to fail. Just like Unlikely saying that pre-cum can't get you pregnant. Can you share the screen real quick? Because I just want to show them.
Bruh, I don't care what you show me.
Yes.
There's whole videos. No, it cannot. Oh my God. May contain sperm, which means pregnancy can. Man, that shit is at what percent? 0.1%. Come on now. Like maybe can mean anything. You got to give me a.
And it wasn't maybe. It may cause a pregnancy, which means you can get pregnant off the pre-cum.
No, she right about that, dog, for a fact.
Yo, then I done got mad chicks pregnant then, bro. Y'all lying. I've never got a girl pregnant off of pre-cum, but you gonna sit here and let her run this shit. Look.
Let me put it this way. Okay.
Shit.
Getting pregnant.
Shout out to the rep.
Getting pregnant is in two individuals' fault. If you don't want to get a woman pregnant, don't put on condom. Period.
I agree with that 100%.
All right, let's stop right here. We are not professionals. We don't know the expertise when it comes to this. I don't. Why y'all love discussing this stuff? Like I don't know why.
Dude, you're getting distracted.
I don't know why y'all like doing this stuff.
Close your legs. Hold your penis to yourself. Or we ain't never got nobody pregnant on both sides of the fence. Ride somebody's face and call it a day.
I will argue this though because I like this debate. To me, and from what I've read and understand, there is no such thing as pre-cum.
Exactly, Aaron. It's not even that.
Hold on. What exists? What exists is a secretion, right?
Of sugar and a bunch of other shit.
When it goes into your tube to because the acidic thing that exists there to protect your semen, there's a secretion that goes through to protect the tube so that they don't die off because it's acidic because of you pee there, right? And now
Thank you, Aaron.
the argument differently is it possible that some of your swimmers can still be stuck in the tube and da-da-da-da? That is where the argument comes, where the pre and all that type of stuff, from what I've read and what I understood. But I don't want
from my AP
basically
classes for my science degree, for when I actually was a nurse and
you
worked
gonna
in
run this
medication,
line more than the
worked
cable
in
guy.
medicine. You know what I'm saying? Pre-cum, yes, it is a lubrication to prepare your penis for the full ejaculation, but that's why it's called pre-ejaculate.
But that's why I'm saying there's confusing language there. Like, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying from what I've read, what I understand what a secretion is. It is not the same as swimmers. Those are two different things.
No, what it is the secretion contains the byproducts of, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's some of the swimmers get through. It's not the full 350 million.
And that's what
Just
I'm
admit it. Just admit it. Women be double dipping. Women be double dipping and letting men double dip. When a woman get pregnant that way is when this dude hit it raw, try to wipe it off, and then go back in. And then that time he actually don't nut in you, but he still got some left over. That's what that is.
Most of y'all can't last for 5 minutes. Like, stop it right now.
Well, not a comment. I'm not doing that. I'm over there. I'm not talking about.
B disagrees, and she has her background. And Ozzy says she's a nurse, and she agrees. I don't want to die on this hill of this particular argument today, but that's just from what I've read. I'm not an expert or anything like that, but I do like to argue some points from time to time, and that's just it. All right, right now we arguing about these children. All right, we don't need to get too far along here. I know you want to get in this battle. I know you want to fight. I know you want to fight. I know you do.
I want to fight too.
I know you cannot.
We talk about the children that's already here, not the ones.
You know what I mean? So, Jesus, man.
You know what, Aaron? It's a good argument they can always make. Yes, it's both people's fault getting pregnant, but keeping the child is not the man cannot force a woman to keep a child. He can't unless he holds her in a cage somewhere and forces that, which would be illegal. A woman could legally say, "Nah, I ain't getting rid of this baby," and force you to have a baby.
We're conflating a whole bunch of different points right now. Like, Girl Long is right in the aspect that if you would have never got engaged, and Robbie, I'll let you go in a sec because I know you're not gonna let it go. Oh Lord.
We believe you, Raw B. I don't know why you doing this. We believe everything you say.
So I had hopped on. I had hopped on when I saw.
My bad.
Okay.
Salam. I was trying to put on the super chat, Aaron, right? That like some of these niggas, like Fatty, they gonna sit up here and tell you niggas about Sydney Star and trans women. Right? Hold on.
Why do you?
No, my bad. No. Fuck that. We gonna keep exposing. This nigga said that Sydney Star, who is a man, look better than 95% of all women. 95% of all women. That's what Fatty said.
That's cap. That's cap.
Hold on. I got you, Aaron. I got you. So I'm saying it's not a lot of men. It's really
thinking. Pull that up.
Right?
Now you gotta pull that
pussy.
up.
Say less, Lee. You know it's not nothing to put that up. But I don't think Aaron want to play it. Right? But
take it. Whatever you.
We're not okay. Listen,
look, that's not the problem. But the problem is this: is like we listen to niggas. Hold on, Raw. I got you, Raw. The problem is real life. We listen to niggas who like niggas about women. That's the problem. That's a big problem that we not addressing. We can keep saying it's a joke, but if anybody else up here say that a Sydney Star who has a dick look better than 95% of most women for any reason, they can't talk to us about women. And there's too many of these niggas that's fucking these fucking trans that get on here and try and tell niggas what to do with these fucking women.
Now I gotta see who Sydney Star is. Now I gotta see who the hell you talking about. I'm confused as shit.
Parenting is the hardest job.
95% of women.
That's what niggas say.
At least even if you say 1%, that's still wild.
I don't believe it until I see it, Aaron.
Right now, he ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about.
I don't believe it until I say it. I like right now. You probably talking about one of your friends said that somebody in the
Lee. I got you. I'm about to go get it right now. It's not a word.
Hey, so by the way, the reason why I had hopped up on here because I saw y'all mention the idea of pre-ejaculate and stuff like that.
Wow,
so I don't think y'all any of y'all mentioned about how hostile the environment of the vagina is for semen, right? It's acidic in nature. Like y'all can like roll your head, roll your eyes. This is just straight. Now look, so if he said this, so like it's so support to him on saying that. So it's just straight science. Like you need a lot of semen in order to impregnate a woman, right? So the amount you actually do, you need it. No. You can't.
Bro,
You
we
cannot
won
put
this
one.
argument already. Why you go
Look.
back?
Yeah, no, I just that's why I hopped on here. Like, yeah, you need one to go inside the egg, but you don't need you need a lot more than one to be able to be shot out of you to go into that woman.
Actually,
Because
what
it's
you
not going
really
to live. It's not going to live in that environment.
so
Like
when
it has to have a whole bunch of cells. Has to have a whole bunch of sperm cells all striving together, and they're slowly being knocked off because that environment is extremely toxic to the semen. It kills them off easily.
So what you don't understand is when a woman is ovulating, and a lot of men need to know this, right? When you're putting your digits inside of the labora minor and major, if your fingers come out sticky and the consistency is that of egg whites and it's viscous, then her vaginal environment at that moment is not naturally acidic. It's actually very welcoming to sperm to travel. This is why the viscosity increases. If it's
Hey,
a
Lee.
watery discharge,
Yo.
then you're less likely to get her pregnant. If you can go like this, right? If you go like that and there's some pull to it, she's very, very, very fertile and set to get pregnant in that moment. It's set up that way so your sperm can travel through safely.
Here you go, Lee.
Yeah. So
Hold
it
on,
just
Lee.
what it comes.
Yeah.
It says Pratt, Daryl Long, and Lee, we want our show back. No derailing. That's what they said. That's what they said.
Thank you.
So Raw B's gonna get the last word on whether this stuff is stuff. Because I'm not about to keep doing this back and forth with these people.
This one, just do this one. If it do like that, wear a condom.
I think you should wear it regardless, but if not, either way, I'm not gonna go back and forth. But let's get back to the show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's get back to the show. I'll pull it back up on screen. 1 second here. StreamYard is acting up today. I don't know who else been having this trouble.
So they're not being killed by the process of parenting. And if you have a partner to help you parenting, if you have a partner to help you parent, then most people are going to be motivated to have more children because they have.
Right. So I
A lot
don't
of
think.
people don't.
Wait. So if we agree, and we don't, that having a child and raising a child is the hardest job in the world.
Mm-hmm.
If you have that kind of capacity, how can you add another hardest job in the world to the already hardest job in the world and able to do that? The capacity is what I'm talking about, not that it can happen, that it's a possibility that it could happen. Once one has the hardest job in the world, it would presume, because let's assume being a neurosurgeon isn't the hardest job in the world. Once you're actively engaged in that job, you literally cannot do anything else.
Why
You
is
cannot become another
neurosurgeon the hardest
neurosurgeon.
job? Like, why
No,
is
I don't think it's the hardest. I don't think it's
Yeah,
the
because
hardest.
I'm confused.
But I'm just picking a random job. I'm picking like a random job that takes up a lot of time, energy, and effort, right? So a soldier, for example, or let's do an astronaut, right? The kind of training that goes into it does not leave room in a lot of jobs. Don't even take astronaut, take a job that takes up a lot of time and energy. Don't leave you enough time and energy, the capacity to engage in another job. Now we're saying being a parent is harder than all of these jobs, all of them, when you have a child. How can you have a child? That is the hardest job. And then add to that another child, which is also the hardest job. Put them together and you have two of the hardest jobs in the world.
No, you wouldn't have two separate jobs. Parenting one child isn't separate from parenting two. It would still be the same. You're still parenting. You may just be putting.
Hold on, Aaron. Now pause that shit.
Because you have
pause
now
that
a
shit real
second
quick.
person that you have.
Let me play like y'all trying to save your mans. This what this faggot ass nigga says.
Hey, can we not use the F?
Hold on. I got you.
Let's not use that word, bro. Come on, please.
Surgeries and all this shit, right? And I made an assessment, the fair assessment. I said, this bitch, Sydney Stark, that is a man, is better looking than 95% of women overall.
So my point, and you heard it. This bitch Sydney Star, who is a man, looks better than 95% of women overall. That's the nigga that y'all talking to. And stop spending your little bum ass crumbs, nigga. I got four kids, nigga. I'm still getting my money on you broke ass YouTube niggas. You niggas be on here talking about, hold on, stop talking on Wakanda, right? You niggas be on this bitch motherfucking talking about how you niggas like women, but at the same time, you niggas talking about a transgender woman who you would say look like a man, nigga, look better than most women. Hold on, now CBN. If I come to your hood, right? If I go to Brooklyn, right, CBN or Nigeria, and tell the niggas there that I like women, but a transgender look better than 95% of all women in Nigeria, do I still get respect, nigga? Do I get exactly?
You're not gonna get respect. You're not gonna get that respect.
So why is we listening to niggas who like transgender women about fucking women?
But that's not what we talking about today.
No, that's what men talking about. Cause then we gonna have the niggas that fuck with the niggas talking about women. You shouldn't be talking about women at all, nigga, if you think that trans women look better than motherfucking 95% of all women. And stop trying to spend money to save that nigga before I keep coming on my bag on you broke ass bitches. Ali, fuck out of here, nigga. Rest in peace, your mom, bum. Go back to the video.
Yo, come on, man. Let's just chill.
Detroit, nigga.
Let's chill, man. That's you getting crazy. Let's get back to the video. We're gonna just jump right back into the video. So far, I got Sinji down right now. Themis is winning substantially in this debate so far. Annalicia, I don't know how you say her name. Annalicia or whatever, or Annalise, she's struggling. And Prince Petty is just playing his role. So
can I say something real quick before you play the video? Because Themis was put in there, his argument was very, very logical. What Cynthia G and what her name is at the bottom did not comprehend with that.
And Alicia.
Parenting is like a job if you adjust it that way. I hear a lot of people complain about being a parent to one is hard. If that's the case, why would I have another child? Because for one, every single child deserves an equal amount of attention. You will have one child will draw most of your attention, will allow you to manage the other child. If you don't know how to manage your time with one child, how you able to manage your time with two kids and then for one? He brought that logical argument. It's logical. The way they were responding back to it is based on the emotion. They want to look at the logic of things. Kind of like being dishonest. He checked her on that one, and she wouldn't pay attention to it. I'm going to say that one.
All right, bet. Let's get back to the show.
Have to be responsible for, but it's still not separate. You're still parenting. You're just parenting two as opposed to 1 or 3 or 5 or 10.
So then a question for everyone. A question for everyone, just to kind of recalibrate. Does hardship increase with the more children that you have? And we'll just get everyone's answer for that.
Of course. How can it not?
Okay, so Cynthia says yes. With more children comes more hardship. It gets harder. Themis?
And it costs more money too. Let's not overlook the fact that it also costs more money, because I feel like everybody ignored the fact that this is the only job that causes you to lose money, which would then make it more difficult as well, because you're gonna experience it exponentially more stress if one of your jobs is depleting your finances and another one is building it up. Parenting depletes your finances. The jobs that y'all mentioned, neurosurgeons, it appreciates your finances, not depreciates it.
Yeah, but I don't think finances, whether or not you make money or don't make money, change the amount of labor, both physical and mental, that goes into a job. So that you are paid for something or not paid for something does not diminish the impact of the physical labor.
But it does determine whether you're going to engage in the job to begin with, though. So you just wouldn't be involved in physical labor on a job that's not paying you, unless you're a parent.
Well, apparently a lot of people are choosing to be parent, which is the hardest job in the world in yours mind, but they're not getting paid for it. They're losing money. So
they are, and I don't think they should choose to be parents, but that doesn't negate the fact that parenting is still harder.
All right, but we are separating, because in your intro, you hinted at the fact that having a child is the hardest thing a woman can do, and a parent can do, but which men can't do it. So women the closest you can get to death is through birthing, right? And creating life. And this brings women closer to God, I guess, than any other person. So I would concede that birthing someone is the hardest thing a woman can do, right? Like, we agree on that. You agree with that, Finn?
Yeah.
All right, but that's not parenting.
So I said even the process by which you become a parent is difficult. That's what I said in there. Birthing is the process by which you become a parent.
No.
Amen, Cynthia.
That's not necessarily true because men become parents and they don't give birth. So this is the thing, like, she's making some great points. She's making some excellent points. But when you show up to a debate, you have to make your point in such a way.
But yeah, I'm with you, Robbie. You're 100% on it. But even that point is so like easy to spot, but you can adopt. You can adopt. And you can adopt. And that's very easy to do to a certain degree, like pay a little money. It ain't nowhere on the scale of putting up hardest. It may be hard to adopt, maybe, depending on who you talk to. The process may be longer, depends on if you're impatient. It's subjective to a certain degree, but you don't have to birth children if that's how's the beginning process of parenting birthing. Then that automatically denies the father the ass. I don't know. Maybe a father gets credit for birthing.
No, so this is the thing. It goes back even further. So if we're talking about parenting as a whole, from the moment of conception, if you're not a good parent, that's going to lead the foundation to a lifetime full of problems. So are you taking folic acid during your pregnancy? Are you taking prenatals? Are you going to the doctor for all your visits? Are you monitoring your child's heartbeat? Is your father going with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all a portion of parenting too. I don't like this debate simply because, again, the broad stroke for this is too generalized. There are too many different facets to parents, what qualifies someone as a parent, to then generalize and say it's the hardest job in the world.
Okay. Oh, man. So
Rock got a good point right there.
If you've never had a child before, right? Or you've never had a job before, let's just say if you've never had a job before, when you become a parent, yes, it becomes the hardest job because you've never had anything challenging than that. So that's what it is basically. Any job that you undertake that is more harder than the previous job you've had is the hardest job. But that doesn't mean that parenting is the hardest job. Parenting is not anywhere near the hardest job on earth. There are far more serious jobs. Construction, do you understand? You gotta be in the 120-degree weather, moving things, doing things over the course of 4, 6, 7, 8 years until that stuff is completed. That is the hardest job, if you ask me. A rink. If you work at the rink, submerged inside the ocean, doing things that will require oxygen. Those are very hard jobs. You see, if you in the battlefront fighting for the peace or fighting for global peace, those are hard jobs. Taking orders that will change life or death situation.
Yeah, but that's not okay. The argument right now is parenting. Like, okay, I'll rewind a little bit so you guys can get caught up on where the argument currently is, because I think people getting threw off a little bit. It's not where the argument currently is. So let's back up.
Did he leave, Aaron?
I think he just fell off. I think he hit a bad area.
Yeah, you know he ain't. Come on now, you know he in a whole nother. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, he really in like Africa. That's crazy.
Wakanda. What you think?
Y'all so wrong up here.
That nigga, his shit deeper than David's.
Nah, he's not really in Africa.
Hey, can you guys hear me pretty good?
Yes.
Yes,
we
sir.
can hear you pretty well.
Well, Aaron, you know how I am. I was listening.
Oh, okay, that's MRM. Okay, all right, I got you.
Dr. Modern, can you please tell the people that pre-cum can cause pregnancies?
No.
Robbie was right. She was right about that.
She's wrong.
No.
She's wrong.
I will only allow this sidetracking for a small moment because we do have experts in this field.
That nigga a doctor.
But I'm going to
that
tell
nigga
you
wrong. That's a doctor wrong. And pre-com can cause babies. Nigga, I have about 45 pounds.
Listen.
Eat a man,
Oh,
I be
boy.
hoeing out here.
Here we go, man. Jesus.
Hey, I don't know if y'all can hear me or not, but what I was going to say, Aaron, of course, I was listening to what she just got done saying. And again, what she just got done saying, it's a lot of variables that go to it, because you said taking on another child means it's going to make it even harder because of financial strain. But it all depends on what you're living. It all depends on what type of lifestyle you're trying to live, because look, I have no shame in this. I have no shame whatsoever. None. I don't care what anybody say. When my second son came, just 2 years after my first son, I was still a full-time student in college. I was working full-time too. I would go to school from 7 to 12. I had track practice from 1 to 3. I worked at a furniture store from 4 o'clock to 11 o'clock. I would come home. My wife would hand my son over. I would sit there and rock my son while she was sleeping, while also studying. So what I'm saying that for is, when my second son came, you talk about financial strain. No, I would say there was a financial adjustment. So because I had 2 boys, my son is going to be getting the clothes that my first son is getting. And if not, I have no shame. I was at any thrift store, any Goodwill I can find, because my sons don't need no Jordans, no Gucci, none of that bull crap, because they're going to grow out of it. So to me, it was just an adjustment. And I saved money because I went and shopped at a Goodwill or a thrift store. So you can say that did it make it harder? No, it just to make adjustments to your lifestyle. We make sure that
I'm the same exact way, bro. I make adjustments all the time. Like my son, listen, I do better birthdays for my daughters than I do my sons, right? I treat my daughters very, very like little princesses. I bought my daughter some Beyonce tickets, and I gave my son motherfucking some money for his birthday, right? That's how, sometimes you just got to know how, being a parent is going to cost you money, it's going to cost you time. And to be honest, I disagree with the African nigga. He was saying that you can do certain stuff, but being a world leader is harder than being a parent. No, bro, I think that being a parent, full-time parent, that shit is hard. Somebody came to the parent and tell me working at McDonald's is harder than what Raw B doing with her babies. And especially if you don't, or myself, or yourself, MRM, especially if you don't actually have children or in your life and shit. That shit can be hard, especially for single parents. Right?
I ain't talking about single parents, but I'm talking about, I think my wife got a lot easier.
I was just about to say that. Your wife, I was just about to say to you, man, but I ain't want to mention her. Your wife gonna be straight, nigga. Y'all stay in the mansion, nigga. I mean,
no. So this is what it is really good to have same gender babies back to back. For example, all of my swings, all of the beds, it literally went from one baby to the next baby. I didn't have to. And then since I have a good network of people, when I did my baby shower, I think I got 250 gifts. It was so many gifts coming from. I haven't really paid for anything for my kids outside of my wife. She breastfeeds.
That's probably not normal.
But that registry stuff don't last for no more than 2 years. You know that.
No, what the point that I'm making is, if women produce milk, I'm not saying that all women can produce milk, but women produce milk. So most of the food is taken care of. I think the most money that I have spent on my kids was wipes and diapers.
But y'all jump into the financial aspect. Shout out to the Sophisticated Jerk. He says being a parent is not a job; it's your responsibility. We covered in the beginning of the show, Jerk, that it can be
what Ross said earlier.
It could be constant. We could call it a job.
It's a job.
Yeah, we could call it a job.
Especially if you're with your kids 24/7. If you a stay-at-home mom or father, it is a job.
But here's the thing, right?
Somebody shit loud as hell.
Who is that? Oh, that's
I think that's MRM. He at the gym. But Aaron, have you ever had to do your daughter's hair? That shit is a full-time job just to sometimes get the girl to sit down. Bro, we had to literally get a professional to do my daughter's hair and calm down and talk to her, because when I was trying to do it, when her mom trying to do it, she won't sit the fuck down. She's gonna be yelling and screaming. That alone is a job. Next thing, you gotta get the products right. Bro, I was washing her hair every time I did it. I didn't know that dried out her hair.
The problem is y'all going from good parent and bad parent to good and bad doesn't necessarily you can't it's not necessarily guaranteed harder just because you're a better parent, or less hard because you're a worse parent. It's hard to measure that, right? And so ultimately, hold on. Ultimately, when we talk about the financial aspect of it, right? Remember, the argument is the hardest job. So put yourself in that mind frame when we're making these arguments, right? The aspect for it, financials may pay very little to no impact. And remember, We're talking about on the scale of parenting, which is not limited to the United States of America. So take that into consideration with this conversation. This is not a limited one. You can go all over the world to make your argument, right? Because this is Sinji and what's her name? Annalicia's position that this is the hardest job in the galaxy.
Boss.
Yeah, I don't know her, so I can't refute it if that's the case. But I'm saying that's their argument. So remind you, when we speak, don't just limit to say, hey, these kids cost $250,000 when we know that's not the case all around the world. So that's all. I just want to put that out.
So Aaron, I do agree that if you are a single parent, it is hard. I'm not disputing that because it's designed for two parents, right? But I just don't see if you have two parents on how it should be hard. And it is harder to be a good parent than a bad parent. Because bad parents leave their kids in front of the TV.
You mean like in a household together, right? That's not hard. You mean like a healthy co-parenting situation, even if they separate in the home, it's easier with two parents because sometimes they might have two parents, but the parents are not communicating healthy. And I always bring up DMX parents. Right, his mom and dad weren't close at all. He made that song called Flipping. He talked about doing crack. He talked about their dysfunctionality and how it affected him, even though they both were in his life. You get what I'm saying? That's
I get what you said.
But then you got the Joe Jacksons. He was a great father. You know what I'm saying? His kids turned out great.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, for example, I always think two is better than one. I know people try to argue that some people being in a single parent home is better than two people being in a home. I'm not here to argue that. But what I am saying is that based off what I have saw, especially in my own household, my wife being able to focus 100% of her energy towards the kids typically produce better results. I don't know what it would have been if it was just one parent, but I'm just saying.
You got when it comes to the debate aspect, right? And so real quick, I want to say, MRM, if I ever say anything mean to you, I apologize. I didn't know you could lift 350 pounds. My apologies. I don't even weigh that much. I don't want no problem. If you ever see me in real life, I'm a hugger. I'm a hugger. All right. So but remember,
I lift 250 pounds.
Yeah,
I lift 200. That the case, I lift 250 pounds.
Hold on, guys. You gotta let me throw my little jokes. But listen, the debate. What you're speaking to is outcome, right? That's a measurable thing as far as an outcome of what you think good parenting, bad parenting. Hardest is the argument. And just because you're a good parent don't mean your job was harder than a bad parent. That's the complex part because there's so many variables into that. And mind you, you have to defeat her argument, even though you may believe what she's saying is probably not right. You have to defeat it, and that's probably difficult to do in this context. I'm not saying it is the hardest job, but saying single parent, two parent, the job is easier. How do you measure that?
I can. So, for example,
and the reason why I say it, you're not defeating her point. You're actually just adding an element because her argument is parenting, which does not require two. That's the problem.
So let me tell you how I can defeat her argument, right? All right. So if my wife was by herself, she would have 20. Let's defeat it with math. She would have 24 hours, right? All right. So if I was there too, I would have 24 hours. I know in a perfect math world, that says we have 48 hours now. But I think you can actually multiply because if the two of us was in the situation,
but that still is not combating. That's not combating our argument.
You gotta let me finish. I don't even know what the argument is.
I'm sorry, go ahead, E. Go ahead. She crazy.
So what I'm saying is, I believe when I'm saying it's easier is that we have more time to be able to give attention to our kids. Now, what we do at that time is completely up to us, but it just makes sense if we have 48 hours versus a single parent 24 hours. Can we at least agree on that?
That's great. That would be great if that was the point of the debate. The point of the debate is that parenting is the hardest job in the world, agree or disagree. See, what you're saying is that the job of parenting is so hard, in fact, that it requires two people to multiply the time of the day in order to accomplish all the tasks that needs to get done. In fact, inadvertently, you are making the point of her argument.
Okay, so what I am saying is parenting is not the easiest job because America have put in a system, right? That 8 hours of the day, your kids are not going to be with you. Typically, they're at a daycare. They're typically at a school or something else. So this idea that it's hard, we have found a way to respectfully give our kids away for a large portion of the day. Can we at least agree with that?
No, because go ahead, Aaron.
No,
you sure, sure.
go ahead, Rob. Let me sit back.
So actually, that again is making her point. If your children are away from you for 8 hours in the day, you then have to reinforce the doctrines and ideologies that you want your children to replicate and make sure that those ideologies and doctrines supersede the influence that they receive from their peers being outside of the home every day for an 8-hour period, on top of making sure that their needs are met and making sure that they have some measure of happiness and that they're reaching their psychosocial markers so that they can be well adjusted when they enter into society on their own.
Well, I think parenting have nothing to do with happiness. This idea that I got to make my kids happy is completely bullshit to me.
Actually, it's not. If you look at Erickson's and Piaget,
let me finish, Rob. I'll let you finish. Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob. Make your point.
If you look at Erickson's and Piaget and their charts for growth and development that the brain needs to go through in order to develop a well-adjusted person that will be able to become self-actualized, you have to reach certain stages in psychology, and it is a happiness that is a component attached to. If you don't have autonomy and if you don't reach certain stages in your psychosocial development, you will forever mentally be regressed to the age period in which you should have reached those goals until you are able to reach those stages of the psychosocial development in order to further your advancement in society. I'm just saying.
All right, so you used all those big words to let you that I'm still going to double back down.
The last people you should be listening to. Excuse me. Hold on a minute. Let me say this real quick. The last people you should be listening to are spoiled kids or spoiled brats that are writing books on how to raise kids. Because I got to tell you, our ancestors, our fathers, our grandfathers did not need any book telling them how to raise a child, and they raised good kids. Usually it's the spoiled ones, the ones that are messed up, that are angry at daddy, that daddy didn't buy this for them, daddy didn't buy that for them, are the ones writing books on how to raise a child. You don't need no psychological expert to teach you how to raise a child. You raise kids how your parents raised you. If you were raised good, your kids are going to turn out good. If you're a spoiled brat that wanted to wear a Gucci while you were 8 years old, that wanted to eat cereal all day, that wanted to eat all the junk food that you can put your hands on, yes, you're going to write books on how to spoil more kids. I don't need no psychopathic anything to raise a child. No, you don't need that. You guys are making raising kids complicated. It's not that complicated.
I'm not going to argue with you, Akene, but it's not spoiled kids writing books, okay? These are the fathers of psychology, which is one of the biggest fields of medicine.
Fathers that are messed up in psychology. They're messed up.
Akene, I did not interrupt you.
Come on, T'Challa.
Okay? Right. Wakanda forever. But anyway, psychology is taught and it's practiced globally because a lot of people have psychological issues, which is why the FBI, CIA, MI6 are able to track down criminals based on the patterns of behavior, because most criminals actually have missteps during their psychosocial development. So while you can say good is subjective depending on culturally where you were raised, where you're from, and what your values and morality is. Psychology, on the other hand, is subjective, which is why we have tests that measure your psychological proclivities and show what mental diseases and processes you may have. It's science, darling. It's not about spoiled children. Shout out to all the scientists. Salute.
Well,
okay. I gotta say this in counter. FBI, CIA, MI6 did not come up yesterday and started using psychological means or psychological theories or psychological analysis in order to track criminals. It has been done for thousands of years.
Wait, Can they?
They use all they did. Oh, excuse me. I didn't interrupt you, right?
I know
All
this is
they
what I'm
did.
saying to you, though.
No. Well, hold on. You don't interrupt me because I didn't interrupt you, right?
But listen,
So what they did is that they went back and they used the primitive ways and means of tracking criminals to apply to today.
So first of all, I can't understand you. So what I was actually asking you to do was slow down just a little bit. I know you're passionate. You're speeding up the accents and the depth of your voice. The baritone is making it a little hard to understand.
Yeah. When you talk to a woman, what she does is to use words and
I don't understand you either.
languages and whatever. You should be exposed. You should be exposed. You should learn how to communicate with people outside America. That's what it is. When I came here, I had to learn. Whenever I go, wherever I go, if you can understand somebody from Russia, you can understand me very, very clearly. Okay, so stop that bullshit.
No, I use Google Translate now. Google Translate.
You talking
So what
real
I'm saying
fast
is,
and you're rambling. You're talking real fast and you're rambling, so it's hard to understand. And I want to make sure that everybody in the audience can understand you because we understand CBN and he be talking hella low and he be mumble rapping on it. I'm just saying to you, just slow down a little bit.
So what I'm saying is this, right? MI6, M16, whatever you call them, CIA, FBI. No matter the psychological analysis they are adapting to track criminals, it's been done for thousands of years. All they did is to go back the way our ancestors, our people before them did it. So you don't need any psychological book, modern psychological book to do that. It has been done for thousands of years. Even in the kingdom of Benin in Nigeria, they did the same thing 700, 800 years ago. When they track people, they use, because they know that criminals have certain pattern of behavior. Criminals always going to make that silly mistake. And most of them, if you want to track a criminal or a fugitive, all you need to do is plant a woman. Most cases, it was successful. Plant a woman and you catch a criminal.
Oh,
so what I'm
hold on. Just to clarify what you said, you said catch a woman and catch a criminal.
Right.
No, he's top tier bandit behavior.
I'm gonna just say this. I'm gonna let Ikene have
Shut
it.
your ass up.
First of all, sir, you're misinformed because Sigmund Freud, the father of psychology, founded Freudian theory in the 1890s in Vienna, right? So Freudian theory supersedes most of your ancestors' principles or teaching to use a woman to catch a criminal. And that's not even what profiling is about. Profiling is to determine what your patterns of behavior will be and what you are most likely to do, which is why they wind up finding criminals. I bet you they didn't find Bin Laden by putting a woman out there.
The thing that fascinates me in life is this, right? Our people that are into modern education, just like I am. I'm an engineer, a mechanical and aerospace engineer, right? I have known that for thousands of years, humans have been working towards the development of an object flying in the sky. So for you to go back to 18-something to quote the father of psychology, that tells me where your knowledge started from. Because guess what, right? Psychology theory has gone down thousands of years before 18-something. So you're going to Vienna 18-something to find your understanding of psychology. Your educational pros just started. But one thing that I got to tell you is this.
Hey, Rob,
And for the guy that has to stay over there and say that to be African and engineer is something not to be proud of. That tells me how messed up your mentality is. If you're going to say that African and engineer is not a match.
Hey, God damn it, yo, Robbie, listen.
I can't hear neither one of y'all. Y'all just talking over each other.
I know y'all intellectually and shit, but dumb this shit down some. What the fuck y'all doing?
You right, Poppy. I tried to.
What the fuck y'all doing?
I'm talking
You don't have to go personal. You don't have to go personal to prove your point.
This is the question I got.
Y'all ain't even talk about the topic.
The fuck is y'all talking about? Y'all ain't even on the topic.
Because
Grandville, I don't know what that nigga saying.
But let me,
Daryl, you hush, you demon.
with me. That's why.
You, why you calling my name?
Oh no, come on,
Come on,
hey,
man.
come on, chill.
Well, one second.
Yo, let E-Man go, because E-Man might could dumb it down for me a little bit, because
I'm
I'm
gonna keep it
retarded.
simple.
I'm slow.
I literally went to
Let me hear what you
college
got
to
to say,
understand
man.
the shit that Rob BB said, and she be using all these big words that really don't mean a lot, but it sounds really
That
good.
analytical and philosophical shit, that bullshit.
Trying to confuse
Hold
men.
on, Robbie, stay your loudmouth ass up there.
Wait 1 second, Rob. I'm always going to give you the opportunity to respond. And so the one thing that I have learned, right? I know we say that for you to be a great parent, you need to read all these books and get all educated, and you need to go back to the 1890s and understand the psychology of human beings to be successful. But it's funny how Black people ain't had that shit in ever. We might can go before. Oh, Kenny, bye-bye, bro. I just think it's really simple moral values that you could teach your kids to make them productive citizens of society. This idea of me trying to have to understand them from a psychological point of view, I believe is straight up BS. This idea is I need to be able to provide the morals and values that I believe that make them into great human beings, and I need to be present. This idea of me, is my kids going to be happy? Yes, my kids get happy when they first see me, but it's not my response. It's my responsibility to teach my kids at a young age. It's not their parents' responsibility to make them happy. It's them to find happiness within themselves. The biggest problem that we see in relationships today is that so many people is looking for somebody else to fulfill their happiness because their parents been trying to fulfill their happiness for so long. The goal is that this inner peace must come from inside, not from an outside source. And so, go ahead, Rob.
Which is why you missed the complete entire point of what I said about ensuring that your children reach psychosocial development. Furthermore, African Americans by far and wide
what that mean?
Are how the brain develops throughout your lifetime, throughout your childhood and adolescence. So what that means, African Americans by far and wide are the lowest on the totem pole in a multiple of arenas. Why? Because we've just been going off of instinct, while other cultures have been learning the science behind in order to figure out the best ways to optimize productivity and functionality. African American people do themselves a disservice when they actually diminish and dismiss the psychological component. Because what has instinct been doing for you? What have
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm glad you asked that question. Hold on. Let me tell you what instincts have been. You know why they say Black? Hold on. I'm not. You know I'm not angry. It takes a lot to get me angry. But first, you know why Black fathers are the most involved fathers? Because of instincts. You know, the reason, this idea that we have to be able to be this psychological guru or what our kids, it's a reason we're the most. We are mostly involved. Like if you look at data after data, Black men are winning as a father, point blank and period. I know they might try to paint this picture that we're not. I get what you're saying. It's nothing wrong with education, but there's a lot of people who read these books and still horrible parents. If you don't apply this knowledge, and I know for a fact my grandfather wasn't this educated person, but he knew the principles that I needed to have as a man to be able to take my life to the next level. We can have both. I'm not saying that you can't be educated, but there's certain things that men have learned about men, and they have not learned it from a book. They learned it from another man. I rest my case. Go ahead.
So at the end of the day, even the things that you pick up from someone else is based off of psychology. But you know what speaks to this best, even though a lot of people say it's a fictional document, the Willie Lynch letter. And look at how it plays out to this very day, which is completely based on the psychology of how human beings interact with one another, especially in a certain archetype. But let's get back to the video.
Yeah, because you saw our point. So if we get
on point.
No, you talking about not the topic. That's what I'm saying. So if we go back to the topic, right? I don't think parenting is the hardest because I believe it's a part of our instincts to be able to take care of kids. I do think that we have we have got a certain level of understanding on how to take care of our offsprings. If we look at nature, we don't have to teach psychology to a lion on how to be able to raise a lion. And I believe that the idea that human beings got to learn something more to be more effective parents, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that it can't help, but in reality, I believe that some things it's downloaded in us and we just know how to do it.
Well, I don't liken human beings and the human condition to that of animals that lays about in their own filth and decay. But again, that's probably just the education speaking. The way the human brain is set up, it's very much so elevated above that of an animal. Even from a biblical principle, God gave human beings dominion over animals, which means we are above them. So I wouldn't liken you to a lion. I wouldn't liken anybody to a monkey, to a cat, to a frog, nothing, because God said you're above that.
Okay, well, if we want to bring God into the situation, he also said he made us, he made us into his image. That means that I have his DNA inside of me. That means I don't have to read in a book. I can go to my heavenly father and get a download on how to raise my kids if we want to bring God into it.
Yet you read that in the book. You read that in the Bible. I rest my case.
All right. Stop. All right, we gotta get through the
Aaron, my brain hurts.
It's a lot more to jump through. Shout out Fatty with makeup. I am she. Hey, these people. What does Simp God do for a living besides YouTube? It's none of my business. None of my business.
I run a private OnlyFans, but that's okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Flora says this dude probably believes Fufu is a meal. I don't trust anything he says. Who the hell is Fufu?
What the fuck is Fufu?
Well, hold on.
Oh my God! Here come all the Africans.
Hold on.
Here come all the Africans. It's got to be an African thing because Flora said it.
Flora, do me a favor.
That's damn near racist.
You have no idea what you're talking about, so it's best for you to take that vocabulary out of your mouth. Think of something else. That's number one. Number two, if you don't want us to disrespect the kind of food you eat, don't disrespect the kind of food that we eat. Because I don't go out and say these Mexicans eat all kind of nonsense or these.
She's not Mexican. Wait, she's not Mexican. She's just an African that skin bleach.
I'm giving an example. Because the problem with people like her come up. How would I put it? I want to make it simple. She was either sniffing chlorine while she was in high school. She must have jumped on her head a couple of times when she was a baby. Or she's stuck on stupid. When I hear that type of thing, me coming from Brooklyn, I like to roast people. So don't talk about food or anything, because if I talk about what you eat in your household, maybe that thing is poisoning your brain. Stop eating and let it go. Other than that, stay in your lane.
All right, let's get back to the video. And next time Trinidad is up here, y'all let her speak because y'all was been talking all.
That's why I was really up here. I wanted her to talk because y'all was never gonna let that lady in there. And she had been waiting. You douchebag.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna make sure I get her in when she comes.
Not you, Aaron. The rest of them. Not you, Aaron. You're not the douchebag. You give me amazing content.
One at fault when it comes to that. But it's all right. It's an interesting topic. So let's get back into the video because I forgot who's cooking right now, but I think Annalisa might have been talking or Sinji. I'm not sure where we at. Let me see where we at.
And closer to God, I guess, than any other person. So I would concede that birthing someone is the hardest thing a woman can do, right? Like we agree on that. You agree with that, Finn?
Yeah.
All right, but that's not parenting.
So I said even the process by which you become a parent is difficult. That's what I said in there. Birthing is the process by which you become a parent.
No, she's lying. She's lying.
That's where the argument is right now. Is birthing it's hard. What how does she?
Yeah, so no, I think we all agree that birthing is a hard part of the hardest part for a woman becoming a parent. I concede to that point. What I don't concede is you lay on your back getting some dick is hard. Nah, bitch. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cuss. I apologize.
It depends on the eggplant.
So I said
on the eggplant.
process by which you become a parent is difficult. That's what.
Okay, that's where the confliction is. The process in which you become a parent is difficult.
Robbie, you're wrong for that, Robbie.
I get it. So
she meant birth, right, Aaron? Birth and not fucking, like birthing the actual baby that might lead to the woman dying.
Here's the problem. When you use the word parent and birthing, they can be separate, and I think that's what Edom Man is arguing right now. And so mind you, this is a debate. If you sit there opening yourself up for attack, it's going to be,
I personally saw my wife give birth to 2 children. I believe that giving birth to a child is the hardest thing that a woman will go through. I concede to that point, but she said before that, her words was the process of getting pregnant, laying on your back, taking some D. It's not the hardest part. Matter of fact, most women don't do nothing but lay down.
But what if she riding?
Wait. Is it harder than a woman being on the battlefield in the sense of a physical war?
Hold on. Black Diala said it depends on the eggplant. I mean, that eggplant too damn big, they might be hard. That's what she said.
No. Listen, I'm telling you, a woman, say for example, in combat arms in the military now, women can actually go out and they can be in the combat field, right? That is 10 times harder because first of all, if a woman get caught as a prisoner of war, her experience is going to be totally different than a man, especially in a Muslim country. So I'm telling you that her laying on her back getting pregnant is not hard. We cannot make it seem like her sitting back here getting this D is hard. Most women just don't put in enough work for it to be hard.
First of all, don't say that because you done dealt with some lazy Susans. If you got the right size of eggplant, it is a difficult expenditure. If it's not like throwing hot dogs down the hallway.
I can speak to that.
Now, so that is hard. That's a little bit.
So Darren, hello, Darren. I want to ask the simp guy because I want to see if he's gonna be honest. You think a woman laying on her back getting pregnant is hard? Be honest, my sir.
When you word it like that, that's when you word like that, no, right? It's not hard to just lay on your back, right, and be mediocre. But a lot of women are putting a lot of time and care and dealing with niggas like DJ Envy who can't even make them come. Right, so that's when it becomes difficult. You
don't have to come to get pregnant. See, this is crazy.
That's hard. That's
hard. This is. You don't think this is a wild ass conversation?
It's more difficult.
This is a wild ass conversation. Now you having a Darrell. Don't answer no more of his questions. Ask for a lawyer. He trying to have a wild ass conversation with you right now, bro. You shouldn't be talking nowhere near about how it feel, about the pain or the pressure it take to take some. Come on, bro. Like, let's stop this, bro. This is a wild ass con. I think it's hard. Because I never did it. Have you? Have you done it? Have you done it, eBay? Have you laid down and bent over and took some? Like, what are you talking about? Stop the madness, bro. But you letting them have the conversation. I'm trying to kill it. He like, yo, that's easy. I've done it. Like, what you?
That's a different.
Are we joking right now?
Let's ask Rod B. No.
Hold on. I would love to.
Are we joking right now, bro?
This conversation going to the huge level.
This is a wild ass conversation. Y'all don't hear the undertone of this?
Women are dealing with a lot of niggas like that's not like so.
If others aren't pre-heard, wait, Daryl, I'ma save you.
Go ahead, Rod. Thank you.
I'ma just put this and then we're gonna go back to the video. Y'all are making Aaron very uncomfortable. He doesn't like these type of conversations. And CPN as well.
What are we talking about?
If the oven isn't preheated effectively, it can be a very hard endeavor to have an enjoyable situation. But we'll just leave it there.
No, Rob. No. Let's call it ace or ace. Let's call it out.
Let's get out of here. I'm trying to stay focused on job.
Play the video here.
Rob, are you saying sex is hard?
Lee, man, good to see you again. Daryl, I cannot stay around this conversation right now. I got kids around here. Y'all driving me nuts over here.
You the one started talking about eggplant sizes. Get your ass out of here.
No, I'm saying what she said.
Well, you repeated it.
She
Man, I
said
heard
hard.
everything all y'all. I heard everything your E-man was talking about. Y'all,
She said
my
it
native
hard.
tribe. We put
back to the
grown
video.
video.
Please.
She said it hard. So don't blame me
I'm
for
gonna
that. I'm
stand
calling
10
her
toes
out.
down. Listen, Robbie, are you
She
trying to
chose that
say
monkey
sex is
wrench.
hard?
Huh?
So you trying to say sex is hard?
I don't have enough experience on the topic to give an honest.
Let's go back to the video,
I'm out.
man. Go back to the video,
Peace.
man.
I'm out of here.
I can't do this with y'all. Y'all need help. Actual help.
What I said in there. Birthing is the process by which you become a parent.
No,
if you,
but no,
if
you
you,
can
if you
adopt.
so choose to not give your child up for adoption or transfer the parenting to somebody else, either way, somebody still has to parent that child. So the point
Which
still
highlights the fact that you can adopt, so you don't actually have to.
yeah, you
engage
have a
in-
very small window to do that, though. You can't just at any point during your parenting, when your kid gets 14, and say, hey, I'm going to throw this kid up for adoption. It doesn't work like that. You have a small window.
No. But I'm saying that's not the only means by which you become a parent.
Oh,
you
no,
can
no, no.
become a parent through adoption. Therefore, we can separate birthing from parenting.
Right, but I'm saying even though they're two separate things, it still does not negate that parenting is still the hardest. Whether you birth the child or not, the act of being a parent is still hard. It's still the hardest.
Hardest job. So we agree that birthing a child might be the hardest thing in the world, right? Then we are at parenting, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not hearing Anna, or Sin said yes already, but I don't hear Anna. One was two.
Listen, Sid and I we're one person in this debate, okay?
All right, so you agree then.
Yeah.
What
Well,
about
we agree that
parenting?
carrying the child and birthing the child is the beginning of parenting. Like, can we just
No.
really? Why? How are we not?
I'm gonna say no because you can adopt. Because that you can adopt. That omits the birthing.
Most people, but just because someone adopts a child does not negate that parenting has to happen. The adopting parents, you would simply just be transferring the parental responsibility from yourself to an adoptive parent, but someone still has to parent. It doesn't negate the task of being a parent.
So you being a parent does not mean you have to give birth. And you giving birth does not mean you have to be a parent. No, like this is like, I feel like if we don't agree to this, it's kind of like bad faith.
It sounds like you do agree to this.
Yeah, I thought we did earlier.
This is so.
Yeah, because Cynthia,
rather a person.
Actually, even if you adopt a child, the child that you adopt, Ted, or are adopting, still was born. So it's bad faith.
We agree. We agree with it. I think what he was trying to do is he was trying to show that we're not talking about birthing. We want to talk about the parenting after birthing. I think that he was trying to draw a good faith line to have the conversation, because we all agree that birthing is hard. He agreed. I agree. I think every man would say that that's not an easy experience.
But she
but
said
we want to talk about
for birthing what was parenting, or something like the beginning of parenting is birthing or something. That's what her parallel is.
Yeah. Right. So what we're trying to ask, but just to move the conversation forward, we're trying to say after birthing a child, we want to talk about parenting at 1 year to 18 months or to infinity. Let's talk about that as being hard. Can we have a good faith line there, or y'all want to go back to birthing?
Aaron, could I ask you a question?
Yes.
Would you consider going to school a job?
Are we sticking to a staunch definition of what a job is?
Well, if we're using this conflated term of what a job is to say that being a parent is a job, then I just want to understand, if you're going to say being a parent is a job, then going to school would also have to be a job.
Yes,
we don't like
school is a job.
It
I know people.
So children going to school is child labor.
I think you're getting paid. It's just a longer investment. So, say for example,
that's not even true to the slightest.
Hold on. Well, let me finish what I'm saying. Let's say from a college point of view, because we can argue. I believe.
No. We're not going to go to a college point of view, because you don't start school in college. You start school at 2, 3, 5 years old.
We both got children. I'm not sure how old yours is, right? But my son, he about to be in high school. Part of his job is to make sure his fucking grades is good. That's part of his fucking job. He don't got too many jobs, but that's one of the main ones. So yes, going to school is a fucking
So
job.
life is a job. You just living is a job. And so then that in itself really just devalues the whole motherhood or parenthood or fatherhood is a job, and trying to say it's the hardest job. If anything, it kind of just diminishes its value. Everything is a job at this point. Everything in life is a job. That's basically what you said.
But yeah, but is it
so
not?
it doesn't matter.
So this is the thing.
They defined it in the beginning of the show. I forgot what the definition that they wanted to go by for job. So go ahead.
Yeah, this is the thing. Life is a job, and it is hard to make sure that you're going to get positive outcomes. The reality is people are looking at the professions that their avatars choose as the totality of what life is. Your job when you are created in this world is to be a good person. It is to keep, and actually, not everybody's job is to be a good person. Some people's job is to be horrible. It creates a balance and homeostasis within this organism called Earth. So, therefore, the whole entire debate is a mute point. Some people are going, go ahead.
The mute point is the point of things are being called jobs. It's not jobs, it's just life. You literally just living life, and the point that we're putting so much emphasis on the importance of it's the hardest job. It's not, no, nigga, you just living life like the rest of us. Either you choose to raise these kids or you don't. And for the most part, our morality forces us mentally to choose to raise these kids, and even the government to an extent. Because if the government wasn't here, I don't know how many of these kids would be left to the dust.
So can I ask Sway a question, right? If I was to take my kids to a nursery, right, would they be considered having a job, or would they just be living life?
Are they getting paid for it? Because if you're going to use my definition of a job, I think you should be getting paid for it, like salary.
Well, so I'm using the job. So I'm using the job definition based on the Oxford definition, the verb form of working. Anytime that you're actually working, regardless if you receive pay or not, is considered a job. For example, when a kid go to school and they do work, their schoolwork, they actually receive grades, which will be considered compensation in a different way. That's kind of what I mean by the word job.
Well, we could extrapolate it even further. When you are doing an apprenticeship and you're not getting paid, that's still a job. When you're doing an internship or an externship and you're not getting paid, that's still a job.
You guys are just proving my point even more.
No, what we're saying is that anytime that you're doing a task can be considered as work, which can be a job.
You're proving my point even more, bro.
No, we're not. Like, if you listen to what we're saying, if you listen to what we're saying, that means school is a job.
If the point is that if everything that revolves around doing anything is considered a job, then basically nothing is really a job. It's just life.
Okay, what's your compensation for life?
Death.
Die.
You're
literally fighting not to die every day. And then at this point, you're paying to not to die every day if you live in a first world country, because you have to now. Because now you got to pay for a house, you got to pay for a fridge, you got to pay for a laundry machine, you got to pay for a goddamn whatever the fuck. You got to pay for all these things just to live at this point.
The point was, hold on, because I want to move on. I don't want to be stuck on this bridge. They defined what they meant job was in the beginning of the stream. You have to go back if you want to debunk what they said, but
I'm asking y'all on the panel. I asked you. That's why I came up and asked you. Would you consider school a person going to school is a job? I didn't ask none of these other niggas. I don't even think you got a chance to respond.
Well, Sophisticated Jerk says Sway is right. Pull up the definition. I was focused on the conversation more so than not. I understand what you're saying, right? And I'm only going by what they said in the beginning of the stream, which I don't remember exactly, but how they agreed upon define what a job was makes the argument. Now, could you argue life is a job? Then it's a I forget what the exact definition that they use for this argument to center it, but for a good faith argument, like we're going to get a little extreme if we hinge that as the point of it, right? Because I would agree if that's the argument, what a job is, and fine, that'd be the end of the conversation.
Because my thing is, Aaron, when we say motherhood or fatherhood or being a parent is a job, I feel like we say that to put more like value on it, like that it's another stress, a burden in your life that you have to work for, but you're not getting compensated for. And so we try to say it's the hardest job in the world because there is no real compensation out of it other than fulfillment that your children might succeed in life.
I think it is a
I pulled up the definition that they used, Aaron.
It's not a compensation. It's not a compensation. Okay, so what happens if you have a 5-year-old kid and then she's playing or she goes out with her friends and they get hit by a drunk driver? That doesn't feel very compensating. Like life happens here or there, bro. What you making this thing face? Like I said, it matters on the outcomes of their life is the fulfillment. If it ends abruptly, that shit ain't fulfilling, nigga. I could promise you that.
So Sway, I can argue that same thing. What happened if you at your job working and you died before your check come? You didn't get compensated for the work that you did. Like this idea that
you're being compensated the whole time. What are you talking about?
No, you don't get compensated until payday.
You only work 2 weeks?
No, you missed it. Let's go back to the argument.
Anyway, do you want to show the definition, Aaron?
Yes.
I just gotta hold the L, man. Keep it pushing.
The object or material on which work is being done, a specific duty, role, or function, a job description, a regular remunerative position.
I don't remember in the beginning of the streaming which one they agreed upon. I don't know if you remember that one.
But I think that proves my point.
That was one. Yeah, that says a duty. But
it literally is everything in life.
Right, because life is a job.
It just diminishes the significant value of calling this a job. Like the whole point of calling it a job is to put value on parenthood.
The whole debate is if parenting is the hardest job. So literally, everybody on this panel believes that parenting is a job. We're not giving our personal opinions on the topic. What we're doing is watching the video and seeing who has proved their side of the debate. Is parenting the hardest job?
You know what's crazy, Robbie?
Is parenting not the hardest job?
I came up here asking the host a question. And I don't even think he's still been able to respond to it because y'all keep trying to interject y'all's thoughts.
He did answer the question, and then you.
I would like the conversation. I don't understand why me and Aaron can have a back and forth and not have a bunch of ad libs from the cast members.
Because you came on a panel, and that's how these panel shows go, right?
No, look at that panel right there.
That's a
taking
debate
turns.
show.
Taking turns.
That's a debate show. That's a debate show. It's not a panel show.
Look, you're already frustrating Aaron, man. Look at you.
You are, but it's
fall
okay.
back,
nephew.
fall back, and
nephew,
rest of your femininity.
Guys, please, let's have a conversation. She's making this in a debate. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a dialogue, please, guys. It's frustrating. Let's have people are watching, man.
Okay.
Aaron, I'm sorry, since we started having the conversation together because it was just me and you. Is this not a debate? Did I miss it? This is not a debate. I believe the channel says Aaron overviews Themis and Thoth debate. Keyword debate. How people want to have a you and I were talking about the premises of the debate, the opening, how the openings were, who had the leading point, who was proving the point that they made in their opening. And this is why I can't stand people on these panels sometimes because they click in, they have no situational awareness. They don't look at the title.
Man,
they don't look at the premise.
She's working in
They just get to talking. Like, shut the fuck up sometimes. God damn.
Number one, you don't become disrespectful to men when you have when men give you the audience to talk. You don't disrespect men. You have a conversation with men. That is the problem here. We haven't debated with a woman that is disrespectful to men, and you guys are giving her that audience. You guys are giving her that audience, man.
I know you're from Africa, where you think that chosen cuisine reigns supreme.
And Thanos,
That's why your men don't marry you, because you guys are disrespectful to your men. You guys are disrespectful to your men. That's why your men don't marry you either.
Nobody, can we mute our mics, because this has nothing to do with the conversation. I just want to address the super chat. Thanos Series $5 ball. Just have the conversation. The topic of debate is used for is only used for validation. Why else would you make this statement? And that is what I'm saying. The point that we're trying to say that this is the hardest job is only being used to validate that it is a job.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, it's just a part of life. And we know what a job is and how we actually use that in real context. But for some reason, we like to stretch the way we actually implement it in our life to these other things that we would just call duties and responsibilities of life, and then call it a job. When we know goddamn well nobody want to be a firefighter running a burning buildings 9 out of 10 times. Nobody wants to go work on an oil rig 9 out of 10 times. Nobody want to work in a coal mine 9 out of 10 times. You don't want to be in Africa right now in the Congo mining them damn cobalt mines. You like, bro, there are harder jobs in parenthood. Trust.
Okay, but how do you substantiate it?
Most people are okay with parenthood. They are okay with children, and they actually, at the end of it, by the time they raise a kid, they say it's the most fulfilling thing, and they're happy they did it, regardless of what age they had them.
But she didn't say it wasn't fulfilling. She said it was the hardest. She said it was the hardest.
What did Aaron just ask me? Jesus Christ! What did Aaron just ask me?
Can we get a baseline?
What you said?
What did Aaron ask me?
So Aaron, can we get a baseline?
You don't even know what this nigga asked me.
Hold on one second, Aaron. Hold on, Robbie. Can we get a baseline that we're talking about parenting after birth? Because I think that's where we're at in the video. Is parenting after birth the hardest thing for a person?
Yeah, I think we can get to that point. I think the argument initially was that to become a parent, you have to give birth first. And I think that's where the pushback was with Themis. No, you don't. And so, yes, I can agree that Sinji is off on that initial statement. She may have misspoken. I don't know. I don't think you should in a debate, because you got to take that point if that's the case. But yeah, we can move off of it.
So this is what I'm trying to understand. If we just go off the point that after birth, right? So let's say after the newborn stage, from 1 to infinity, do you believe that that's the hardest thing, Robbie? Is that the hardest part for a person to do, is to be a parent?
I think the hardest job is for somebody to be a good parent. And I think that, at the end of the day, a lot of people haven't been raised by good parents. So they don't put any respect on the job of parenting. They've been left in front of televisions. They've been latchkey kids. Nobody showed up at their sporting events. Nobody supported them. So they don't hold parenting to a venerated status. Those are
the hold on 1 second. You doing good. That is not the argument. The argument based off what they're saying.
No. It's just to validate that it's a job. Because I've already said
I'm not arguing the job, Robbie. Remember, job. Listen, I'm not arguing that. Being a parent, she didn't say a good parent, she didn't say a great parent. She said being a parent is the hardest job. So based off that, because we can't really substantiate whether you was a good or bad parent. If you was a great it's hard to measure that. But being a parent in general, if we go over the whole population around the world, do you believe that is the hardest job?
So at the end of the day, back to what me and Aaron was talking about, when Aaron decided he wanted to review the debate, and I hopped up here, because Aaron, when I first came up here, did I or did I not say that the premise of the debate is not valid because parenting has such a broad stroke, even including good and bad parenting?
Correct.
Did I not also bring up the 4 parenting styles,
Deflection.
which include neglectful parenting?
That's
Your
correct.
Honor.
Oh, okay, that way.
Your Honor, objection.
Like,
Deflection on
it's
the
stupid.
deflection on the
It's
field.
stupid because when people come into a conversation later on, right, they never ask a question. Well, what have you guys already covered? Well, what points have you guys already made? What maybe did I miss? They just jump in with biases and assumptions. At the end of the day, our individual personal perspectives on what parenting is a non sequitur if we're reviewing the debate and then we are making a commentary on why somebody's point is valid or is invalidated. Cynthia G, in that last talking point, was invalidated because there is multiple points in which people become parents. And again, she is just further adding fuel to Themis's opening point in which he broke down his perspective of why parenting is not the hardest job. If I feel it's the hardest job, it's going to be different from if anybody else feels it's the hardest job, because that's going to be based on how they interact with their children.
I got it. So you're saying baseline, the hardest thing you have ever did in your life is raising your kids.
That's not what I said at all. So you
I'm asking. No, I'm asking
you
the question.
deflected. That's why I said that. You didn't answer the nigga question.
Why would I answer that question? It's not my debate. Y'all be getting sucked in.
Deflection again.
Yep, you're right. Whatever you want to call it. Y'all get sucked in on these panels because you answer questions that are irrelevant, which is why a lot of people go to jail.
All
you
right,
know
well,
why I
let's
ain't never
just
been in
continue the
nobody's
video.
trouble?
Nope.
Because I don't never answer a question unless it's relevant and I have to.
So no, the reason I'm asking the question is because I believe the hardest thing I have ever did was built the business. I believe that was the hardest thing. It was the most intense thing. I know this can be from a biased point of view. And I just want to say, I'm just saying that we was the poll, because when we talk about parenting, we're not just polling women, we are polling men and women, right?
I know, I said that too.
Both of us are qualified. And I believe that we poll all parents. I believe most parents would say that parenting is not the hardest. And that's why I was trying to get a baseline of the panel. I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just asking, do the parents on the panel, do they believe that that's the hardest thing they ever accomplished?
Robbie is right, though. Her response is 100% accurate. It's not her debate. It's not her position that she has to defend. What she's doing is breaking down their arguments and their content. Now, from time to time in the conversation, do we throw our own experience in there? Sure, we could, but it's not intellectually smart of her to throw out her thoughts.
And she don't need no little brother protecting her right now. Leave her alone.
It's not about protection. It's about the facts. And it's about the
Auntie
fact that
Auntie is strong and independent. She can handle her own debates. Let her.
Yes,
Let her
it's
let her own
about the
point.
fact that this is not a debate that we are having. This is the whole entire premise. And this is why a lot of shows get derailed. We are not having a debate on if parenting is the hardest job or not. What Aaron was attempting to do is watch this video and see which side, Cynthia G and Annalisa, or Pretty Petty Boy and Themis, which one of the groups represented their opening statement the best. That's it. And the way we do as a collective when we get together is derail the conversation. Now, from looking at this debate, we have derailed into sexual responsibility, money, how parenting, sexism, and a whole bunch of other shit. But the purpose of this video, and Aaron, you can correct me if I am wrong, was to review somebody else's content and give a reaction to what they did in that content.
But we can get a baseline of where the panel stands too. It's not a bad idea to say, hey,
we can have our own conversation about the topic.
Everybody, listen, Robbie is right, but it doesn't mean y'all wrong. Okay,
Aaron, bro, why you keep protecting this woman when she knows she's wrong?
I want to get back to the video.
Then let's just get back to the show.
Thank you.
Get back
Let's
to
get back
it,
to the video.
nephew.
I ain't about to keep arguing with y'all people. Y'all gonna have me here forever. Okay?
All right, but hold on. But before we start the video, we're talking. I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Somebody gonna boot you off, bro.
I hope so. Listen, 1 to that means he make money. Listen, 1 to 18. We're talking about parenting 1 to 18, not childbirth, right? Can we at least say that we agree?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
Aaron, he said we talk about 1 to 18. Whatever he said, we agree, so we could get back to the debate.
So shout out to Timeout. Is every kid difficult to parent? That is a very subjective answer that one would give, but the short answer is I believe no. But that's very subjective. Let's get back to the video and listen to Sinji put Themis under fire because she killing him in this debate.
Person gives the child up or keeps the child. If the child is not birthed, parenting does not happen. Therefore, birthing the child is the first step in parenting, regardless to who's doing it. It just is what it is. And absolutely.
I will even agree that it might be the first step. I don't know, but it is not itself.
How is it not? If there's no child, there's no responsibility to parent. The child has to be birthed first.
How is a woman in a coma who has been impregnated and still carries the child even though she's in a coma parenting?
But the birthing is still happening because they would just take the baby out by a C-section. They still consider that a birth, though.
But
a C-section
that's not
is still considered a
parenting.
birth.
That's not parenting based on
Right,
your
I said
definition.
it's the first step. It's the first step to parenting because if there's no child, there's no parenting.
Okay, so can we
even
then
if the woman
agree
is in
that
a coma, once that child is birthed,
that's
somebody
fine.
has to parent.
That is completely fine. But can we agree that that is not parenting?
I said it's the first step.
Let's read the definition of parenting.
Even if you say it's the first step,
It's a prerequisite to parenting. Giving birth is the prerequisite to parenting. Can we all agree on that?
But what I'm trying
Choosing to
if
be
I understand,
one.
when you say it's the first step, it means it is not itself parenting. When you say it's the prerequisite, it's saying it is not itself parenting.
Yeah, it's not. Birthing a child is not itself parenting. It's not. No.
She's so off, and she won't accept it. She will keep denying it. First, she said, no, I don't agree. That's the first step to parenting. But it's not itself parenting. So it's not parenting.
Aaron, you know that them giving birth is 50% of their argument. They can't lose 50% of their argument.
So
That's the trump card, man. That is literally the trump card, bro.
She also
So like how I
earlier
said,
point.
Oh, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Paolo. No, go ahead, Paolo.
She's contradicting her opening sort of rebuttal to Themis by saying parenting is a job. By that statement alone, okay, if you're in a coma and you give birth by the assistance of doctors and nurses and whatever, you're still a parent or parenting. She is contradicting her earlier point. To parent is to do a job. That woman is not doing nothing. She's in a coma. So how can you qualify her as?
So what would the people on the panel call me raising two cats?
Hold on one sec. You ever seen that saying?
Nah, answer the question, Robbie. But go ahead.
Attorneys, lawyers, not all lawyers, attorneys practicing. See, it's actually, we don't know what type of attorney or lawyer that he actually is. We don't know if he actually is in the courtroom or not, because you don't actually have to be to do this job. So I don't know. But if you're saying you know for a fact that he actually he's lit, I don't know if that's the case.
But this is the thing. If he is in fact a lawyer, then her preparation for a debate with an attorney was subpar. Because we saw from the onset, he has his outline ready for his debate. He has his bullet points. He is very factual and intentional with each minute that he's given to debate his point that parenting is not the hardest job. She, like how I told you, Aaron, I told you she was going to do it. She ain't dropped that tear yet, but it's coming. She is debating from an emotional perspective. She's using anecdotal experience and her personal life situations to shore up her argument. For those of you that are not, used to formalized debate, that is the quickest way to lose a debate. Debates are not about emotion. They are about the actual fact. But nephew, to answer your question, if you have two cats, then yes, I forget who said it in the chat, but you are a cat daddy. It's okay. You have fur babies as long as you take them to the vet and give them all their medicine, then you're a good parent. If not, you're operating under the neglectful parenting style. And either way,
Damn. So I could be a parent without birthing children.
yes, you can be a parent without birthing children.
It doesn't even have to be human babies either.
No,
No,
you're
it
wrong,
doesn't.
Sway. You got.
I can be a parent to fish.
You about to make yourself look bad.
Don't just let him. Just nephew
Me?
gonna do what nephew gonna do. Just let him.
What
keep
I
on
do?
Cooking. You cooking, boo.
So
You
Rob,
cooking.
so Rob, so are you saying that
I
we
want to
can?
know, Aaron. Why am I looking bad? Well, go ahead.
Do you want her to eviscerate what you just said? Because
No. I want you to. I'm asking you a question.
Because you asked her, you could be a parent without giving birth.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a father?
Yeah.
Did your father give birth to you?
No, but I already agreed to that point.
But that's what you just asked her.
Yes, but I had a follow up.
Okay.
So
I wasn't expecting her to say no.
So this is the thing, right? As I said initially when I came up here to start having this reaction with Aaron, the premise of the argument from Cynthia G's perspective is wrong off rip because it's not speaking to the general topic of parenting. She is building her whole argument off of the motherhood aspect of it, not from parenting as the whole. For those of you that came late, just so you could get caught up.
So Robbie,
Well, being
for
a
her
mother is the hardest job in the world.
Yeah, now that would have been a whole different argument if she says motherhood was the hardest, but that's not what she said. She said
hard for her to do that. Actually,
we know because that would go ahead.
It would limit the scope. It's actually better to use a blanketed term like parenting, so you have both options to fulfill your argument. It's actually smarter that way.
But the point that I'm making is Sway was actually right. That majority of her argument is the actual childbirth, and him separating childbirth from parenting. You tell that she don't want to do that because she understands that she don't have another foot to stand on.
That's my guess too.
Right, which is why she doesn't want to say that her whole entire argument really is just about motherhood. Themis has already won this debate. If I'm quite honest with you, Themis won this debate in his opening.
Yeah.
He's just playing out the steps now to completion. Her response even to his opening was stuttering. She was a stuttering Stanley, and she was flailing to try to recapture ground. She's been emotional and on the attack since he laid out the foundation of what it is that he was saying. Period.
Yeah.
She's not a very good debater.
No, she's not. I'll be back, Aaron. I'll be back.
Okay, no doubt. Let's get back to the video.
It's the first step. Yeah. Okay. We can.
It's the first step to parenting.
All right.
Child has to be born in order for someone to parent it. I don't think anyone disagrees.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, Kate.
Okay.
The child has to be born in order for someone to parent it. Therefore, birth would be the first step to parenting.
Okay, so the just to get back to like the debate and what it's about, everyone agrees there has to be a child in order to be parented. Like we don't even have to. I didn't think we had to clarify that, right? So parenting, I'll read the definition. It says the raising of a child by its parents, the act or process of becoming a parent, or the taking care of someone in the manner of a parent. So the person that is raising or taking care of said child that has been birthed by somebody, whether it's the parent or someone else, right? Because we can talk about people who adopt or people who, whatever the case may be, end up parenting someone's child that they did not birth. So when we're talking about whether or not parenting, like the raising of a child, is more or less difficult than certain jobs, we are not going to include child.
Just 1 second. You can tell by her body language that she feels that she have already been defeated. Like she don't have the posture that she felt that she's winning at this point.
She can't weasel out of this position yet. So my guess is she's waiting for an opening and Themis to throw something out there that she can undercut. She did a good job earlier at holding him steadfast to a position that he didn't initially want to concede, but he eventually did. because maybe he thought he was winning so much that he did do it. But you're right. Her body language says all that. But
if we looked at this as a basketball game, she's waiting for Kate to throw the alley-oop because she's like, Kate, give me something. I need something to fight with right now. So that's what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Childbirth, because in order to, you don't necessarily have to birth a child to be a parent, and just because you birth a child does not mean you're parenting them, right? So, okay. Agreed. So starting from that point, so we all agree, you don't have to birth the child to be a parent. If you birth a child, you're not necessarily a parent. We can start there so that's not even an argument that we're having. Okay. So the question that started this whole thing like a few minutes ago about whether or not hardship increases as the number of children increases, because Themis had asked the question, like, how could one have the capacity to have a second child if they already have the most difficult job, already have the most difficult job. So Cynthia, I know you explained your position on that. Themis, so did you. I know Annalisa is in agreement with Cynthia. Petty, how would you respond to that? Do you think that the hardship increases as someone has more children?
I, of course, think parenting is a spectrum. So I think generally, if you have more children, it's going to be more difficult. However, there can be some people who have one child who might have a more difficult time parenting than someone with 4 children, for example, specifically if their wealth is different or their surroundings, community, or anything like that. So again, for me, parenting is a spectrum. So it absolutely makes sense to me that parenting can become easier or harder depending on how many children you have, all things else equal.
I actually think it gets easier.
Do you think that there are any careers or jobs that one could have that become, let me see, how do I word this? Become more difficult, I guess you could say, if they're already at their most difficult point. So when I'm asking this, I'm thinking about the statement about parenting being the most difficult job. And if you have more children, it becomes more difficult, even though just having one is seen as the most difficult by some people. What's comparable to that in terms of careers or jobs?
My partner brought up a bomb diffuser, for example, which I think is already an incredibly stressful job to have, even when you're not actively diffusing a bomb. Knowing that it could be your last day, I think, is incredibly stressful, probably incredibly depressing, and probably will give you some form of PTSD. But then actively diffusing the bomb when you're right there in front of it and you're cutting wires or whatever they do, I'm sure the movies are different. I believe that can increase an already incredibly hard job to the max. I would also use soldier as an example, which is an incredibly stressful job, even when you're not fighting at war. However, things can become even more difficult when you're overseas, even more difficult if you're in combat, even more difficult if you've been shot. It can even be difficult after you get out and you carry remains of mental issues after you, quote unquote, leave that service.
So Themis and Petty, you all are saying, there are absolutely more, there are absolutely jobs that can be more difficult than parenting. Is this dependent on the amount of support that said parent is getting? Let's say this is a parent that has no village, to help them. Do you still hold the same position?
Yes. So the question requires a couple layers. We should only have to address the first. What is parenting? Parenting is choosing to raise and actively raising a child. Actively doesn't mean actually doing everything, but choosing and continue to choose to raise a child. The issue is if my opponents are opposed to this idea and saying parenting is more, they now have to create the threshold for which parenting is the hardest job. They have not done so. Sin, to her credit, has pointed out that it does take finances, it does take mental and physical labor, but it has not been defined in any way currently that would put it above every single job. Right?
Can you pause the air?
This, I believe, cannot be done.
So it is proven, like even women body, like a woman have a baby back to back, typically labor is a lot faster than the first time because the body is kind of prepared to have the baby again, right? And having two kids, especially around the same age, that can interact with each other and to play with themselves. Having one kid, you have to give them your undivided attention. You have to be there present with them. I think that's one totally aspect. When you have two of the same age, they can entertain each other. Like when they go to the playground, you don't got to push them. They can push each other. They can play with each other. I think having multiple kids outside the financial point of view, I do think it get easier. Hands
Bro,
down.
I ain't gonna even lie to you. I think being a restaurant like GM or like a restaurant manager is a more strenuous job than being a parent. Like I don't even have to go that deep. Like we can go to the most severe, traumatic, stressful, labor and stringent on your body job. I can go to simple of managing a whole bunch of people. Managing people is probably one of the most stressful jobs in the world, especially when you have people that don't give a fuck. And being a restaurant manager, you have that's probably the industry has the most turnover rating because you have the most fucking I don't give a fuck people come through there. And they leech off of your company and you still have to manage them. Like, I don't know, man.
Well, Sway, I can agree because I believe parenting is more repetitive than in the restaurant industry. You don't know exactly what you're gonna get, the type of person. Like I know who my kids is gonna be tomorrow. Even if they throw a temper tantrum, I kind of have
your
learned.
kids. You can't beat a regular motherfucker.
Well, I'm agreeing with you, Sway, that I personally believe that I do think that's harder. But the point that I was trying to substantiate, having multiple kids don't also always make it harder outside of finances. I can get people make the financial point of view, but your kids being able to interact with each other actually take a toll off of the parents.
To a degree.
This conversation is a bit difficult to have in the sense that we're going to try and pick a side. Internal biases will lead us to pick a side. I'm more lenient towards Themis and where he stands. So based on that, the conversation needs to be had where there's two things that needs to be proven: that parenting is a job and that it is the hardest thing. It's very difficult for me to continue the conversation in that way and review this video because they haven't done a great job at defining either one. Now, based on this question alone, the more you have kids, the difficult rating goes up. For me, the degree of difficulty is not based on how many children you have. It's a multifaceted thing. Either man spoke to finances, but it's hard to, that question alone, it's very difficult to really give a clear and concise answer to. Yeah, there's so many things that contribute to a degree of difficulty when it comes to parents. It's not hindered based on children. Either man is saying that it might be easier when you have more, and some other people might be in that situation and struggling with 4 kids in similar situation with a parent with one. So yeah, it's difficult to
either man's point. It is a little bit easier for a logistics principle because they can keep each other entertained and they can interact with one another. However, depending on the personality archetypes of each individual child, some children are not very good at playing well with others, and you may have to deal with an exorbitant amount of sibling rivalry. Therefore, that can be a gift and a curse. Again, for me, and what I know Aaron is trying to accomplish from this show, I would say that in the terms of this debate, Themis and Prince Petty are winning this debate because it is not up to them to prove that parenting isn't the hardest job or that parenting isn't a job at all. It is up to Cynthia G and Alicia to prove those points because they are the proponents for the topic of the debate. To disprove their points, Themis and Petty Prince. Well, really Themis, because Petty Prince is just, he's sitting up there, honey, he is giving and he is looking, but he hasn't had to say too much. But in terms of that, Themis is obliterating their premise.
Hey, Robbie, do either one of those guys have children?
Themis does not. We are unsure about Prince Petty. And that brings another point to the conversation. when having these type of debates, perspective is always relative, because if you don't have children, can you honestly give an accurate depiction on what it is to parent?
Well, Sugar Bum said parenting ain't hard, so we gotta take her word for it. You know, Sugar Bum ain't never agreed with me ever, so I think that's the end of the show, Aaron. Now just playing press play.
Sugar Bum is great. We love Sugar Bum.
Is if you are to define parenting so much so that it is above every other job, it would disqualify most, if not everyone, currently living. So I would put it back to my opponents to define what makes parenting so difficult and create that kind of threshold for which no other job can meet.
So the reason I said that parenting is the most difficult because of what it requires. It requires your physical, mental, psychological, emotional, and financial effort combined into one. What y'all have failed to do is name a profession that requires all of that. In addition to that, you can't talk out of it. Now, Petty mentioned soldiers, but again, most soldiers don't see a war. Most soldiers don't get PTSD. Most soldiers aren't doing any strenuous work at the end of the day. So y'all have still failed. My measurement is
Aaron, I don't think you understand how many jobs won't hire you if you don't have a form of transportation.
I have a decent understanding.
But no, Aaron, running a business takes all the things that she said. A business owner have to do everything that she said. And she said, name a profession, an entrepreneur. He have to be financially invested. He have to be emotionally invested. And he have to be like all the things that she listed. Every entrepreneur that does it well have to do all those things.
That's pretty much every job, bro. The fact that I said that you have to have a car to be able to work in a lot of places outside of metropolitan cities has a better form of public transportation. You got to be financially invested to even have a fucking job. You got to have a home. You have to have an address. Like there are financial investments you have to have in place to even get a job. So we're talking about everything she said encompassing is regular life. And I'm going to keep pushing that shit. This bitch ain't got no points.
But
that was a bad point. You made a bad point.
This is why her argument on his face is indefensible. Because what she's doing is she's speaking to the microeconomics of her parenting situation. Because a parent that is neglectful is not investing their physical, psychological, emotional, or financial effort in, but they're still a parent, which is why we went back to the 4 different parenting styles: assertive, neglectful, authoritarian, and I can't recall the other one right now off the top. Though that also needs to be taken into play when we're having this type of debate on this level, which is why if you take the proponent position in a debate, you need to make sure that the thesis or the topic of the debate is thoroughly prepared for in advance. She could have done better in this debate if she was better prepared. He threw her a lot of talking points from the opposition that she didn't have an appropriate rebuttal for. Whenever she got faced with a point that she couldn't rebut, she took it back to her emotions and her feelings. Another pro tip for anybody that ever gets into a debate: prepare both sides of the argument. Prepare the pro side and the con side. That way, no matter whatever side you're debating, you are prepared for the responses that will be given.
I'll go even further than that. Your worldview should be treated as such.
I agree.
You should treat it as such. You should know what are the counter arguments to whatever you believe in. And I think a lot of these, even if these panelists don't prepare for a debate, it shows that they don't even review their own worldviews and their own belief systems to the degree that they are the first one to dismantle it first. So when they even when they provide counter arguments, it lacks substance, and they go back to one point in order to try and prove the other side wrong, which is very difficult when you
brainwashing is a psychological brainwashing is a psychological principle that has shaped it and shifted the society as we know it since time immemorial. This is what we see a lot of times in these conversations. And again, I'm glad you're doing this, Aaron, so people can see the difference between conversations that are had on panels versus an actual structured debate. I think, people have set the expectations incorrectly. Because somebody said in the chat, well, Rob B, you did it. We're not having structured debates. If you would like to see me have a structured debate, go in the Comparative Thought series and watch as I debated against feminism. Like, don't think just because you see me one space, you know the totality of who I am as a person, as a content creator, or how I interact with
You're
people.
going off on a tangent.
You're right. I'm going to stop. You're right.
She started hyping herself up, bro. I don't know. It's like a motor engine.
All right,
You
so
know, I have learned that Rob be scared to debate me, but go ahead, Aaron.
I will sanction the debate.
We can debate anytime, baby.
I will moderate any debate, and I will be strict to those rules. By the way, Kingdom Minder said, "Aaron, can you explain what he means by spectrum?" I'm not definitive on what he means. I believe he's trying to say when it comes to parenting, it's on a spectrum, meaning that it's hard to classify just how difficult something is, because on the far end of something, it could be considered easy, and on the far end, it can be considered extremely difficult. And so they're like diametrically opposed in a way. So trying to properly place how difficult something is difficult on a spectrum. I believe that is what Petty is trying to express. But I could be wrong, to be honest with you.
What I get from when he says spectrum is simply because parenting is not just biological parents. It's adoptive parents. It's family members it's mentors. Yeah. If you have ever participated in a Big Brother, Big Sister program, your big brother and big sister is also parenting you to a degree. So she's not taking into considerations all aspects of parenting, just being a single mama from her talking point.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I took that. Jordan says, this is random, but Aaron, since you're rich, I am not. Are you hiring at the Aaron Ranch still? No, but Team Fatty's hiring, okay? Because Team Fatty is demanding these frees. He getting to the bag. So follow Team Fatty. I'm gonna go work for him real soon. He said, I need money to help fix my busted ship. You trying to get back to Mars? We gonna get back on that Venus versus Mars series, and or women are from Venus, men are from Mars series. Well, we're gonna get back to that one soon. Yeah, let's get back to the show here, because they look like they might be heating up.
There's physical, mental, emotional, psychological, and financial. So those are 5 different areas that parenting is pulling from. Other professions are not doing that, in addition to the fact that you can't clock out of it. It's a 24/7 job. Just because you're sick, you still have to parent. Just because you're hurt, you still have to parent. If you don't have enough money, you still have to parent. That's what I'm saying. Where are the professions that is requiring all of those things? Because some of them y'all are saying requires mental, some physical. Show me the ones that have the combination of all of those, that it requires for a long amount of time, that you can't tap out of, and that somebody is going to come into that somebody will come to you at some point, and your parenting or your profession is going to be the reason why somebody had a certain outcome in their life.
I can tell you from sorry, Aaron. I can tell you from a position of management, particularly in construction, it sounds very similar by definition, by her definition, to parenting.
I can also tell you that she's a bald-faced lie, because that's what the adoptive system is for. That's what child protective services are for. Because people that are unable to take care of their children lose their children, and then other people have to pick up the pieces. There are plenty of parents right now, plenty of them, maybe even in the chat for all we know, that pay their children 0 attention. So again,
I think the argument that I'm going to do it in good faith because she's getting beat down so bad that I'm going to try. Maybe she means that you're not giving your children up for adoption at all. It's not on the table, and you're a continuous parent into adulthood. So let's operate.
So Aaron, even if we go with that, what do you think that statement? I'm taking you to your daddy house because you're getting on my nerves. Like this idea that women haven't found a way to drop their kids off at their mother house. drop their kids off at their auntie house. Like getting a relief from parenting for a short period of time, I disagree that that's not an option.
So we kind of spoke about that briefly when Thanos was here. I wish he still was, but you know him, he's a busy man. He said the biggest worries he had was, I think, was it daycare? He said the biggest worries that he had with his children was like basically leave them at daycare without being able to communicate with them. He said like that was one of the biggest issues that exist. So you're looking at the physical component, like is your physical presence there? But when these ladies make these arguments, you have to really key in. They're saying the emotional aspect of the mental aspect of parenting intentionally because they know they're going to give away physical presence. So when you give your child to your grandmother, whatever the case is, are you telling me that you cut it off? I ain't thinking about my children. I don't know that to be the case.
Most women do. I think
I've heard different arguments.
As a mother, I'm gonna tell you, you don't. When you drop them kids off, even when you drop them off at their daddy, unless their daddy is just crazy, why would you drop the kids off? Y'all, women are not thinking about them kids for real when they with their parent. If I drop my kids off with my mama, I know my kid's good because I know she did me good. That's a moment for me to have a complete freedom of mind. But to you trying to give her a leg up again, that's still shooting her in the foot because it's not including all parents, which is why her debating topic should have been narrowed to one specific set of parents instead of trying to save herself encompassing all, because that requires more information.
Well, I would give you a little bit easier of an example. The fact that a vast majority of children go to school on a regular basis defeats her point completely.
So
you're not a parent 100% of the time.
So the reason, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just adding the thought process of she's saying outside of the physical aspect, the emotional, the mental aspect, always constantly worried about your child in the hand of somebody else, your child getting in trouble with the law, something bad happening, is always continuously going through your mind. You're never able to turn it off. Is the argument I believe that they're trying to sell to us. That's
but I can make a counter argument that as an entrepreneur, my business is always on my mind. It's like when I go to sleep, I think about my business. When I wake up, I go about my business, and I can't turn it off. If that's the type of person you are, you don't just do that with your kids. I think you do that with everything in your life.
I just feel like I don't know. I agree. I feel like it's better to call this parenting or raising children is more of an investment than a job, in my opinion.
And had she made that the premise of her argument, then she more likely.
Jesus Christ, Robbie. I'm just having a conversation, man. I'm not about going back and forth about what these niggas is talking about, bro. I'm talking about the subject. I'm talking about the subject of what they're talking about. I'm not talking about how they're debating against each other.
No, what I'm saying is
no, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Pineapple. Pineapple. Leave me alone.
Agreeing with you. Had that been what she said she wanted to debate, she would have won.
So I would ask Thanos. So Thanos, do you believe that you can't turn it off? Because when people tell me they can't turn it off, I think about these mamas in the club, and when they throwing it back, I don't think they thinking about their kids. I don't think they thinking about
not caring though, bro. Like not caring about what their kids.
I don't think I think their kids are not even in their mind. When they on that 8th shot and they dropping it home, they singing their favorite song. They're not worrying about their kids. Like this idea that you can't turn your brain off is crazy to me because we see time after time people turn their brain off.
What Daryl long look he about to break dance?
You know I'm the dance god, my nigga. Don't challenge me.
Nigga about to shoot a TikTok.
Don't challenge me.
Don't worry about where my children are, darling. Mine are always with me.
Oh my. Y'all don't stay out of the chat. Y'all gonna drive me crazy. Jesus Christ, man. Should we move on to the next part of the debate? Oh man.
Can you dance, Aaron?
I would also like
No.
to add something to that with respect to something that Petty said. Parents are also subject to PTSD throughout the course of their parenting.
PTSD, depression, anxiety.
Right. They are physically, they are physiologically predisposed to mental illness, including PTSD. I would also like to say whether a soldier ever sees combat or not, he's going to be compensated equally. He'll be compensated as though he has. I just want to put that out there.
All right.
Can we
Lies.
pause
Those
there?
are lies.
Can we
First thing,
pause there?
because some
Go ahead.
No, that's lies. Soldiers just don't. Soldiers
What
just.
they are
Go ahead.
proving Themis and Petty's point. So if you're equating everyone else's job to parenting, then it's not difficult. And there's, look, I'm going to clarify my position on what a job is to me. A job is to me, one of the requirements for a job is that you get compensated on a scheduler payment. Let me run that back. You are compensated on a regular basis, whether that's monetary or of equal value. Parenting does not compensate you in any capacity at all. It's more dependent on the child than it is on you being a parent. You can be the greatest parent in the whole. Hold on, you can be the greatest parent in the world, but your child is not guaranteed to be good or at any capacity be a good human being. You're not guaranteed.
But you are compensated.
The job is guaranteed to pay you on a regular basis. A child does not.
I got to give you pushback. I think it depends on if you want your children. If you want your children and you've planned your children, the compensation is their smiles. The compensation is the kisses they give you, their appreciation, how you're raising them, how they grow, how they flourish, and how they thrive. So to what MRM said earlier, if it's something that you want to do, it's something that you love to do, it's not a job.
Is it guaranteed?
Is it
Hold on, but hold on. Yeah, it does guarantee a paycheck. Let me tell you how I guarantee a paycheck.
This motherfucker.
Let me tell you, child support.
Right there.
No, listen. A person getting child support is getting payment for having children. Tax benefits. You know the tax credits that you get every year on your taxes. That is payment. If you talk about people who get food stamps, just because of, like, I'm not saying all parents are compensated, but we can say that you can be compensated for being a parent.
Here's the thing. There are very specific requirements for you to be compensated in that definition. A job, regardless of whatever job you take up in the West, you are guaranteed compensation on a regular basis. There is no such thing as, oh, you have to do a particular thing, even though you have the job, you have to do extra particular thing, and only certain percentage of those people are qualified to be compensated.
So when it comes down to,
regardless of who you are, as soon as you get a job and sign a contract, you are going to be compensated on a regular and consistent basis. Parenting does not guarantee you that.
Nah, Paulo, they said everything's a job. Paulo, they said everything's a job, so you know what I mean?
So Paula, this is what I'm saying is that
regularly and consistently.
I think mothers that get child support they literally get compensated on a regular.
Why are you making that argument?
Not all mothers do, so it's not guaranteed. Not all mothers get child support. That's the point of premise that I'm.
But all mothers can get child support.
Does not mean that they
But
are
his
guaranteed.
point is saying that they don't.
Yeah.
And the statistics back it up. 40% of parents, 44% of parents don't get paid child support and don't get paid child support to completion.
Well,
that shouldn't even be an argument. That shouldn't even be an argument.
The reason
what I was trying to define is that's what I qualify a job as. Everyone in the West who has a job is guaranteed compensation on a regular basis. Parenting is not. You're not guaranteed anything in life with being a parent at all.
So when it comes down, let me ask you this question. So do you feel that if a person is being an internship, that they don't have a job because they're not being compensated?
You're an intern. You're not an employee. You're an intern.
Look, let's not down this hill about this job part. I mean, you already find it. It's a job. It's not the most ideal term to go by, but it is a job based upon how they defined it at the beginning of it. I forgot whether it was duty or something like that, but it is a job. They defined it earlier in the show, so I don't want to get hung up on it. But I understand how it actually makes it worse by utilizing that language, but it is what it is. We're gonna start from here.
Thing is continuous does not make it difficult, i.e., breathing is continuous, but it happens automatically. So the idea that you don't
That's not what I'm saying.
You can clarify.
We just want to know what jobs
it
require.
It being continuous is one of the factors that contribute to the difficulty. It's one of the factors is that it is continuous. If you're continuously performing a difficult job, the longer you continue to do it, the more difficult it's going to feel like it is because you're not stopping.
Yeah, but that's the whole point, though. If you say something is continuous, that does not at all speak to its difficulty in any way. And that's why I said breathing, because it is such a simple and straightforward response to the idea that continuous has anything to do with difficulty. Now, speaking directly to the mental and physical labor, when we think about, like, pick a one, all right, a special ed teacher, for example, would employ everything that you just put forward, and their job includes dealing with some of the children who might be the toughest to deal with. Apologies if that is out of line in anyone's mind. But what we're talking about is parenting having multiple different layers, right? So if you choose to be a parent young and without resources, that looks different than if you are an upper class married person with children and partner support. Now, are these two parents? Yes. My question is, how do we delineate parenting and the kind of parenting style that makes it more difficult? Again, we can go back to miners, and miners as in people who dig, for example, and sulfur miner, where people are literally watching the wind to see if there is sulfur smoke blowing their way that could actually kill them. The idea that they're even in this job means that they are at risk of getting respiratory illness. They will be sick, and most of them will die by the age of 50, as most stats have highlighted. Now, if we're comparing the kind of stress level, the mental work, and also the physical labor, where a lot of these people weigh between 130 and 180, and they're carrying 200 pounds of sulfur down a hill that their trucks cannot go up. I think we need to really think about, are we talking about mental labor, which we can debate, or are we talking about physical labor, which we can all debate? I hope we can concede that it is not physical labor.
Actually, parenting does require physical labor. So
it requires carrying and
physical labor.
Was that the fucking point of what he just said?
Directly, then, is parenting physically the hardest job in the world?
No, but that's not what we were debating.
That's not the point.
That's why I said in my second statement, you're equating difficulty to the amount of physical effort that it requires. But parenting,
assuming that you guys will concede that point, a point you, in good faith, conceded just now. Anna did not concede this point. So now we're talking about it mentally, where we can have the argument. What makes it mentally?
That's where I started. I started with it being physically, mentally, psychologically, and emotionally.
Hey, that was a great corner. What he said is, if we break these down, because you talked about all of them, but is we start first talking about the physical part, can we all agree that that is not the hardest thing you can do? Like from a panel point of view.
What was the response? You do physical labor parenting. Nigga, he just said you do, but we have to agree that that's not the, in terms of physical labor, in terms of all broad spectrum, we're going to say jobs, is not even close to the most physically stressful job.
Okay, I'm not saying that you don't do physical labor. I'm just saying that it's not even close to the hardest.
Yes.
What I heard from Themis is, what I heard from him saying is that what constitutes to parenting being difficulty, and can you substantiate it? Physical and whether it's physical or mentally, they haven't substantiated their argument, and every time they try and bring a point up, they are countering it perfectly. The bomb diffuser is one of it, and the soldier. If a bomb diffuser is equal to that of a parent in terms of mental fortitude, then it is not the most difficult job in the world. can you please substantiate and provide a proof of why it is the most difficult or most hardest job in the world? That's what I've been hearing Themis saying, and they haven't done that.
But I
in any
think
capacity.
because they don't want to get stuck in that corner that they're going to say it's physical, it's mental, it's emotional, it's da da da. They want to encompass all of that in their argument, and because it requires all those things continuously, for pretty much endlessly, there's nothing that compares. That's the predominant argument that I've been hearing.
So what about being a police
Aaron.
officer in like Chicago or
Police officers get days off. That's the argument. To counter
get-
that is her argument. That's what I'm telling you.
they
Say
don't
she's
get days
right.
off. They get
You
on
know what
call.
that, you know
They
what
get
that
on
is.
call. They don't get days off. If they need you, you got to be there, regardless if it's your day off or not.
Well, how about this? Soldiers don't get
kind
days
of,
off.
oh, okay.
There is no
They
days
put
off in police in
U.S.
major city police
military,
force.
U.S. military don't get days off.
So the
Yes.
argument that they are making is the Captain Planet argument. By your powers combined, I am Captain Planet. Like that's the argument that they making
I love
right
Captain
now.
Planet.
Me too, but it don't mean that Captain
Captain
Planet got the.
Planet, he's the hero.
Look, I find it's even difficult to find an argument with the days off. If that's a point, being days off, if your children spend any capacity in a school system, you spend about less time with your children than they do at school.
Exactly.
So if you add that up in any measure throughout their whole, out of your child's whole existence in school, you have more days off than anyone with any capacity doing a job at any level.
Yeah, and yes, because you only get the breaks when you have them every goddamn day, and they're just there in your face.
No, he's absolutely right. It's not even close to you. Do not, if your kids go to public school, you do not have your kids that long. And then when they do come home, it's a couple hours until they go to bed. Let's stop it.
And let alone you actually hanging out with them during those hours. They probably playing their games or doing something else.
So she's speaking to
Facts.
this archetype, Paleo. She's speaking to the parent that is the teacher assistant in the room, the parent that is just always there every moment of every day. Because we do have those type of parents too, the helicopter ones that they got to be there. They sending out the emails for the teacher. They rallying all the parents around, getting up the gifts. They at all the PTA meetings. Then, you know what I'm saying? They working a little job. They going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? They doing a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I get it. Everybody that is going to respond to this debate, even on this panel, is going to respond from a place of their own perspective and their own parenting styles. Again, which I'm going to take it back to my opening statement when I came up here. This is not a good faith debate because the term parenting is too generalized and it's too broad of a stroke. If we all went to school for parenting and everybody parented the same, it would be very simple to quantify this topic. But you also have parents that deal with special needs children, which adds a different level of difficulty. You also have you also have parents that have children that have physical ailments and illnesses. Shout out to St. Jude's and John Hopkins that provide actual psychological counseling in addition to the help that they give to these children that are going through these processes. Children across the board are not the same. Parents across the board are not the same. So therefore, going into this debate, she was always going to lose because it's improvable.
Yeah, well, we don't know. It's not over yet. She can fight. She can fight. Treshman says, you think Themis thinks taking the come on, Tresh. Why? I don't know why you must troll me in said ways. Shout out to AI Jackie's back in the building. Said, I miss KA. I think she's over. I don't know if she's on this show or not, but she's definitely modding it. She was the bomb. You guys should invite her to the AOC show. That's on Cheeky. That's on Cheeky. That's on Cheeky. He determines everybody that comes on the show and who does not come on the show. Right now, he's on punishment, though. Because if y'all ain't see what happened to me last show, I blame him. And I have to get Trinidad up here, but I have to get her mic muted because she has sounds playing in the background.
Really, difficult.
And
Yours
financially.
were focused around the physical difficulty of something, and that's why I said.
I want us to be in agreement, because as I am listening to you all, it sounds like we're trying to put all of this together, and I'm trying to separate it, and then you can put it together at the end and say all of it together.
It can't be separated because parenting requires all of those things happening
that it is not the physically hardest job in the world.
It's not.
It's happening concurrently. It's happening subsequently. It's happening at the same
together
time.
and figure out who is going to talk, because I don't like that.
Okay,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Cynthia.
Here's the thing. Just because something is not physically difficult does not mean that it's
Everything that you're saying that's like constant and succinct, you always have to do is the levels that you do them the same, because the physical labor that takes for a 1-year-old to a 5-year-old is not the same as when your child is 33 years old and has a family.
That was my argument earlier, but
mental, the stress level, all this shit that she's saying that's encompassing and constant, the levels is not the same. But if I was a coal miner for 20 years, it's gonna be the same shit, different day.
Well, that's debatable, because when you're parenting, even though it's differences, the challenges can be different day to day. You don't have kids, so you wouldn't know. No shade, that's just the facts. It can be different day to day. I would prefer. Yep, you're right. Your fur babies. My bad.
Said I have children.
Yep, your fur babies. You're right. I said my bad. I would prefer the banal existence of working at one job and doing the same thing and the predictability to the ever-changing climate of being a parent. But I was going to say is
I just paid $500 so my cat might not lose her eyes.
I appreciate you. What I was going to say is this: I just paid $6,000 so my son can have a device.
I just paid $85,000 to have a cat. I don't want to say that.
Stop it.
I'm not doing it, nephew. Wait, even man, wait, because I actually was getting ready to say something about what she just said in that debate.
Mm-hmm.
She said that they're just speaking to the physical aspects of labor. And Themis actually was listening to what she had to say, and he combated her on all 5 elements that she brought up. Again, this is a point why people lose in debates. You have to be quiet and listen to what the other person is saying. Otherwise, you make yourself look like a fool.
I just want to say, Robbie, parenting is very repetitive. They wake up at the same time, especially if you got your kids on the schedule. They wake up, they watch the same show. You take them to the park around the same time. They eat at the exact same time. This idea that it changes so often compared to it running a business or a job, I think is completely crazy.
So it changes daily based upon your child's individual personality, who they choose to pick up as friends, how them and their friends interact, what they choose to do each and every day. There are days when my kids are chilling, doing whatever, and then there are days when they want to make the kitchen a flower bomb. There's days when they chilling and they're not doing nothing, and then there are days when they bring home a frog, and then that adds a different aspect, because then we have to sit down and look up what type of amphibian it is. What do amphibians need to eat? Do we need a terrarium? It adds a different component.
You're not bringing no frog into my house. See, this is the problem with structure.
Why would you not bring your own
Hey.
I want Trinidad to speak, but she's on mute, and I don't know if she muted
self-hate,
the YouTube
man.
in the background.
Not self-hate.
Trinidad, go ahead and talk.
Not self-hate.
Okay. May I
Trinidad,
speak,
go ahead and
please?
talk.
May I speak, please?
Come on.
So you guys, like, it's going like across the board. Like everything is too much to like take in. You guys were talking about. Excuse me.
Turn off your background noise.
You guys were talking about school. I remember you guys were talking
Turn
about.
off your background noise, Trinity.
Is that? I'm on my phone, Miss Robbie. It's still noise. Can you hear me?
Just go ahead, Trinidad.
Hello?
Just go ahead, Trinidad.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Sway. Your tone. So you guys were talking about the children and being in school. And I heard somebody, I think it was Mr. Themis. Am I saying it right? Mr.
Yes,
Thanos. He said you go to school for 8 hours, which is true. And then right. So the children come home at school age, you're right. However, I can only speak on my personal experience, but yes, I'm a teacher. But when my son came home from school, he was in active activities. After that, he had to do like his homework. And we would sit at the table and I would go over it with him because anywho, I'm speaking on like inner city children. So the inner city children, they would come to school, Mr. Thanos. I'm speaking on your point, Mr. Thanos. When they come to school, they come to school hungry. I'm a teacher. They look at us as their mother. I'm about to cry. I'm so sensitive. They come to school hungry. They come to school dirty, and I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. Where it's the point that I would go to the laundromat and wash their uniforms. So it's deeper than what you just said. Mothers just, listen, I know about it, but I ain't going to speak on it. But some mothers, I'm not going to say all, treat schools as if it's a daycare. Whereas though us as teachers, we're their mothers. That's how they look at us. So what I'm trying to ask you, Mr. Thanos, do you believe that the mothers that do take care of their children just ship them away to school for 8 hours and just like y'all sitting on y'all asses for the other 8 hours? I'm asking. And I'm sorry for cursing, Mr. Aaron.
Oh no, that's
Mr.
what I was
Thanos?
speaking to was.
Oh no, that's
Can you
what
hear me?
I was speaking to was. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I'm listening, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening.
Oh, what I was speaking to was the hours.
Oh, what I was
Just the
speaking
hours
to
alone.
was
They're mostly going away
the
from the house.
hours. Just the hours alone.
Go ahead, Thanos.
Yeah, I was speaking to the hours that they're away. Like you're going to spend time with them when they go home, but I really didn't get to spend the time that I need to spend with them until the weekend because they do sports and actually do boys and girls club and things like that. So I can't say that me or their mother spend that much time to them unless they are off on a holiday. But most of the time they are at school, whether you take care of the kids or not. They're not with a good parent or a bad parent because they're in school.
But the argument can be made that you still have to continue to parent based off the influence that children receive at school. I know that a lot of people base parenting just on
Wait, which part are y'all talking about? I'm just talking about time away. I'm not talking about if you're a good or bad parent. I'm
Hey,
saying they're
Monte.
physically away from you.
No. What I'm talking to what she's speaking to. Even when your children go to school for 8 hours a day, you then have a limited amount of hours in the day to undo the programming that they've received from their sphere of influence, which can make.
No, Robbie, we get
agree
what
with
you're
you.
saying. Hello, we understand what you're saying, but what Thanos' point is that it's not like Cynthia G tried to argue the point that it was continuous, like you never get a break from it. It's 24/7. But for example, if they sleep for 8 hours and they go to school for 8 hours, and if they do any activities after school, you're really only spending 4 hours with your kids, maybe 6 hours at the most. So the point that I heard that was being argued is that it's not continuously 24 hours straight.
So, and the point that I'm saying that
Correct.
she's making is this: you have 4 to 6 hours when your children are conscious, when your children are under your influence. So every day you have to undo bad behaviors if you're a good parent. And again, that's speaking to what type of parent you are. You have to undo the social influences of others in a concentrated amount of time. plus feed them, make sure they're bathed, and make sure they're dressed. Now, I'm not saying whether or not her point is valid, you know what I'm saying, to that being the hardest job in the world, but it does increase the level of difficulty, especially if you've not chosen your children's preparatory schools appropriately to make sure that the people they will be influenced by are in alignment with your morality and the desires that you have for the outcome for their life.
And we agree with that, but what we're saying is, if it's only 4 hours, can you agree that it's not consistent? It's not continuously.
Yeah.
It's every day. It's every day. I think you're looking at continuously as a 24-hour cycle. And I think where she's speaking from, and this is just from what I'm gleaning from her argument, she is speaking to continuous over the span of a lifetime, as opposed to a 24-hour news cycle.
Even the lifetime is a bit difficult to argue. I agree with your earlier point, Robbie, in the sense that if you're going to make a argument based on difficulty, it's a lot better argument to come from the perspective of, I have a very limited time with my children, therefore the amount of effect and influence that I must have is extremely, extremely much more vital based on the time that I don't spend with my children. That's why it's a difficult job to have, if we're going to agree that it is a job. It's difficult because I don't get to spend as much time as I do with my children than they are out in the world or in bed sleeping. So that's a great point to make, but they didn't make that point as an argument.
Right.
When we hear consistency, we think of duration based on 24 hours. And I guess this is where we're trying to make that point of, they don't, you don't spend a lot of time with your children based on a 24-hour cycle.
Right, which is why I said she's ill prepared for this debate. She should have clarified that point if that was the point that she was trying to make. So, you know, people automatically assume because I'm a woman that I'm sitting here and I'm agreeing with what the women say. As I'm looking at this argument, I'm looking at who came, or this debate, who came better prepared to defend their points, who can substantiate it. She's not substantiating it, and she's flailing every time Themis hits her with a right hook, because he's coming with points that are concrete, that he can substantiate.
Rob, what are you talking about? Nobody addressed your gender in this whole conversation. Like, or maybe you're talking to the
she's
chat.
staying in that chat.
I'm not even in the chat. I'm just saying from the optics of it, the way most people's confirmation bias is set up, they would automatically assume, because I'm a woman up here with a bunch of men, and we are having this review of this debate, that I'm on the side of the sisterhood. Y'all say that all the time. Ooh, it's the sisterhood. And that's not always the case.
Hey,
that's my bread and butter right there. Hey,
that was a bad statement, because you already came out that you disagreed with her an hour and a half ago. So we wouldn't have thought that you was lining with the sisterhood.
I have to continuously restate it because the audience is ever changing.
We moving on. Okay. Underground Zone says, I still can't get over Themis lose to the Hulk. I blame Aaron for this. I have not watched any of the movies, Avengers, and none of that. So I'm behind. Don't ruin it for me. Timeout says,
God damn it.
She talking to herself right now. It's all right, bro. We try to get through it. We try to get through it and push through. All right. So bear with us. Okay. We are only at least I'm 65% incel. So just bear with me. Okay.
It's not more difficult than a job that is physically more difficult.
Agreed.
That's not
Hold on,
that doesn't mean that physical is one of the difficulties, but then you have to combine that with mental, emotional, psychological, and financial. That's why I'm saying the reason parenting is so hard, because the amount of effort is going to be the sum total of all of those things that you have to add to it.
Okay, so Cynthia's point is that all of them together are what makes it so hard versus each individual part, one being harder than the other or not. So Themis,
and I will say this, based on the research that I did when I was researching why there was articles and studies on why parenting is the most difficult job. The greatest thing was because it requires all of those, and most jobs do not require all of those.
Name me one.
Yeah, they do no research. She lied.
Okay, let me get into my thing and my email and pull up these articles that I got. Hold on.
I'd also
They'll
quickly
also
guys
change
name
their
a
language.
job or an occupation that
Sorry,
Oh
Aaron.
goddamn,
They'll also
Aaron,
change their
Aaron,
language.
nigga. Oh, my bad.
I don't know where this conversation have changed, but the languages they've used have completely changed. It went from hardest to now difficult. So
yeah, and that's fine.
it's a better conversation in that sense, though. But,
I noticed
yeah,
that too.
good.
I noticed that too. But you got to allow them rope to, hang themselves and whatnot because they're all over the place and they're trying to find a way to substantiate this lie. Because ultimately, we all know that they want to say a woman being a parent is the hardest job, even over a man. But that's not the position they take. So they're trying to mask it in this whole conversation, which ultimately that was the point they wanted. And that's why Raw B said they should have got specific and it would have been probably better at angling, right? But these are the people they say they're the best debaters in the space. So I'm just reviewing. That's all. I'm just like a fly on the wall. Huh? So that's all we do right now.
They got them emails too.
Oh,
Everybody got them emails. Everybody got them emails, boy.
Listen, I'm glad Brittany B is not here because if she spam my chat with them emails, I'm gonna be mad.
requires all of those elements in order to do the job?
Depending on what type of entrepreneur you are, this could also require financial, physical, mental, and
no, Patty, you need to name something specific because we're specifically naming
saying
parents. So you need
I
to
will.
name
I will. Before we come
Now
back
they
to
wanna be
that,
specific.
because you two are pulling research, I would like to call back to Anna, who said she did have research that did say that being a parent is the hardest job. If she has that research, I would.
When
like
I'm sorry, when did I say that, or did I say that it could be measured? Did I say that?
No, you said you had research. I asked you to provide it, and you said you would provide it to Sin, but apparently
Okay,
you didn't.
do you want me to email it to you?
You can put it in the private chat. Go ahead, Anna.
Mine are articles.
Talking. Hold on, one at a time. Let's start with Cynthia. You're putting the research in the back, right?
Hold on.
Yeah, the link to the articles that I pulled off. One of them is
Aaron. I hear this with YouTubers all the time. An article is not research. Like just because somebody wrote an article doesn't mean that it is you can write an article that have nothing.
Is not research, although an article could state they're presenting their position based upon research, but that in itself is not defined as research. I get your point, but it's YouTube. So unless Rob B stop me and say, I don't know, we can't do that, I'm gonna concede because there ain't many people that know a lot more than her.
I see articles that the Earth is flat.
Because it is flat in some areas. Some areas of the Earth is flat.
I'm trying to let either man slide on this, but articles that are based on research standards are in fact research because they can be cited APA format for your college research papers. Now it would be best to do things like view, Harvard Business, a .org, a .gov, and that's research, but don't come to, statistics.com and think that that's research because that's fluff and nutter. There are no regulations for those TDLs, but I'll be quiet. Emails are research, Brittany. You're right. It's the emails.
It'd be different if they was making a statement like, "Hey, 50% of men XYZ." Anytime we talk about like difficultness, happiness, you can't scientifically measure those things. Like it's hard for me to measure how difficult it is with a masses of people. So that's what I'm saying. It's opinion. Those articles are typically opinions.
Well, actually, those articles are typically written off of research studies based on a specific statistical group. And they always put in all studies.
Let me say why you're wrong. You never even seen the article. So you can't say those articles because you don't even know what article she's talking about. Like you just made that up out of the top of your head.
The issue here.
Go ahead, Paolo.
The issue here is that she didn't contextualize what type of article she's meaning to, because in research papers and studies there are terminology used under articles.
Well, initially Annalisa, she didn't initially. She tried to refute it. Did I say I had? But she basically was saying she didn't say that. And then she kind of later saying, well, so that's what I'm noticing. I'm like, they just lying about research. Shout out to my guy, Gary Gray. He says, only modern day women talk about how hard it is being a mother. Why did our parents never mention this? The modern women are just selfish and always want that about me syndrome. Big ups to my bro, Aaron O. Shout out to my guy, Gary Grant. This is a modern woman problem, no doubt. No doubt. They want participation trophies for every team. I was almost a mom. I want to be a mom. I thought about being a mom. So they want trophies for everything. So you just got to let them have it, because we can't win in this Me Too area. So I'll probably get ridiculed for saying what I just said. Oh, well, we're going to get back. We're going to get back to it. We're going to get back to it. Yeah, I might get in trouble for that. You know exactly what I'm saying. I might get in trouble.
Hey, the University of Nevada that went over.
Okay.
Let me grab them.
Okay, so Themis, you first, and then Annalicia, I think you were about to say something. So you have.
So Sin said they're articles. Articles are not research. I appreciate Sin's honesty and straightforwardness in saying these are articles. Anna, do you have the research?
What I actually said was,
oh, I have the tape.
There are studies.
Eat this.
What I said was,
he said, I got the tape. Nah, see, that's what lawyers say. Oh, we got exactly what you said. In case you're trying to lie, we got exactly. Can you give me her testimony back on 7 October 2004?
Hey, that's why I tell you, Aaron. That's why I tell you, Themis goaded with the content.
I'm glad Cheeky told me about him, because I like his style right now. I like, as far as this debate goes, I like his style. I like what he's doing. Annalicia and Senji are the ones that everybody proclaim as far as the women debaters in this space. So right now, getting mopped with the flow. And they could defeat me in a debate, which I don't argue, because they got way more subscribers than me for a reason. But I just run to the big dog Themis. I'm sorry. Let me get back to, I don't want to sound like crazy, but so far, this is what I was hearing. I don't want no problems with none of these people right now. I just a small YouTuber trying to make it.
I think I did say studies, or studies, research, whatever, that have been able to quantify the stress that the average person experiences at their job versus the stress that a parent experiences. And the stress that a parent experiences is exponentially higher than that of a person at a job. That's
where's that study? That's not what you said, but where's the study?
What did I say?
You said you have studied to prove that being a parent is more difficult than
right. And I said stress.
That's fine. Where's the study?
Did you guys put any studies up? I'm sorry.
These articles that I have actually go over
offer
studies.
a
Like this
comment
one
here.
says they recruited 80 fathers and mothers.
I'm just going to offer this comment here. If you're going to have a claim that
fathers and mothers, 80. What she started out by prefacing that this is a study that it says 80 fathers and mothers. How the fuck?
Actually, Senji did not say she had the studies. I think Annalicia said she had the studies. So the burden of proof is not on Senji right now, even though she's trying to save her partner. Which
it's not even on Themis and Thoth.
She did mention that based on her research, she has found XYZ articles or studies prior.
Yes, but I think she's responding based upon what Annalicia has said, and I think that's why they pressing Annalicia. But
Aaron, you know what's going on right now? This is Cascade down in Atlanta, and she back skating, and they back skating like I ain't never seen, doing tricks and everything, because they losing really bad right now.
No, what it is they're pulling up articles on the spot because they know that Themis has done his research. They're pulling up titles, and then as they're reading through the articles, the title is not matching, the math not mathing. And in the article, their point is being rebutted. So then they're trying to keep bouncing around. What up, Sean?
Well, this is a bad in debate. Listen, in debate, it's really bad when you point out where is your research when you like that. That is horrible.
They're the affirmative. They're the position that made the claim. So they actually have to substantiate their position more so because the burden of proof is not on the other side. It's on them But you can ask if you are in the right. And at this point, they said, where's your research? And she came out, well, men do it too. I mean, well, where's your research? So, you know.
Yeah, they're doing a very cursory Google search, like they're doing a very cursory Google search, like Raw B just said. And the problem too is either man just said it, bro. People gotta stop making up what the fuck is something that's statistically relevant, something that has a sample size, something that's peer reviewed. Everything is not a study. Everything is not something that you I say anything. As a scientist, I get trained to do that. And my last point, I just came up here to make one point. I'm going to tell y'all what my first job offer was. I graduated from college with a chemistry degree. My first job offer was demilitarization of nuclear weapons. I had never heard of that. I'm sure y'all have never heard of that. Please Google the demilitarization of nuclear weapons. And at that time, which is 20 years ago, it was only paying not even $40,000. So please tell me that parenting, which I'm a parent too, is in any way comparable to something like that.
I'm gonna say this: that 40,000 that they offer you during years ago is more than that 22 I'm making right now. So you be grateful.
It was 35 specifically, not even 40. I made way more than that on my internship.
No, I mean it's
not you got paid on your internship.
The bird, hey, look, nope, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. Nope, we're not going
I
on
interned at Philip Morris.
Thanks for proving my point, Sean. That even internships can get paid.
No, we're not doing it. Nope, we're getting right back to the show. I'm not getting hung up on intern jobs and payment. Nope.
Each parent with at least one child under age 18. The parents were about 37 years on average. So some of these articles are referencing.
I like the way that they're deflecting. They're deflecting because they can't think of an
I thought I specifically said I have articles. I thought I specifically said I have articles.
No, and that's why I said thank you, because
We
you
all
said you
got
have
articles.
articles, and the article hinted at a study that said parenting
both the articles that I have, they talk
hint
about
at studies that said parenting is difficult, not the most difficult. So I said thank you, Sim, for being.
So what I said is one of the articles that I read, the reason why they deemed it to be so difficult is because it requires physical, mental, emotional, financial, and psychological effort. That's what I said. I didn't say I had
And here's where Themis claims another cheat.
I promise for the better part of this week, I've read literally everything that popped up on Google just to make sure, because Anna had research. Your articles said that this is why parenting is difficult. Something we all agree on, that it is difficult. I am now waiting for Anna to provide the research that says parenting is the most difficult.
Wait, but do you guys have any articles and studies that says other jobs
No,
are
we do
the
not.
most difficult?
That is so petty.
No.
Aaron, that is so petty. He said
No,
just because
let him finish. That was getting to the good point. Just get to the good part.
Let him get it started. Go ahead, E.
Now, fuck this.
I'm just saying that was just so petty. He said just because you said you got research, I read everything on Google. He said I read everything on Google just because you told me you had research.
Well, and actually, what I'm noticing is that one, it shows you the difference between knowledge and guessing, right? See, Themis has a level of patience where he's not looking to cut somebody off because he's hoping to catch you up. He actually is like, I know what I'm speaking about, so I'm willing to let you finish your thought and then destroy it, as opposed to like being forceful to undercut you and things like that. I mean, there's some slight cutting each other off here and there, but it's because it's not in person. So it's harder to read when somebody's speaking and when they're not. There's delays and all that. This is a sanctioned internet debate, which is vastly different from a in-person sanctioned debate, which is not commonly what people get. So I find it all interesting. But yeah, that research, Anna Alicia, we want that research that you claim that you had. Let the record show research was requested and denied. It was not given to the course.
Let's be really honest. That's a stupid point that you cannot actually research. I want y'all to think about it for one moment. What parenting the hardest job as a research study? No, because nobody thinks about it that way. Now I'm going to actually give you guys my opinion on the situation.
Oh, now she want to give her opinion.
Well,
she want to give her opinion.
Do you want to
Go ahead, I'm joking.
No. Do you want to let them finish their thoughts before you do? Because I don't want you to it's up to you.
Yeah, hold on.
I want to let Raw be. God damn it! I swear to God,
I'm not gonna let y'all get my Raw beat. Nope. We're gonna hear a little bit more of the video.
Let her die on her own hill. Why do you have to be Captain Save Auntie?
Thank you, Aaron. I love you. I love you too, nephew.
I think whoever makes the claim has the burden of proof or whatever. Like I think if you're making the claim, you have to.
No. And Finn, no.
Why do we have to provide?
Finn, you don't have to provide it. I don't say you have to. Anna said she had it.
Oh,
that's the difference.
Listen. If I were you, I would move forward with the debate, and I wouldn't die on this hill because I'm not going to go back in my phone and I'm not going to find it.
Because you said you had research to indicate.
Right. But I'm not going to leave where I am right now to go get the research. So let's move forward with the debate. Don't die on this hill. It's not the hill to die on. We can move forward.
Okay, no.
This could be based on our opinions.
You don't say when we move forward.
Yeah, remember what I was telling you about Annalisa?
This is your best debater in this space, her.
Wait, I told you, Aaron. Soon as you get her back in the corner, the shit show starts.
I missed it. Go back.
She said, "You don't have to die on this hill. We don't like this. Can just be a debate on opinions."
That's what he said.
No, that's what she said.
Nah, that's what she said.
What?
Because she ain't have it. I'm not going back to my phone to get this research. Then you shouldn't have said you had it.
It's like saying, I don't want a man, but because you can't get one, you say I don't need a man.
I like what you did there. But the problem is he's asking for something that she said that she had. He didn't request this. Hey, can you give me proof of this thing? She said, I did studies and I did researches and this is the things that I found. And then he said, okay, I will concede to that if you give me those things. And when he asked for those things, she was like, well, I ain't got it in front of me. Why you need it? And it's about opinion.
She's a dead liar. Because one, we all know she's not on cam for a reason. Because she over there researching. We know what she's doing. And she ain't, I don't want to leave where I'm at to go get the research. So you didn't bring your research to the debate? That sounds mad crazy right there. And then secondly, if I had the research, right, which could substantiate my point, right, I'm not leaving it one. And then two, I'm not going to lose my winning position to say, let's argue opinions, which nobody can defeat opinions. Like,
Aaron, when I said this was a panel show, not a debate show, man, I'm just telling you, bro, they just come up here talking. They ain't come up here being debating shit.
No, she came up there talking.
All of them did. Ain't no. Where's the facts in what they saying? There's nothing being proven.
Nah, bro. Not Themis, bro.
Nothing is
not
being
Themis,
proven.
bro. Not Themis, bro. I'm gonna give Themis one thing. Even though I don't agree with 70% of the shit he's saying, how he do. Nah, bro. Because you wasn't here at the beginning. You wasn't here at the beginning when he broke down his whole. What they call that shit at the beginning, Aaron? What you call that shit?
I heard that
opening statements or some shit.
Listen, hold on, guys. You know how I know she wasn't ready for this? When she said, I align 100% with what Cynthia G said. Whatever she say, I'm in agreement of it. That told me that she wasn't prepared. Like she didn't have her own thought process. Unless they got together and did the research together, you can't align with her because you don't know what she's going to say.
I thought she was just on sister code. I thought she was just backing her up like, yeah, whatever she is. But I could see where you might have interpreted that. I just thought she was on code. Like, whatever Sinji says, we are one. But that makes a good point. Probably her the fact that she wasn't ready kind of would lead to that statement. That's a good point. That's a good point.
She blew this off. She blew it off. She forgot. She wasn't dressed. Her makeup wasn't did. She was like, damn, girl, that's today. Shoot. Well, just send the link. Hell. And she back there behind her Avery doing instant search.
And yeah, she's looking bad. But let's see if she can get her way out of it. Because she said, did she say I would suggest, or she said you best move off this hill? She got mad aggressive, the way they talk about men do. But we'll see.
And when we don't, you knew this was a debate. If you had it, which you said you would send it to Sin, you obviously did not. So because you didn't do the assignment, don't come up here and get mad at everyone up here because
I'm not upset.
Assignment.
I'm not upset, but what I'm saying is this is not the hill to die on, and we can move forward. You said that you have the research.
Yes.
So you're saying you think, right, but my argument is not predicated on the research. My argument is predicated on my opinion. And this is something that I've stated many times.
No, you said you had the research and you cited to
my opinion.
Research. No,
go back 5 seconds. Go back 5 seconds.
When you said you had
my opinion, and this is something that, right,
look
but
at,
my argument is not
Cynthia
predicated
G.
on the research. My argument.
Yes.
So you're saying you think, right, but my argument is not predicated on the research. My argument is predicated on my opinion, and this is something that I've stated many times.
No, you said you had the research and you cited to
my
specific
opinion.
Research. No, it was not an opinion when you said you had research to back it up. That no longer is an opinion, Anna. That becomes an opinion predicated on research.
Right.
So if you
research around the stress that a parent experiences versus the stress that a person who works at a...
We will move on because you obviously do not have it. Continue.
Now, y'all may
Baby said, now we go.
Y'all may not know, because some of y'all may not content creators, the mute button was interjected there. Bing! Bing! Y'all might not heard Annalisa was talking, and then we heard bing. So that mute button was inserted. I don't know who did it, but it was used. And maybe it was KA, because I know she's moderator. It could be Themis, because it's his channel. I don't know who did it. And maybe Prince Petty, I mean, because they're on the same team. So somebody did it, and they probably was trying to save her. Don't save her. Like, they try to save her right there.
Aaron, did you see Cynthia G? She looked like she's like, oh, she's like, oh, dang. She was like, why did she say that the opinion? She messed up the whole thing. She was like, I'll never bring her back on this show. She done messed it up, making me look bad.
This is the thing. She played herself because you on somebody else's platform or whatever. You gonna tell I suggest you move on, and he was like, no. And then when he was ready to move on, he was like, now we finna move on. And I know that had to hurt too. Like, pick your face up, mama. Oh.
Hey, Venus, are you down with the sisterhood? Are they right?
Oh my God, I'm at work and I can't stay. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm at work. I can't stay long, but I just wanted to say the sisterhood has let me down. Okay, first of all, Cynthia G and Annalisa are way too intelligent. I don't know what the hell's going on right now, but girl, you knew that you were going up against a corporate attorney. I don't know what the hell, why the hell. I'm emotional about this, guys.
You up here making excuses for them?
Yeah.
No, I'm actually calling them
Baby,
out.
you gotta do better. You gotta do better. You should have known better. Like, why you gotta do this? Man, don't give a fuck. They getting stumped. Stump that motherfucking mud hole in them.
I'm actually calling them out for being ill prepared, and I think the problem is they underestimated their opponents. They're used to arguing with random ass dudes who are not well read, well studied, well educated, and they forgot who the F they were dealing with. And I got to give us a Themis. He is a whole attorney, and he is not here to play with nobody. Okay, because he's usually cool with Cynthia, but even now you can hear like he's not playing with nobody on the panel. And I'm low key here for the time.
I know a bunch of attorneys. Let me just tell you, they are not as good as he is. I know a bunch of them. Some of them just.
Oh, I know because really not to be messy, but he don't really respect the lead attorney, and he feels the same way you just did. But I'm gonna leave on that.
No, Venus. I just want to tell you this, Venus. He's really good at having one-on-one conversations. Like if he's talking to Cynthia G, he's talking to her. If he's talking to that girl who name start with an A,
he's a listener, and because what he does so well is he listens. It's too many people to listen to. That's why he got mad when they all started arguing and screaming at the same time, because he cannot clearly hear them. And he's not just responding to respond. He's listening to understand and then respond. This is why he feels so strong in his position. Like, nah, I heard you say research. Don't play me. She getting this work. And y'all leaders, Sin G, she's doing better than Annalisa. That's for sure, because Annalisa have been getting wiped the floor with this whole debate, she has not substantiated almost no points, no pushback much, and the pushback she given make her look even worse.
She said it's about
Okay,
opinions and
Aaron.
feelings.
Can I
Don't get
say
mad
this?
at me. Don't get
This
mad at
one
me.
last thing, and then I'm gonna be in the chat because I'm at work. Sisterhood, stay strong. You know, sometimes you have difficult times in life, and you know things don't go your way, but you know we're still here, and we can come back from this. And also,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
we can't. It's over.
The only way y'all
Yeah, it's over. It's over. It's
the only
over,
way
nigga.
back.
This game 7. This game 7. And Themis just
The
hit the
one thing
3
I can tell
with
you
4
about
seconds to
men,
go.
one thing I tell you about men, we understand when to jump ship. And I can give out the shout out to Rob B. She understood long time ago that this ship was sinking, and she got off that ship long time ago. Venus, don't down that shit with her because you just be a thought in the past. Hop off.
Yeah, you got
I was never on the boat, but once Themis got the cooking on that opening statement, I said, she don't have a chance right now. It was too precision.
You was on the life raft. We saw you started on the boat. Now I saw you on the life raft waving at the sisterhood, saying, "Hey, if y'all survive, I'll be back."
Nope. As a matter of fact, when you go back and catch this replay from the beginning, I called it for Themis, and I said Cynthia G was going to be emotional. I'm just waiting for the teardrop to come now.
Okay, let's see. Let's see where we at. Hold on.
Continue.
So
Okay,
are we?
No, hold on. Wait a minute. No. If we're gonna get spicy and disrespectful, we can do that. Just let me know if that's the kind of time that we're on.
Annalise,
Right.
Yeah. There she go, Aaron. That's prime Annalicia right there. That look, it's about to start right now. This is
Let
why
it play.
Annalisa is the goat to me for shit talking.
How does she
Let it
think,
play.
man? All right, I'm gonna let it play. I'm sorry, but man, you the one. She the one doing all that. They ain't doing this. She doing it. This mad crazy, and y'all let her get away with this, man. This y'all leader. Venus, this your leader. I don't want to hear nothing. You anointed them the leaders of y'all space.
I don't think that's where anybody's trying to take it.
Everyone just wait. I have been trying so hard not to mute anyone. Like I really don't want
I
to.
think it's just friendly fire, and I think it's been misconstrued. Nobody's trying to take it there. But what I will say is my articles say specifically that parenting is more difficult than the average job. If you read them, it's going to say that. I'm going further to say it's more difficult than every job. I'm saying that. I'm not. I never said the.
That's sad. That was Cap.
That right there. No. Hold on, E. Did you see what just happened?
Yeah, she threw Annalisa under the bus.
Sister code just went into play. Did you see what she just did?
She played Captain Saver Sister.
Annalicia said, "I ain't articles research." Mr. President, where they at Marcialago? Oh, they in the basement. I need to take the jet to get over there, so I ain't gonna do it, right? And then the vice president heard, hey, I need you to step in, right? So she goes and says, my articles say it's a very difficult job or one of the hardest job, whatever the case was, right? Which Themis has stated his position from the jump. Very much true. Very much true. Very hard job, probably one of the hardest jobs. It's not his job to validate the hardest, though. And then she goes, I'm going a step further. So she's taking off of facts, taking off the research, all that stuff. We ain't got it. We losing right now. Let me switch the angle. You guys got to be able to read this stuff. So she made a strategic move, right, to get sympathy to possibly later be able to counter. So she's angling for sympathy right here, where she's going to say, oh, well, I'm taking it a step further to where I'm saying it's my opinion that it's the hardest job to remove it from facts, remove it from research. All that just happened in a matter of 15 seconds. Y'all got to be quick. She thinks she's slick. And Themis, you better not let her off the hook.
Wait, Aaron, but you missed it. She threw Annalisa underneath the bus because she was pissed off that Shorty was like, let's move it to opinions. But she couldn't cuss her out real quick. So you're right. It was a play. It was a play. So, all right, opinions. Here we go.
And so now she's going for the sympathy play, which is a good technique if you have a counter somewhere at this point. We gonna see.
Hey,
the tears are coming.
I'm gonna troll you real quick. All right, so don't take what I said too seriously.
Go ahead, bro.
So all the things she says that encompassing parenthood, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. All that shit is valid for playing video games. It is, Raw B. It's just as valid, man. That financial investment to the physical labor and that stress level you get from that shit, bro. My God, you be wanting to punch your fucking TV sometimes.
You're right. Call of Duty, War of Gods, you know what I'm saying? Grand Theft Auto, GTA, and we in here dead them. Do you think?
The Sims.
You know what? We Sway. If I don't get no, I'm not gonna say
Plants vs. Zombies.
If I say it, I'm gonna get in trouble. Because I'll be joking and people might take it personal, so I'm not gonna do it. Let us get back to the show. Save me now. I don't have to get in no trouble today. We're gonna get back to the show. And this StreamYard is really tripping today.
Article said that. I said I'm saying it, but the article does lend a lot of credence to back what I'm saying.
But that's
Okay,
what
so
I said.
Cynthia-
I said, in my opinion, right? In my estimation, parenting is the hardest job on the face of the planet. I said that I have research to
All
support.
right, I have to mute. I cannot. There's no way I can moderate if I don't mute y'all, and I'm trying not to mute y'all. So
She only muting Annalicia for the record. Let the record show she's only muting Annalicia, which my guess is she probably the most annoying to her because she's not muting Sinji whenever she cuts off somebody and goes to speak. She's muting Annalicia specifically because they probably had the understanding that she probably the most little ratchetness up there from what I've saw so far.
And then Cynthia G tried to throw it Ollie Branch. She went back to opinion. And do you know how he won this? Look how he's sipping that coffee.
I don't think that's coffee though. I don't think that's coffee. Definitely sipping though. Just Yeah, he in his groove right now. Let's see how they get out of this. First of all, how did I disrespect Annalicia? Because Venus said she didn't disrespect me. How did I disrespect her?
Aaron, stay out the chat, Aaron. Aaron, stay out the chat.
I'm just asking. I didn't realize I disrespected her. I'm going by literally her behavior on the panel. The aggression in which she did try to talk all over. I'm responding to that. I don't know her. And if you saying I did it, my apologies, but it is what it is. Let's get back to the video so I don't have to get
even Kay tried to save her though. She was trying to mute her, like, shut up.
Yeah, Kay secretly on the she's secretly on the sisterhood code too. So I don't know. But shout out to Kay, but she's only muting Annalicia for whatever reason. I don't know why.
Let's try not to do all this over talking because I really don't want to mute anybody. I feel bad. But just to recalibrate again, because the debate is whether or not parenting is the hardest job. So that means people need to prove whether it's the hardest job or not, right? That is the debate. So saying that parenting is harder than most jobs, that's not the debate. Saying that most jobs are harder than parenting, that's not the debate. It is whether or not parenting is the hardest job that a person can have. That's a yes or a no. Is it the most, is it the most difficult job? Is it the hardest? So we have to keep that in mind while we're having this discussion, because if we don't, and we're just talking about opinions, we can do that, but how are we ever going to come to any type of resolution? Not saying that anybody has to agree at the end, but the arguments will be stronger if there is actually something that's being proven. And also if we're very clear on what we're debating, because it seems like right now there's a lot of debate about whether it's harder than some jobs or whether some jobs are harder than parenting. Everyone, I think, here can agree that there are some that parenting is harder than some jobs. I don't think
Aaron, this is really good that what we don't see a lot of hosts or people that's supposed to be a neutral point of view do. What she did is she brought them back to the argument, and what she did is say, hey, These are the things that we have to prove, and she wasn't biased. And I know you said that she secretly might be on the sister code, but from a host point of view, or is she a not a moderator? What is it called?
She's modding the debate, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. If you look at it, she said, "Okay, y'all moved the goalpost 10 times, trying to say that's a little bit harder. Let's get down to the fact. How do we prove that it's the hardest? Because that's the debate." So I think Kay did a great job at that.
You know, I think Kay's doing a really, really good job, and it's very hard to do this stuff. I moderate. It's very difficult. So I understand the position. I think the like what I would do it differently, but I would pre-do it before the show even started and say, hey, this is what I'm going to do. If this is I actually have some methods that I would utilize to moderate.
You moderate, but Aaron, you moderate or you just watch people go at it?
So it just depends, right? I moderate in real life, okay? You moderate in real life. You know what I mean? We separate issues all the time and fix problems all the time, right? We get things back. So yes, I do it, but in the sense of this conversation, I understand what Kay's going through, because it's like how I say, if somebody throw a shot at you, Either Man, right? And I don't want to keep going, right? Now they one-upped you. So if I mute you and you ain't get your shot through back, now you mad at me. Oh, you gonna let them throw shots at me? I can't throw one back. So then I let you throw one right in the middle of your sentence. He cut you and throw another one. Now he up another one. So it's really difficult to do this type of stuff. So trust me, I see it. And that's why I'm like no hold bar when I'm working on the other channel for sure. And it's like, because you can't really stop this stuff, because someone's going to be mad if they don't get an equal say so. That's literally how it works. But I think Kay's doing all right. And you're right. I don't think she's being biased in this moment. But I do think that she is for the sisterhood. Until otherwise,
I think she's being passive aggressive, and she actually agrees with the men, at least in this instance. But she's with the sisterhood because she's being passive.
Oh, she know they getting cooked. She know they getting, because she's standing right there, and to the point where she just said, y'all trying to take it off facts. And Kay has always been stressing, where's the facts? Where's the facts? This is an opinionated show. So she understands this completely. In the moment, she's like, so if we're going to move it off of facts for opinion, then how are we going to get to an agreement? She's right. So I'll give her that credit, no doubt. Shout out to Newtown, says they capping in the chat. JP drug Sin G and then got Anton later. I don't recall him getting Anton later, but if that's what you recall, that's what you recall. I didn't watch the Sin G thing, but if y'all say JP beat Sin G in the debate, send me the video. I'll review it.
Aaron, it's not worth it, bro. It's not. It's really not.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't have a lot of time anyway to do a lot of this stuff. AOK is a permanent. What the hell does that say?
Perma sisterhood.
What does that mean?
Permanently a part of the sisterhood.
Oh, okay. So got it. Yeah, I seen her on.
That's sisterhood language. We none of us knew what that meant.
No, I just know how I know Trish man. You know what I'm saying? I love Trish man. I love the chat. I be paying attention to how they chat. So I
think Rob is part of the sisterhood. She know their language.
Team Fatty has to get KA on the show. That's what he got to do to get to that. Team Fatty got to get KA on the show. And hey, you never know what happened, but it's just getting good, y'all. It's just getting good, man. Hopefully it doesn't go downhill after all that screaming though, because get it back on track, Miss KA.
Hey, do you think that there's going to be data that really makes a conclusion that would for either side? I don't, because I was looking. I don't think there's data that makes a conclusion for either side. So that's something that neither side can actually provide.
There is,
you guys also haven't said.
Wait, Finn, you are correct that there is no research that would say such, because there have been professors and intellectuals who have made this claim out loud that to say one job is the hardest would be impossible to prove. And so no one makes that absolute statement. And that is why people don't have that research. Now, I can prove to you all that there is a job that is harder than parenting.
Oh, okay.
How?
I'm waiting for that.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's what I was waiting for.
You both have already conceded to this. If childbirth, in your estimation, is harder than parenting, something you all have.
We
you
didn't conclude. We never said that.
No,
we
you
never
did.
said.
We
no,
said
we
it
never,
in the chat.
we said that childbirth was one of the hardest thing a woman could ever do. We never said that it was harder than pregnancy, than parenting. I said that it was the prerequisite and the first step to parenting. I never said it was harder than parenting.
During that conversation, I do recall.
I don't know if y'all see Themis, but he taking the victory laps right now. He just trotting around like, got him. It's over with. Like, put it in a bow. It's over with. Now, Prince Petty said, Prince Petty got the counter. Says, I heard you say it. That's what he said.
Birth is not, I would never say that because birth is not an ongoing process. It's a you give birth, you're done.
During that conversation, I do recall you saying it is the hardest thing that a woman can do. It brings her closest to death. This was before we went into them going into parenting.
Y'all saw that side that Sinji just had? She knows she been got. Y'all didn't see like that. That's a natural. Okay, so y'all know how people like natural what's the term that I'm looking for? Micro expressions, right? Her immediate expression was but she tried to cover it up. But that split second, you ever watched this show called Lie to Me? Love the show. Mm-hmm. Right? It's a very old show, right? I love shows like that. Anything that's mystery, make you think. That's the stuff I like, right? Her micro expression in that moment was clear as day. I don't believe I said that. I don't think I said that. I would have never said that. Yes, you did, and you know you said it, but you're afraid to admit to it. And all you do is when women say, "Huh? What did you say?" It's just you heard what I said, but you're trying to buy some time to go in your bag to get out of this situation. This stuff is, man, this ain't looking good. This ain't looking good. It ain't looking good for the dream team, Sinji, and what's her name? Annalicia. It's not looking good for this dream team. Shout out to Gary Grant. He says, is being a parent harder than ditch digging? Right now, being a parent is harder than expressing to your side. Now, look, they just defeated themselves in this whole argument by saying, I don't think there's any proof definitively that will say for either side. That's out their own mouth. They said, I don't think there's any research or proof for either side that can prove either side. That's conceding the debate. I don't know if you guys heard them say that. That literally was conceding the debate. But it is what it is for the sake of entertainment and y'all famous queens, the best debaters in our space, because that's who y'all say y'all get on us when it's time to debate. These two here, I know y'all thinking they lost against Themis and them, but they had beat y'all. I know what y'all thinking. I know what y'all. Not if we argue a debate on opinions, they can't win.
Aaron, I already won the
Whoa,
debate.
hell, talking about what Flora at? Flora, where you at?
Aaron,
where you at, Flora? Because you rinsed up in her chat. Flora, you rinsed up in her chat. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at right now?
We ain't looking for no Flora.
Come up here and save your queen.
Aaron, I made the debate sound redundant.
Yeah, it's cool. Shout out to Team Fat. He says we go on the Raw B stream after Aaron. Shout out to my boy Paolo and the guy next to him. That looks great. Raw, when is your stream?
After we finish this one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We probably shouldn't be too much longer. I got you.
I am 100%
so I said
sure because
just by giving birth, you're engaging in one of the hardest things a woman can.
So
and I know because I literally typed it out and read.
No. I asked multiple times, even ignoring the chat and everyone, and Anna saying that we're going in circles. This have been answered. I'm completely with Sinji on this. I don't have to answer. Sinji's answering for me. And the answer to this was specifically that it was the hardest, to which I conceded that it is the hardest. I would never debate on this. And then we moved on. So
I thought you said one of the hardest. I didn't.
I don't know. I get you. He might be a great listener, in my opinion, but I also believe he might have some program that automatically generates the conversation as it goes, and he can kind of like read back. I'm telling you, bro. He reading on that computer, man.
No,
I know lawyers, they take mental notes of stuff that they say because they know the point that they're going to make later.
Look at him when he's making the point. It looks like he's reading.
No, if you look at his mannerisms, right, you can tell that he's actually an active listener, right? If you just pay attention to his mannerisms, but he might got some tech. I won't put nothing past him. So,
I'm just saying. But Aaron, a great lawyer, if he's a great lawyer, they know, like they make mental notes of what they're going to come back because they already make their argument at the beginning. Most lawyers win the argument at the beginning of the argument.
We only believe there's two type of great lawyers, right? Corporate lawyers who win a lot of money for companies, and probably criminal defense and prosecutors, right? Outside of that, we probably don't really think in depthly about what great lawyers are, right? When you agree, there'll be only a couple areas that we really think about.
Nah, divorce lawyers, the motherfuckers good too. They can get you something.
I have the greatest divorce lawyer, I've never heard about. I got the greatest divorce lawyer. I agree with you that they exist, but when we speak about it as a society, what our level of understanding what lawyers and attorneys are, because most people think lawyers are attorneys as opposed to attorneys are lawyers and things like that. I would say
there's a difference.
There's a difference.
Man, see, I'm not rich enough to know. Go ahead, continue.
All right, we get back to the
attorney at law. Wait, I'm gonna pop your ass.
You keep trying to come from my neck. I didn't do nothing to you.
Oh my gosh, I'm laughing at your little corny ass joke. The fuck?
If y'all don't stop bickering, gee, crap.
Sorry.
Out
no, it's not that. No, that could be my. No, that could be my. Sorry.
Out no.
No, it's not that. No, that could be. I didn't hear part of it. Sorry.
Out no.
No.
Do you see him flipping the hair? He in his bag right now. Man, listen. Hey, burn the evidence. Whoever supported the girl code, burn this video, burn the evidence. Because man, oh man, I heard that they wanted to debate Destiny. If Destiny is anywhere on the level in which I have heard that he is from some pretty reputable people that I know in this space, this ain't looking good. This ain't looking really good at all.
Destiny's not willing to down the hill. He's willing to somehow backtrack into a conversation where you ultimately agree with each other.
Excuse me 1 second. I swear. Fantasy Island Girl. Moderators, please time out Fantasy Island Girl for the disrespect. Thank you very much. Consecutively.
Damn, that was disrespectful. I just popped it back up. You can't be doing that.
No, it's not that. No, that could be my. No, that could be my bad. That could really be my bad. I literally did not hear you say the hardest. I thought you said one of the hardest, and that's why I said yes. Because it brings you the closest to that.
I thought that we conceded it was the beginning. It was the first step in what is to become the hardest endeavor that one under.
I thought we did. I thought we did too. But
okay, well, can we concede that that's the page that Cynthia and I are on, have been on?
No, because I asked it multiple times in multiple different ways. I've asked you to say it. I explained why it is the hardest. The concession to that was very clear because I would not move on without it being very clear. So when we go back and watch it, you will see that I spent a lot of time asking that specific question, multiple different ways, explaining what it meant so that when we were going to move forward, if I ever decided to bring it up, that it would be clear and not laughing.
No, because let me tell you I'm laughing. Let me tell you what I'm laughing because I could or could not have even been paying attention to everything that you were saying. And that's why I'm saying it could be my bad. It could be my bad because I would have never said that. My
accountability to women is like
kryptonite. Look at Robbie face.
Because she knows.
They definitely said that childbirth was the hardest.
Bro, listen. This is the problem with a lot of women, to the large majority of women, to almost all of women. Like me or hate me now, I don't care, right? They cannot take accountability in a moment for their life if their life depended on it. They are the type to go away and say, I'm sorry, or they do something to make you know that they sorry. But they only want to admit that they sorry because they don't want to take no accountability. She knows she got destroyed. Now I don't even remember if I was paying attention. So you're saying you're not sure of what you said. You're not being particular with your language, all things are ineffective for debaters, and if she's one of the better debaters, that's mad type crazy. And you just don't want to take accountability right now, and you looking for the vote. She's looking to get a vote that we both know exists. I'm sorry. Wait, Amber, why I gotta stop, Amber? Why I gotta stop? Why? Why I gotta
At
stop?
this moment in time,
No, I ain't stopping, Amber. No, the large majority.
They got that work, bro. That shit was
No. Because listen, when we look, the large majority, close to if not all of women, horrible at taking accountability in the moment. Horrible at it.
Never.
I would categorize that as the
honestly
hardest job.
never.
Listen,
Yeah.
It's never in the moment. You have to press them for 15 minutes.
Man, I'm trying to tell y'all, man, this mad type crazy.
And this is why women should be in the house. They shouldn't be debating. They should be washing them clothes.
I'm not gonna let you. I ain't gonna let you do it, Jesus, to try to trigger me, Lord. No,
Man,
at the end,
you're not seeing the
end,
full potential of women. You think that's all they amount to.
see,
They can do that and other things.
You know
They
what?
need to be washing their drawers. They need to be cleaning these toilets.
Jesus,
And if they master all those things, they might can go get a job.
Jesus wept. I'm not doing it with you.
Emails and articles.
Emails and articles. They they played themselves. They didn't have to win, and she wasn't paying attention. It's not maybe if I was or if I was, you weren't paying attention at all. That's why you lost. This bad. They down bad.
Hey,
The
Aaron.
City girls lost.
Hi, Aaron. Hi, panel. Hi, Robbie.
Hey, Whitney B.
Hey, E-Man. Hey, Sway.
Hey, Brittany.
Hola.
Wait a minute. I got a question real quick before you ask me something.
Oh, shit.
Were they supposed to prove that it was the hardest part of parenting, or were okay?
They were supposed to prove that parenting was the hardest job ever.
Yeah, that's the opening statement
Of all time.
With research.
With research.
Okay.
I can't say with research, right?
Yes,
Because
with research.
I can't
They
say
said
that
they had
with-
it. They said they had the searches, so we got to believe that they got something to back up their feelings behind this conversation. But apparently, they just want to stick to their feelings and say "fuck the research."
Yeah,
Well,
but
then
they did not state that in the beginning of the debate, whether they had factual research. So I can't hold them to that position. But they definitely are supposed to defend the argument that they presented. Like they have to substantiate the position that they took the affirmative in, not for the other people to basically have to debunk it or whatnot. They still have to prove it. So the burden is on them.
That's what it sounded like. It sounded like they were waiting for a debunk, and then they were going to argue against the argument against the fact that it wasn't.
Yep.
So,
But he got that Aaron judo shit going on where he can't
when
be.
you really could
protected.
just. Sorry.
Well, I think the best thing that he didn't try to use what he thought. He just used what they were saying. Like he said, let me take what you're saying to debunk what you're saying instead of giving you idea of another way to debunk it. I thought it was good.
Well, you really should just be able to articulate yourself as a woman as to why something like that would be a hard job, whether
But
you
they
have
didn't
children
say
or
as
not,
a
because
woman.
the preparation of being a parent is also a thought process if you take the time to think about it.
They didn't break it down to as a woman being the hardest job or motherhood was the hardest job. They saying being a parent. That means me, I could be parenting a freaking cat.
Okay.
That's the hardest job you ever gonna have.
Let's not get on a tangent.
I'm gonna say my little final thought, Aaron, and then I'm gonna go get some stuff set up for y'all to come on over to the live. Here's the crux. Here's the juxtaposition. Parenting
take email.
Is not is not, wait for it, a job. If you're looking at parenting as a job, you're doing it wrong.
Big fact.
Parenting is a relationship. It is a choice.
Facts.
You are teaching the people that you give birth to or you choose to bring into your home how to build relationships with people. You are teaching them how to love and how to be loved. That's why a lot of people in society is messed up. They're looking at the shit all wrong. So she was never going to have my vote.
Is she wrong? Wow. Is she wrong by definition, or is she wrong by the theory in which it's supposed to play out?
Both.
So she's wrong in the definition of what a job is.
She's wrong in totality because parenting ain't never been nobody's job.
Based today. She said she based today.
Sister Cole. Technology over me. Are you saying she's wrong in the definition of what a job is? You cannot attribute parenting as a job. She's wrong.
Yeah, that's a bad argument.
The definition of job, sure, that's right. The definition of parenting as a job, absolutely, categorically not.
So let me ask you a question. Hold on, no, Rob. Before we leave,
get ready, all right? I want to
hold on. I just got one question, and she can go. So in business, do you believe business is based off relationships?
Business is based off of relationships. That's why parenting is important. You treat your parents. Okay.
So you can go. So can I be employed in my business even though it's based off relationships?
Sir, you can be employed in your business even though is a relationship component. I don't think businesses are based off of relationship. It's a strong component.
It's 100% based off relationship. So my question I'm asking is it in some reality, not yours, but in somebody else's reality, can it by chance be based off relationship and a job together? Can it be both?
Yes, it can.
I see you on your show. Thank you.
But parenting is not that. Let me be clear, because I knew where you were going with that too. Parenting is not that because parenting ultimately starts off of a bond. And that's
we're not having it here. No, we're not doing this right now. I will say Either Man versus Black Dahlia. I will sanction and I will moderate these debates. You pick the best of the best. I will do it. Okay.
Let's go, E-Man.
I see it just though.
But Robbie, she's gone now. But based on what she's saying, even that parenting starts way before. It starts before if you really take it seriously. That's why I don't call it a job. It's a responsibility. I'm just saying.
You parent it before you have something to parent?
Yep.
Because
the decisions that you make before you bring a child in this world is very important if you think about it. So the decisions I make today can affect my children later.
But Brittany, these are the same people who say, I love my career. This ain't no job because I love it. I love what I do. No, you still got a job. It's still, if you look at the bottom line, there's a job.
It's one job that could trump that all y'all let Cynthia get away with it. The only job that can trump
hot dog stand.
The only job that's a 24/7 job is a 24/7 job, more risky, psychologically, all that stuff is involved. The job is not a bandit, but a man protecting and providing and producing for the whole family. The man's job.
That's why
it trumps the woman's job. But she was speaking on parenting from a female perspective. But the man provided and have to risk his life to keep the family alive, safe, 24 on a 24/7 basis. He always got to be there, and then that also causes psychological withdrawal from your psyche. It withdraws from your physical health. And another thing, it puts you at risk of your freedom because out of protecting for your family. So the man's job, it's a 24/7 no breaks. Okay. We ain't talking about bandits or what Dusty or whatever y'all call them. We talking about the definition of a man who protecting his family and providing for his family and producing for his family and problem solving for his family. So that's the man's job trumps the female perspective job where she was coming from.
Hey Prince, why did you just cause a separation? If it's a parent, then
because that conversation was separated.
Technically, she never stated
a separation
strongly. She never strongly said, I'm talking about a mother or a father. She said some points that led to women giving birth that we interpreted as her leaning that way because of her politics or whatnot, but she never outright stated that.
And she never stated it because Cynthia G always referencing from the female perspective. She never gonna, acknowledge that. So, because usually she used that as a weapon to a dig towards men, saying, "Oh, a mama raising her kids and stuff, that's a bigger job." And in reality, she basically saying she trying to trump the man's physical labor job, meaning that the corporate jobs. But she ignoring that the real man who protecting and providing for his family trumps the female just parenting, because the man got to provide and go out there and do all of this for her to be allowed. Even the men that built society, medicine,
can I ask you
all kinds of stuff. We have to build this to make her feel comfortable, even parenting. Because without men building a society, there's no use.
So I agree with you on the to that extent, but it's still a parent, because even with that, if you're
of course
protecting you, then it's still my job to protect as well. My behavior protects you as well and my children. So it's
all right. Let's get back to the video. Let me just run through these 2 super chats. Get back to the video. Shout out to the AI Jack. We don't know if that's really him or AI. This is a great panel. I'm gonna let y'all finish, but Brittany B is masculine AF. JK. We miss you on Fight Club, Britt. If I kidnap you, will you be willing to come back on the weekends?
Nope. I got a job to do.
Oh man. Shout out to T Fat. He says, salute to the Glizzy King, and a whole bunch of symbols there.
Yeah, it's a rat, a hot dog, and a crown.
Okay, Britt. All right, let's get back to the video.
I don't have a conversation with the LGBTQ community. I'm not finna throw no digs because I don't want to come off as a hate speech, and I don't want to interrupt your mess up your channel. But I try to stay silent and let the LGBTQ community talk whatever they talk, because as a straight man, there's no protection for us. So I might as well I don't communicate with people
you can protect yourself, because your job trumps a woman's job, so you don't have to worry about that, right?
No, what I mean is,
you need
based on that comment, Brittany, that was a man/woman.
He said, "Shout out to you." What comment was that? He said, "Shout out to the Glizzy King." He was giving you.
I don't conversate with anybody that's on the other side of opposing end of the straight village.
Okay, all right.
So you phobia. Okay, I get it.
J Prince, right? A cup holder holds the cup. All right, we gonna move on. Shout out to Trish. Y'all crazy, man.
The beginning, the first step to parenting. Birthing is not parenting. Birthing is separate than parenting.
But we already said that, because we also acknowledge that if you are an adoptive parent, you are a parent. So we already made the delineation. So I don't even know why we're going back to this.
I know. I thought we did too. So that's.
Maybe I'm misremembering. I recall separating childbirth from parenting, because you can birth a child and not be a parent.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought we did that. We said they were separate.
And you can parent without birthing the child. After making that distinction, we asked, is childbirth the hardest thing that a woman can do? Which you said yes to. And then we went on to discuss parenting separate from that.
I thought he said it one of the hardest. It just is what it is. So
it is crazy how they don't recognize that they're losing.
Disingenuous at best. I thought he said one of the hardest. I swear. Listen, the cap minus the cap on her head, like it's just like they so good at pretending like, oh, maybe I misheard you, or maybe I didn't say that. You're so great at debating. Strategic with your words, all this, and now you don't know what you said. Now you don't even remember if you was listening. This is mad crazy. This is a big L right here. Big L.
I mean, it's literally a miscommunication. I thought he said it one of the hardest, and then we had that whole discussion about it. So, look, if I'll carry the L. If it's an L that I have to carry, I'll carry the L. I thought he asked if it's one of the hardest things. That's why I said yes. I didn't hear hardest. I heard one of the hardest. But if that's an L,
I didn't hear hardest, but you heard one of the hardest.
I mean, there's no win or lose. So I'm not even.
We'll continue.
I'm not taking it that seriously.
There is a winner and loser in a debate sometimes, and you are definitely the biggest loser.
Even right now, Aaron, I didn't hear hardest. I heard one of the hardest.
Mm.
What? just be quiet. Just
they think they slick.
It was a bit of a setup, so we can continue. One thing I will say that I would never have seen, the fact that you just said that you don't know how much respect. Like, I've been respected you. I've been respected you. But I have so much respect for you being able to own, like, even if you did misunderstand or whatever, like, the fact that you can own that live on ear with people watching, like, Sin Win, blah, blah, blah. The fact that you can own that is like peak grace and just good faith. So I've been drinking, so apologies, but like, I really do appreciate, like, I honestly, like, that is one of the biggest thing that I've seen done on this, like, on YouTube in a while. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't mind taking an L if that's my L to take. I misheard it. I thought you said it's at one of the hardest things. So
yeah.
There's a question that I have for both sides, because I think we're getting a little, I don't know what's happening, but let's get back to
dragging.
Let's get back to.
And shout out to Sin. This is my first time ever hearing her admit to
and I have
an
the
L.
same question for both sides, but just adjust it. So for Cynthia and Annalicia, this is going to be your question, then I'll say Themis and Petties, and then we'll go to Cynthia and Annalicia first. So Cynthia and Annalicia, do you think that even for a parent that wouldn't be considered a good parent, so someone that you all would consider a bad parent, do you think that they still have a more difficult job than every other career or every other job? That's going to be the question for you all. And then for Themis and Petty, do you think even for an amazing parent, the best parent that there can be, that there are still jobs that are more difficult than that? So Cynthia and Annalicia first. Let's try to, Cynthia and Annalicia first, then Themis and Petty. I really don't want to start meeting people, so please, you two first, and then we'll go to Themis and Petty.
Well, you would have to lay out the parameters of what constitutes a bad parent. That's what I would have to know what makes a bad parent, because I feel like that's subjective.
What do you think a bad parent is?
I think a bad parent is a neglectful parent, but it could be much more neglectful, abuse, things of that sort. But there's always reasons for that. A parent could be neglectful and abusive because of how difficult parenting is. So that's why I would need to know the parameters of actually what makes a bad parent in order to say that.
Okay, let's say the parent is neglecting their child. They live in the house with them. They have not been taken by social services or anything like that. But the child is not given the attention that they need. The child has to fend for themselves in terms of certain just care tasks and things like that. But the parent is providing them with the basic necessities to not get taken by social services and to be living, I guess you can say.
What's causing the neglect? Is the parent just neglecting them by leaving them at home while they go to work to fend for themselves? Because that's seen as neglect. So it's like, I feel like you will be going down a rabbit hole with me of defining a bad parent and neglect, because again, I could simply conclude that because parenting is so difficult, it will cause a lot of people to then be bad parents, because it's difficult. It's an enormous responsibility. It's continuous. You always have to do it. You don't get any breaks. Like there is data in research, I believe, on is the amount of depression and anxiety that mothers do suffer as a result of being parents, especially when they're being single parents. So I think that there's just too much that goes into that to really accurately answer that.
Now, Jay Prince, that speaks to your side of her focusing on women, because it's the first time she really took a position and only spoke about the women in stress, which shows a bias. So that's
right. Yeah. And another thing, she contradicted herself a little earlier. I wanted to come in earlier, right? When she kept saying that parenting from a female's perspective is the hardest job. Well, she couldn't provide no stats, right? And she also admitted that, well, that's impossible to provide stats on data on that, but she also used that as a talking point. Well, when I was having a debate with her and I was talking about majority of the Black communities have stepfathers, she would not let me let up without providing a stat proving that stepfathers within their homes. And I would try to articulate to her that it's impossible to have a stepfather to have stats on stepfathers, because according to the rules and regulations of welfare, a man was not supposed to be in the house. So most majority of those stepfathers was hidden from the census people, which it would disqualify what I had to say, my argument, because I can't provide stat. But she used a talking point that she acknowledged that she could not. It's impossible for her to provide stats on this is the hardest job. So that was a good contradiction on her behalf.
And I'll say this, Aaron, and I'll drop off.
My debate tactics been getting better and better.
No, they haven't. This is why I say that parenting starts way before a child comes in, because of all of this. What's a good parent? What's a bad parent? Because the preparation should start way before you conceive. The thought process. I'm just saying, that's my stance. That's why I'll drop off after this, because people like to disqualify people who don't have children during these type of conversations. But the problem is nobody thinks about the children before the children get here.
I don't disqualify, because I understand when you talk about parenting, if someone can adopt a kid, I can argue that a big brother or a big sister can be a parent to a kid, to their own siblings. So I can make those arguments. So I would never do that. I'm just saying parenting itself is defined. I don't know if you can actually parent before you become a parent. That's the argumentative part of me that makes me want to say that. But I can sanction that for a debate.
Okay, maybe the word parent. I'll say being a mother or a father.
If KA can be moderating debates, I shall moderate. So, I'm gonna talk to Themis. I want a job. Themis got all the money. He gonna give me a job to moderate one of these debates. But yeah.
Well, I got emails. I'll see y'all later. Love y'all.
Bye. Oh man, they is crazy. Let me see. I got a few more minutes.
And I would also like to say that single parents aside, we understand that it would be an extremely difficult undertaking. But we had a billionaire in Kim Kardashian come out who realistically outsources a lot of difficult elements of parenting realistically with her billionaire self. And she's also come out with her billionaire self talking about parenting being the most difficult job that she has ever done, and being transformative for her. So it's difficult to quantify or even qualify, and I don't even know whether or not your financial position would be an accurate measurement, because you have mothers who are in good socioeconomic positions who are struggling mentally and emotionally and psychologically, and I would venture to say that is as detrimental as someone who is struggling financially, because if you're struggling financially, that's going to lead to mental and psychological hardship anyway.
Well, but here's the thing: how many celebrity parents who have money have we heard complaining about the hardships of parenting, though? So, and then we have to look at single parent, because single parent is a very common phenomena among all races of women. Really, there's varying degrees, but still. It's
so
still
to answer your question, Kay, part of the problem is when we shoehorn everyone into this broad idea of quote unquote parenting and then make it the hardest, we get absurd, what I believe is absurd realities where we are advocating that even Kim and billionaires who can hire everyone to aid is somehow still the most difficult job, right? And so the question that I would have asked would be sort of, how do we separate out what is a good parent and why certain parents are considered to be, quote unquote, the hardest job in the world? And when can we concede that it is not the hardest job in the world? Because it seems we cannot just say parenting is the hardest job in the world when we know there are parents who literally don't engage with their children, even when they're quote unquote parenting. So to just say like sort of a blanket statement seems an odd thing to do. And then to add the cherry on top of that is to add like Kim Kardashian's experience. Like,
the reason that I use that is because I'm trying to demonstrate that it can't be easily measured. That's all I'm. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think it can because
concession though. If you think it can't be easily measured, how are you measuring it enough to make it the hardest job in the world?
That's where my face looked dumbfounded. They stepping on their own arguments.
That was a great question.
Yeah. Yeah.
You taking those, JP?
Oh my gosh. That's crazy. No.
I've actually
I will consider, I will concede with Cynthia's point, but I will also add parenting on both sides, right, is more difficult than any other job. Now, I do believe that majority of these jobs was to build empires, but the end goal of majority of jobs and why people work is to parent, is to provide for a family. I think that's why a lot of these jobs outside of the people who created the jobs to build their empire to rule the world, but the people that goes to these jobs and work these jobs and go to school for these jobs, their end goal to provide in parenting for a family for the most part. Not all. We do have the anomalies of single people without children, but primarily the end goal is to provide and parent a family on both ends, not just the mother, but and the father as well.
Yeah, I'm going to stop the show now here. There's probably a little bit more time on the show. They probably got like another 30 minutes left, but I don't want to go over it for the time because I know Robbie and Fatty was supposed to go live, so I want to make sure we go over there and support them. So we'll probably wait about a couple more minutes before we can get up out of here because she got to get the show going. So take a few minutes with the intro. But what are your thoughts on so far what we've heard in this debate? I'll start with Amber because I know she was wilding in the chat.
First of all, pause. I was not wilding. You know, it wouldn't be right if I don't give you a hard time, Aaron. I didn't even know what you was talking about, so I just told you to stop. But as I was listening more to the conversation, which I'm glad we're having this conversation as a parent of a 14-year-old boy, I still haven't heard if anybody quantified what is quote unquote good parenting. And so if we don't even have a baseline or foundation, I do believe we're kind of talking in circles or on opinions because, you know, typically what constitute a good parent is providing, you know, the basic necessity of the safety of children, shelter, food, clothing, making sure they get education. But the rabbit hole goes deep because then we're talking about, you know, these children's mental health, spiritual health, physical health, ideologies, paradigms, fighting against social norms, where you could be instilling your quote unquote values in your children. But guess what? They're in the world more than they enter your household. They're in the schools longer than they in your household. So then you may have to combat what they are seeing. So when we're talking about quote unquote good parenting, I honestly believe it's going to be extremely hard to quantify.
I would agree. I don't even know if you can, but they feel strongly about it. So it's the burden of proof is on them.
Well, I think Amber, you just answered your own questions. You just quantify it yourself because all of that plays a big part of parenting, the spiritual side, the mental side. Because if you don't provide good mental health, your kids can be taken. I don't know so much about the spiritual part of it because that's relative based on the people of the parents. But as far as like mental health and providing good mental health and all this other stuff, that is part of parenting. And if you do not do it accurately, you could be charged with neglect.
But it even goes deeper because our children, you know, God willing, they see to old age, they're going to be adults longer than they are children. So we are literally preparing them for the world. And even if we send them out ill, if we're not mentally sound, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and then we are sending these children who become adults into the world that can possibly wreak havoc on other human beings. So how do we quantify that?
We can't.
If you mind, I'm sorry, Aaron.
I'm sorry. I know you guys want to. We cannot have this debate right now because I have to end the show. I know you guys dislike me, but I have to do it. But I will do a part 2 if you guys want it to finish up on this particular part of the debate, and then we can discuss it more in depthly. I know y'all too lazy to write down your actual questions of what y'all like to converse, but feel free to. But we got to end this show. I'm gonna be headed over to Raw B's channel. In the meantime, in between time to see what's going on. So hopefully you all will join me over there. But thank you to everybody for tuning in to the Aaron O Show. But we got